battery and steamed across to Governor's Island. At 10:30 o'clock, Captain J. W. Bean, on post at the fort, received an order to deliver him over. Captain J. W. Bean then delivered him over to United States Marshal Fisk's charge, with whom he descended the steps from the balcony of the fort and marched, with a deputy at either side, through tiled pathways and groved and shaded avenues, to the wharf at the other end of the island, where the Schulze was awaiting his arrival. A large crowd of spectators, soldiers, and civilians lined the wharf, lingering anxiously to see him off. But he walked very leisurely, smoked, laughed, and appeared in a state of unaccountable good humor. It was nearly 11 o'clock when the Schulze steamed away from Governor's Island wharf and whistled and rattled down the bay to await the arrival of the Minnesota, which lay at anchor during the forenoon near Pier 46, North River, and did not sail until some minutes after 12 o'clock. The Schulze meantime waited, steaming around the lower bay until the Minnesota arrived. The steam tug neared the bulky and huge vessel, and Mac was finally taken on board by United States Marshal Fisk and Deputy Marshals Robinson, Crowley, and Colfax, and given into the custody of the English detectives, Sirks, Webb, and Hancock, who in return gave the usual receipt to Marshal Fisk. For the present, I leave Mac on the Atlantic, sailing swiftly eastward to meet his terrible doom. Chapter 25. The Irony of Fate. In this chapter 1, given his own words, George's account of his flight from London and his arrest. Without the remotest suspicion that my right name was known or that anything had been discovered to show my connection with the fraud, I resolved to take the steamer Atlantic of the White Star Line at Queenstown for New York. Knowing that all the railway stations in London were being watched, and that any man buying a ticket for America might have to give an account of himself, I sent a porter to purchase a ticket for Dublin via Holyhead. I intended taking the 9 p.m. mail train, and, as a precaution, I waited until the last moment, after the passengers were on board and the waiting room doors shut. As the mail was being transferred from the wagons to the train, I took the opportunity to walk through the big gate unobserved amid the rush and confusion. The car doors were all locked, but on showing my ticket to a guard conductor, he let me into a compartment, no doubt supposing that I had obtained admission to the station from the waiting room and had been loitering about. The same was probably the case with the 2 or 3 other men looking out of the waiting room window at the platform, whom I judged to be detectives. The train rolled out of the station, and soon I was leaving London behind at the rate of 50 miles an hour. After midnight, we took the steamer at Holyhead and arrived at Dublin about 7 a.m. I should not have felt so comfortable throughout this night's journey had I known that the telegraph was flashing in all directions £5,000 reward for my capture. A whole column regarding myself and my supposed movements was published in the Dublin papers of that morning. Not suspecting they contained news regarding me, I neglected purchasing one, and, remaining ignorant of my imminent danger, took the train for Cork, where I arrived about 4 p.m. I had 2 or 3 London papers of the previous day in my hand as I left the station. I had never been in Cork until then, and as I passed into the street 2 detectives, who were watching the passengers, turned and followed me. A few yards from the station one of them stepped up by my side and said, "Have you ever been here before?" I slightly turned my head toward him, gave a haughty glance as I replied, "Yes," then looked straight ahead and continued my slow gait, paying no further attention to him. He continued walking by my side for a few steps, as if irresolute, then dropped to the rear, rejoining his companion. I did not dare to look around or make inquiry as to the location of the wharf from which the tugboat started to convey mail and passengers to the New York steamers, which waited in the outer harbor. Therefore, I continued my walk along what appeared to be the main business street, perhaps for a quarter of a mile, then turned into a druggist's and called for some Spanish licorice. This was done to enable me to ascertain if the detectives were still following. In a moment they passed the shop, gazing intently in, and saw me leaning carelessly against the counter with my face partially turned to the street. As soon as I had paid for the licorice, I continued my walk in the same direction, but saw nothing of the men, they having evidently stopped in some place to let me get ahead once more. In a short time, I approached an enclosure over the gate of which was a sign that informed me I had come by accident direct to the wharf of the New York steamers. Entering, I found the place crowded and the tugboat ready to convey the passengers to the steamer Atlantic. Before attempting to step aboard the tug, I took a covert look around and saw my two detectives standing back in one corner with their eyes fixed upon me, all but their heads being concealed behind the crowd waiting to see their friends off for America. Apparently unconscious of their presence, I threw my papers, one by one, down among the passengers, and as the deck of the boat was 8 or 10 feet below, the detectives could not see to whom they were thrown. I stood leaning on the rail a short time gazing at the scene, then left the wharf, not even glancing in the direction of the detectives. I felt that any attempt of mine to embark would precipitate their movements, therefore I at once abandoned all ideas of taking passage from Queenstown. Now mark the irony of fate. That was the last passage ever made by the magnificent steamer Atlantic. Some magnetic influence deranged her compass so that she ran 20 miles out of her course, striking on the coast of Nova Scotia, at Meagher's Head, Prospect Harbor, broke in two, then rolling into deep water sank in a few minutes. Out of 1,002 persons on board, 560 perished, including most of the saloon passengers and all the women and children. The elegant cabins and staterooms became their tombs, and one might have been mine. But not for me, such favoring fate. A moment's struggle ended their sufferings, while I was left to undergo the pangs of 1,000 deaths. I continued my walk up a hill among the private residences of the city, and, hailing a cab, told the driver to take me back to the station. Eager for a job, he asked to drive me a mile beyond on the railway. Thinking I might elude the detectives at the Queenstown station, I acceded, and he made his little Irish horse rush along at a pace which brought us to the stopping place just before the train arrived. I purchased a ticket and hastened into a carriage where, lo and behold, sat the two detectives. A few minutes brought us to Cork again. I was not yet aware they were in possession of my right name and the knowledge that a reward of £5,000 was offered for my capture, nor that their hesitation was occasioned by doubts as to my identity, which the first false step on my part might remove. I did not suppose they were looking especially for me, but for anyone in general whose actions and appearance might indicate that he was one of the operators in the bank forgery. Under this erroneous belief, I crossed to the Dublin station, which was a quarter of a mile from that of the Cork and Queenstown. As I entered the waiting room, I saw my two detectives standing at the other side. Well, I thought to myself, this is very strange. I left the Queenstown station ahead of them, and here they are again, all alive. I walked away into the most thronged streets of the business part of the city. Turning a corner, I glanced backward and saw them following at some distance in the rear. As soon as I had fairly turned the corner, I started at a fast walk, turning the next before they came in view, and after 3 or 4 such turnings, I went into a small temperance hotel and took lodgings for the night. There was but a single commercial traveler in the sitting room, a special room set apart in every English hotel, sacred to the drummer fraternity. In the course of the evening, he handed me a small railway map of Ireland, which, in my subsequent flight through the country, proved of incalculable service to me. The next morning, I went out and purchased a handbag, a Scotch cap, and a cheap frieze ulster. My night's cogitations had not enabled me to solve the detective problem, but I felt confident that something was decidedly wrong. I then hired a covered cab, driving past the post office to Recoin-Water, and saw one of the detectives standing in the doorway. This sight deterred me from going in to ask for a letter. Dismissing my cab, I took another and drove to the place where I had made my purchases, taking them into the cab and going through a by-street which brought me close to my hotel. From the commercial room in the second-floor front, I looked out and marked the farthest house I could see to the left on the opposite side. Stepping to the desk, I wrote an order directing the postmaster to deliver any letters to my address to the bearer. This I gave to a cabman, instructing him to drive to the post office and bring my mail to the house I had marked, returning myself to the commercial room to watch. In a few minutes I saw the cabman drive to the house, and seeing no one waiting there, he turned and drove slowly down the street past the hotel. holding up at arm's length a letter to attract my notice, which it did to my two detectives walking along a short distance behind him on the hotel side of the street, with noses elevated and eyes peering everywhere. Well, I thought, this is getting to be hot, and it is time for me to leave Cork. I was now fully aroused to a sense of my danger. No one happening to be in the commercial room for the moment, I left my hat on the sofa, and wearing the Scotch cap, slipped downstairs just as they were past the hotel, following them until I came to where the cab was waiting with my luggage. I ordered the driver to take me to a canalboat wharf, where I dismissed him. Then, with bag in hand, I walked across the canal bridge, stopped in a small shop and hired a smaller boy to go for a jaunting car, and a few minutes later I was rolling to the northward. On the road, I threw some small coins to poor-looking people, who then, as now, comprised among their numbers the most honest patriots and the truest-hearted sons of Erin. Seeing me throwing the pence to the poor folk, Cabby took it into his head that I must be a priest, a good criterion of the estimation in which the benevolence of the fathers is held by their own people. And I may here remark that all the Catholic priests I have known, occupying the post of chaplain, were without exception faithful and entirely devoted to the duties of their holy calling. I had no intention of traveling as a priest, and when I told the driver as much he would not believe it, but insisted that I was really a priest traveling incognito. Therefore, when we stopped at a small wayside tavern, about 12 miles from Cork and 2 to Fermoy, he privately informed the mistress that I was a priest who did not want the fact to become known. Accordingly, the good woman treated me with marked attention during my short stay. It was then nearly sunset, and as I did not wish the cabman to get back to Cork until late at night, I kept him eating and drinking until dark, when I paid the bill and started him homeward, uproariously rejoicing. I then started for Fermoy Station, about 2 miles distant, taking the hostler along to carry my bag. When within half a mile of the village, I let him return. While passing through the village, I went into a shop and purchased a different Scotch cap, the Glengarry. Arriving at the station, I noticed a man near the ticket office who appeared to be watching those who were purchasing tickets. This made me change my plan. Instead of taking a ticket to Dublin, I bought one for Lismore, the end of the road in the opposite direction. The exclamation, "Well, are you going to stay all night?" was the first intimation I had of our arrival at that place. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and saw with dismay that all the passengers were gone and one of the porters was putting out the lights. At the platform I found a cab, and by 9 p.m. I was at the Lismore house. After eating supper I entered the sitting room, finding a single occupant whom I took to be a lawyer, and judging by his conversation and manner, in the light of later events, I do not doubt that he surmised who I was. He was reading a newspaper, which he once or twice offered to me, but, not dreaming of the interesting nature of its contents, I declined to take it from him. About 10 o'clock the gentleman retired, leaving his paper on the table. I carelessly picked it up, and the first thing that caught my eyes was a displayed heading in large type, offering £5,000 reward for my arrest. A thunderbolt, indeed. For a few minutes I stared at the paper in blank dismay. It was fortunate for my temporary safety that there were no witnesses present. Well, I thought to myself, this is a predicament. How did they obtain any clue to me? I thought we had covered up the whole affair so deep in mystery that not a clue to our personality could ever be obtained. I sat for an hour alone in this Lismore hotel, utterly dumbfounded, bewildered, paralyzed. I had experienced some shocks, some takedowns in my time, but never one to compare with this. Arousing myself from a state of mental stupefaction hitherto unknown, I began to realize the necessity of immediate action if I wished to avoid falling into the merciless jaws of the British lion. I put the paper into the fire and retired to the room allotted to me. Before daylight in the morning I had decided upon the first step, and as the lawyer had asked me if I intended to remain over Sunday, I resolved to be as far away as possible before he was out of bed. While it was yet dark in the house, I left my bag in the bedroom and crept gently down the stairs to the basement, where the porter hostler was sleeping in a box of rags. I suppose the poor wretch had not long finished his multifarious duties, for I could arouse him only to a state of semi-consciousness, and could get no information from him. I then went up to the front door, carefully turned the key, and stepped out on the piazza, which ran along the front of the hotel. Another shock was in store for me. A man posted on the other side of the street was watching the hotel. It was now quite light, and I sauntered carelessly up the street, apparently taking no notice of the man over the way, and endeavoring to show by my actions that I was out for an airing before breakfast. As I turned the next corner and glanced back, I saw him following. I noticed a place where jaunting cars were to be let, but passed on, at each turn glancing back to see my follower the same distance in the rear. I now took a circuit around by the hotel, but instead of going in I hastened and turned the next corner beyond he, when reaching the corner near the hotel, not seeing me, doubtless thought I had gone in, and planted himself in his old position. I thought Lismore to be getting rather hot, and hastening to the livery stable, found the hostler just getting up. He informed me that all the horses were engaged for the day except one, the fastest they had, but as this was engaged for a long journey on Tuesday, they were letting him have a rest. I said, "But, my good fellow, I must have a horse, and at once, with you to drive, and there will be a half-sovereign for a good Irishman, such as I see before." My blarney began to do its work. Scratching his head, he finally said, "Well, I will waken up my master, and you can talk with him." So he rapped at a window, and soon a night-capped head appeared, and after some parley the master consented to let me have his equipage. In a few minutes from the time I had lost sight of my follower, we were rattling out of the town of Lismore at the full speed of a blooded Irish horse. I had left my bag behind, taking only the Scotch caps and ulster with me from the hotel. I found, by reference to the small map and railway guide, that Clonmel was less than 30 miles distant and connected with Dublin by a branch line. When I engaged the jaunting car, I had told the owner that it was uncertain what part of the day I should require it, and after we were about 5 miles from Lismore, I said to the driver, "You say that you are going to Clonmel on Tuesday for a passenger. Well, now, as I must go there before I leave this part of the country, you may as well continue in that direction, and I can return with you on Tuesday." This pleased him, and we drove on till about noon, when we stopped at a country grocery about 5 miles from Clonmel. As we drove up to the door, the words of an old Irish song went jingling through my brain. At the sign of the bell, on the road to Clonmel, Pat Flaherty kept a neat shebeen. The rain poured down in torrents. I gave my driver a lunch of bread and cheese, which, of course, there included whiskey. I also gave him a sovereign, telling him to pay his master for the horse hire and keep the change for himself, then started him back, brimful of delight, and the crathur, receiving his parting salute, "Your wonner is a gentleman, and no mistake." I arranged with the storekeeper to let a boy take me in his car to Clonmel. The Green Isle. Well, I found out that day what keeps the grass green in Ireland. My Irish frieze and every thread on me were waterlogged, yet the Irish lad, my driver, took the buckets full, as a matter of course. Amid this deluge of rain we arrived in Clonmel and stopped at a shebeen, kept by the boy's uncle, driving into the backyard through a gate in a board fence 15 feet high, which shut it in from the street. I went into a room in the rear of the sale room, the door of which stood open so that I could see all that passed within, and, as I stood drying my clothes by the turf fire, I saw how thirsty souls on the wooled sod evaded the Sunday liquor law. The proprietor stood in the shop in a position whence he could covertly keep an eye on the policeman patrolling the street, and as soon as he was out of sight a signal was given, the backyard gate thrown open, when a dozen men rushed in, and the gate closed. Coming hilariously through the dwelling into the shop, these were soon busily drinking their potheen. It was now 2:00 p.m., the rain had ceased, and starting out, I walked along a main street until I saw a sign "Cabs to Let." I went into the house and was shown into an inner room, where the proprietress sat crooning over a turf fire. She motioned me to a seat beside her, and when I told her I wished for a conveyance to take me to Care, a place 8 miles distant, she asked me several questions, among others, how long I wished to be gone, and if I were not an American. To all of which I replied to the following effect, that I was going to visit some friends who were officers stationed in the fort at Care, and as to her mistaking me for an American, the ancestors of the Yankees went from about Norfolk County, England. To America, of course, taking the accent with them, and I being from the former place, Norfolk, of course, had the same accent. This explanation appeared to satisfy the old lady, and she became quite confidential, and, anxious to remove from my mind any trace of offense at her unusual questioning, she drew closer to me and said, "I can see that you are all right. But the fact is that the captain of police sent an order that I should notify him at once in case any stranger wished to hire a vehicle, especially if I thought him an American. But I do not care for the curs. They are nothing but a parcel of spies and informers in the pay of the English government, so even if you were the one they are looking for, they will wait a long time for me to inform them. And you shall have my best horse and a good driver." I heartily thanked the good old Irish lady, for I have found true ladies and gentlemen among the poor and humble, as well as the wealthy, especially in Ireland, and in a few minutes I was bowling gaily along toward Cahir. This is a small, ancient, walled garrison town, the nearest railway station being at Clonmel. This miniature city has been the scene of many a heart-stirring event in the distant past. Here Cromwell was for a time held at bay, and his fanatical hordes made their Celtic opponents pay in blood for their patriotic and desperate defense of their homes and firesides. Driving through the town gate, I saw in the main street a grocery store with a blind down, and, telling the driver to halt there, I paid him and sent him back. I then went into the grocery, and after taking a lunch of bread and cheese, continued my walk up the street. I saw a hotel just ahead, but not wishing to attract attention to my movements, I crossed to the opposite side, and while doing so glanced back and saw a car come through the same town gate I had just entered and dash furiously up the street, pulling up at the walk a few yards behind me. Just as they sprang out, I turned to the left in a narrow lane in which I saw a gateway to the fort, just within the entrance of which a sentry was pacing, there being opposite several roofless cottages. The soldier's back being turned, quick as thought I sprang unseen within one of these, and in a moment I heard some men run around the corner and interrogate the soldier, who stoutly declared that no one had entered. The men then demanded to see the captain, were admitted, and after a short time I heard them come out and depart. I stood in that ruin 2 mortal hours until dusk, then walked out unseen by the sentry, and turning to the left, came into a narrow street lined with small dwelling houses. Chapter 26. Excuse me, sir, for questioning you. Crossing the narrow street in Cahir, referred to at the close of the last chapter, I went in haphazard at the first door, without knocking, and saw a family eating their humble supper. As I walked in, I addressed the family at the table thus: "Good evening. Pardon my intrusion, and do not disturb yourselves, but by all means finish your supper." "Good evening, sir," was the reply from the man, whom I will call Malloy. "We are glad to see you. Will you sit by and have potluck with us?" "No, thank you," I answered. "I am an American, and it is my custom when traveling in any country to make unceremonious calls like this, in order to see the people as they really are at home." After supper was over, I related to Malloy and his family several stories and incidents concerning the Fenians and their doings in America, which, of course, interested them greatly. When it was fairly dark, I arose to go, and Malloy went outside with me. He had previously informed me that he was employed by the government in the civil service. I will not state in what capacity, for, although so many years have elapsed, the true-hearted Irishman may still be earning his bread in the same humble employment, and the knowledge that he assisted one whom he supposed to be a Fenian leader in 1873 might even now cost him dearly. When we were outside the door, I said, "The fact is, Malloy, I am a Fenian leader, and the police are after me. I have been dodging them for 2 days, and they are looking for me now in Cahir. I have important papers for prominent Fenians in various parts of Ireland, and it would delay our plans if I am obliged to destroy them. But I fear I must do so at once unless you can help me. I would almost sooner forfeit my life than to lose these papers, and I shall fight to my last breath rather than let them fall into the hands of the police, for it might be the ruin of several good men. My plan is to double back to Clonmel, and I want your assistance to get me out of Cahir." "Oh, sir," he replied, "it is too bad you did not let me know a little sooner, for the mail car is gone. It starts at 6 o'clock. Just as he had finished speaking, a car came rumbling past, and he exclaimed joyfully, "We are in luck." There goes the mail car to the post office. Come with me. We hastened through a narrow, dark lane to the gate the same I had entered from Clonmel, walked through, and at 100 yards beyond waited for the mail car, which soon came along. Malloy, being well acquainted with the driver, hailed him, saying that a friend of his wanted a ride to Clonmel. After shaking hands warmly with Malloy, I climbed upon the car, and the next instant I was whirling along into fresh dangers in that unique vehicle, an Irish jaunting car. Arriving near Clonmel, I saw a tavern, and ascertaining from the driver that it was near the railway station, I left the car and entered the place, only to find that the best, and, in fact, the sole food to be had for supper was eggs. Having been on the move since dawn, after a sleepless night, and almost without food, I hesitate to divulge how many eggs I disposed of that evening, for the statement might tend to throw distrust on the general veracity of my narrative. Having dried my wet clothes and put myself into a presentable condition, I went to the railway station to take the 11 p.m. train to Dublin. Seating myself on a bench outside, I handed some money to a porter and sent him for a ticket, which he obtained. There were but a few waiting about, so I stepped into the small waiting room and sat down near 3 other men. The one nearest, whom I at once put down for a local policeman in private clothes, turned and spoke to me. I replied with civility to his questions until finally he said, "But are you not an American?" I replied to his startling question in such a manner that he appeared satisfied. "You must excuse me, sir, for questioning you," he explained, "but there has been a great forgery in London, and it is said some of the parties are in Ireland, and I am anxious to get a claim on the £5,000 that is offered for each one of them." I told him that instead of being offended, I was greatly pleased to see the zeal he exhibited in the execution of his duties, and expressed the hope that he might be successful in securing at least one of the forgers, which would give him not only the £5,000, but undoubtedly promotion. I got on the train all right, resolving that I would not speak another word of English while in Ireland, and forthwith turned into a Russian, who could speak un vrai little français, confident that I should not be in danger of exposure by encounter with anyone who could speak the Russian language. I threw away the ordinary Scotch cap I had been wearing and put on the Glengarry. When I arrived at the Maryborough Junction, the train on the main line from Cork was late, and I walked up and down on the platform, well knowing that the detectives would scrutinize more closely those who appeared to shrink from observation. Therefore, I affected the bearing of a Russian prince as nearly as I knew how. I got on the train unmolested and arrived in Dublin at 1 a.m. There appeared to be some special watching of those leaving the train, but I passed out unchallenged and took a cab. Not knowing the name of any hotel, I told the driver I would direct the route as we passed along, and he drove away at a great pace. Very soon I noticed another cab following at an equal speed. I had mine turn a corner, but the one behind came thundering after, and though I bade my driver to turn at nearly every corner, still I could not shake off my supposed pursuer until, after apparently being followed about 2 miles, the stern chaser turned off in another direction, much to my relief. We soon approached the Cathedral Hotel, where I alighted about 2 a.m., rang up the porter, and was shown to a room. At 7 o'clock in the morning I sent for my bill, left the hotel, went direct to the Jew quarters, and purchased a valise and some second-hand clothes. Noticing the old Jewess' looks of curiosity at seeing one of my appearance making such purchases, I remarked, "A Fenian friend has got himself into a scrape, and the police are after him, so I am going to get him out of the country, and wish to let him have some things that do not have too new a look." At hearing those, in Ireland, magic words, Fenian, police, she became all smiles, let me fill the valise with old garments at my own price, and at starting said, "God bless you. May you have good luck and get off safe to America." I then went to a more pretentious locality, where I procured a silk hat draped with mourning crepe, put the Glengarry in my pocket, and became a Frenchman. At this moment I discovered that I had left in my room at the hotel a large silk neck wrapper on which were embroidered my initials. I immediately stepped into a shop and left my new purchases, resuming the Scotch cap, and started for the hotel, where I had given no name, to secure the dangerous article left behind. Coming in sight of the hotel, I saw a man stationed opposite, leaning on a cane, who appeared to be watching the house. As I approached nearer, he kept his eyes covertly fixed upon me. Therefore, instead of entering the hotel, I walked past it and turned the next corner, glancing backward as I did so, and, to my dismay, saw the man following me. I now adopted the same plan of action that succeeded so well at Cork, and in half an hour I had shaken him off and returned to the place where I had left my new silk hat and valise. Donning the hat, with valise in hand, I was soon seated in an Irish jaunting car on my way to a station about 10 miles out on the railway to Belfast. Upon reflection, I was satisfied that the chambermaid had found the silk wrapper and taken it to the hotel office. There the initials, together with the knowledge of my arrival at so unusual an hour, without baggage and my early departure, had aroused suspicion, and the police had been notified. At about 11 o'clock I arrived at the station, and going into a store paid my Dublin cabman and called for lunch. About 5 minutes before the train was due from Dublin, I walked into the empty station, presented myself at the ticket office, and said, "Parlez-vous français, Monsieur?" and received the reply, "No." I then said in a mongrel of French and English that I wished for a ticket to Drogheda, not daring to purchase one through Belfast. Supposing me to be a French gentleman, he was very polite and ordered the porter to take my baggage to the platform. There I found myself the solitary waiting passenger. As the train approached, I saw a pair of heads projecting from the carriage windows, eagerly scanning the platform. 2 men jumped off and, hastening to the station master, began to talk to him in an excited manner, all the time glancing toward me. As I passed near the group to get on the train, I heard the agent say, "He is a Frenchman." No doubt he informed them that I had purchased a ticket to a way station, only a fact that would naturally allay suspicion. At the next stopping place they actually arrested a man, but went no further. I afterward ascertained that 12 men were arrested on that and the preceding day, among the number being a fraudulent debtor trying to escape by the same steamer, the Atlantic. The following extracts from contemporary newspapers will give the reader some idea as to what a hot place Ireland was for me, by cable to the New York Herald. London. 3 shabbily dressed men, who, from their accent, are believed to be Americans, were arrested in Cork, Ireland, this morning while attempting to deposit $12,000 in that city. They are supposed to be the parties who recently committed the frauds on the Bank of England. From the London Times of same date. To Editor of Times. Sir, the case of Dr. Hessel has been so lately before the public, and so much has been written both in the English and German papers against the English police, that probably a little evidence upon the procedure of the German, or, I ought probably to say, the Bavarian, may not be uninteresting at the present moment. Myself and son, a sub-lieutenant, R.N., made a great attempt to reach the grotesque old city of Nuremberg on Saturday last, arriving there about 7 o'clock. We were asked to put our names in the Stranger's Book, as usual, which we did, and retired to bed. Imagine our surprise, on rising on Sunday morning, at receiving a visit from one of the chief police officers, requesting us to legitimize ourselves. I asked him his object for making this demand, when he replied that a man named Warren was wanted by the English police. In vain I showed him an old passport and letters addressed to me, showing that my name was Warner. He informed me that I could not leave my room, and placed 2 policemen at the door. At 1 o'clock I remembered an influential inhabitant of the town who knew me, and I sent for him. He at once went to headquarters and gave bond for me to a large amount, and at 6 o'clock in the evening myself and son were released. You will remember that in the case of Dr. Hessel 4 persons swore to his identity before he was deprived of his liberty. In my case a similar name to that required was sufficient to deprive me of mine. I have since received, thanks to the strenuous and prompt action of the British minister at Munich, a very ample apology in writing for the blunder that had been committed. It was signed by the Burgermeister of the city, and as the intelligence of this worthy seems to be equaled by his simplicity, he sends me a safe pass to protect me in my further travels, in case Warner should again be considered the same as Warren. I remain, sir, your obedient servant, Charles W. C. Warner, ex-sheriff, London and Middlesex, I now return to my narrative. In the second-class compartment where I sat were two burly, loud-talking, well-informed farm proprietors, one of whom had imbibed a little too freely of the native distillation. The sober one had just finished reading a column article on the great bank forgery to his lively companion, who at length turned and addressed me. I answered him politely in broken French, and he then went on to give his opinion of the bank affair, as nearly as I can remember, as follows. You, being a Frenchman, don't understand about our great bank. But I tell you those Yankees did a clever thing when they attacked that powerful institution. The one they've got penned up here in Ireland can't possibly escape. Indeed, according to the newspapers, he is already in the hands of the police. I am almost sorry to hear it, friend. Getting the best of that bank so cleverly, the rascal deserves to get off. And see, here is a description of him. I looked at the paper and saw that it was a fair general outline of my appearance, even to my ulster which I had with me in the valise, and the Scotch cap which was in my pocket. Before we reached Drogheda, I had explained to one of my new friends, in broken French, that, owing to my ignorance of the English language, I had purchased a wrong ticket and, being liable to make a similar mistake, should feel obliged if he would take the trouble to procure me a ticket at that station. He readily assented, and by this means I procured it without exposing myself. The hunt for me was becoming so extremely hot that I dared not show myself again at a ticket office. And if I should be found on a train ticket list, that fact might lead to closer scrutiny, the rule in that country being that every passenger must be provided with a ticket before entering a car. The train arrived in Belfast at 9 o'clock, and I at once took a cab to the Glasgow steamer. It was very dark, and I went on board unobserved, 2 hours before the time of departure. Going down into the saloon cabin, I saw the purser sitting near the entrance, to whom I said, "Parlez-vous français?" He shook his head. I then asked in jargon for un billet to Glasgow. Surmising what I wished, he gave me a ticket, putting on it the number of my berth. Expecting to be followed, I had taken that instant precaution of impressing on the purser's mind that I was a Frenchman. I passed into the washroom, just opposite where the purser sat, washed myself and brushed my hair. Just at this moment I heard steps descending the cabin stairway, then the words, "Purser, a cab just brought a man from the Dublin train." "Where is he?" "Oh, you mean the Frenchman," replied the purser. "He's in the washroom." While this was passing, I had put on my silk hat and taken up my valise, and was standing before the glass, à la Française, taking a final view of my toilette and snapping off some imaginary dust and lint as the two detectives stepped in, and after looking me well over went out, and I saw them no more. That proved to be the last ordeal through which I passed in Ireland. After being convinced that they had left the steamer, I went to my berth, and being thoroughly exhausted, I fell asleep in an instant, not awaking until the steamer was entering the harbour of Glasgow. After my arrest a month later in Scotland, during the transfer to London and afterward to Newgate, while awaiting trial, the detectives told me that they were in Cork 3 hours after I had left, and one of them related their adventures substantially as follows. We arrived in Cork Saturday afternoon and were not long in finding the Temperance Hotel where you stayed on Friday night, and the hat you left behind. After a long hunt, we ascertained that a jaunting car had left the stand some hours previously and was still absent. We had a good laugh at those blunderheads, the Cork officers, letting you slip through their fingers, and then showed them how we do things. After some delay, we traced the cab across the bridge to the shop where you got the boy to go for it. The shopwoman was quite voluble about you, saying she knew all the time that you were an American by the accent, and described the bag and ulster which we had ascertained were in your possession. Of course, we were now satisfied that we were on the right scent, but could get no further trace or the direction taken by the cab. We therefore sent dispatches to all the telegraph stations within 50 miles to put the police on the watch and sent messengers to the outlying places, but somehow you slipped through our meshes, and nothing turned up until the carman returned at about 11 p.m., as drunk as a soldier on furlough. After putting him under a water tap until he was half drowned, we got him sober enough to tell where he had left you, but he swore you were a priest, and his evident sincerity caused us all to roar with laughter. This angered him, and he said, "Ye may twist me head and drown me entirely, but I will never spake another word about the gentleman at all, and sure enough we could get nothing more out of him. We had a carriage ready, and, jumping in, we were at the wayside inn by midnight and terrified the old woman half out of her wits in arousing her out of bed. After a while she gathered them sufficiently to show us that you had 6 hours the start of us. The boy who carried your bag could give us no points, but we concluded you intended taking the branch line at Fermoy for Dublin. We drove right on, arriving at the Fermoy station at 1 p.m., but getting no trace we telegraphed to all the stations along the line to Dublin, and there as well to be on the lookout. Who would ever have thought of your taking the opposite direction, penning yourself in at the end of a branch line, at a small inland town like Lismore? Why, you were, as we discovered the next morning, at that moment sleeping quietly at the Lismore Hotel, and only about 10 miles from where we were working so industriously for that £5,000. Well, you done us fine that time. After you so cleverly threw us off the trail, we could get no trace until Sunday morning, when we received a dispatch from Lismore, stating that a man had come on the last train, stayed at the hotel, and left at daylight without paying his bill. "Hello," said I. As soon as I read the dispatch, "we never suspected Lismore. He has been there all night and is off again." We telegraphed to Clonmel, Waterford, and other places, then left for Lismore, where we arrived, paid your bill, and took the bag with us. Surmising that you might make for Clonmel, we looked for and found the place where you got the car, but no news as to what direction you had taken. It would have made you laugh, as it did us, to see the old liveryman stamp about and tear his hair when he found how easily he could have made the £5,000 if he had only known. Starting on the way to Clonmel, we soon had news which satisfied us we were once more on the right track. Shortly after we met, sure enough, the cab you had sent back from the country store. Arriving there we took the boy, who had just returned from driving you to Clonmel, with us, and, feeling sure that we should soon come up with you, we made our horses spin toward that town. Arriving there, we saw the inspector, who informed us that he had sent a constable in pursuit of a man who had hired a car to go to Care. This must have been one of the men in the car whom I escaped by dodging into the ruined cottage. It being then sundown, we drove to Care with all speed, arriving there just after dark, passing the Clonmel mail car inside the gate, but it contained no one but the driver. We soon found the constable sent from Clonmel, who said you had disappeared into the fort, where a friend must have concealed you, and that you must be there still. He then took us to the fort, which was closed for the night. As soon as my eyes lighted on the ruined cottages, I asked him if he had searched them, and received an answer in the negative. "Why," said he, "they are, as you see, all open to the day, without roof, doors, or windows, and no one would think of hiding in them." "You are a fool," I replied. "Give me your lamp and come with me." After a look around and seeing how easily any person could stand in a corner out of sight, I remarked to him emphatically that he was the biggest specimen of a goose I had ever seen in my line. "I think," said I, "you had better go home and play pin. Here is where he dodged you, and now he is off again, with an hour or more start." We worked until after midnight and gave Care such a turning over that the inhabitants won't soon forget, but could not get hold of the least trace, except at one place, Malloy's, where a woman said a stranger came in at supper time, who said he was an American seeing the people in their homes. We cross-questioned the man, but could get nothing out of him more than that you had departed. At last we gave it up, went to the hotel to get some sleep, which we needed badly, and the next day went to Dublin, heard about the finding of your neck-wrapper at the Cathedral Hotel, and knocked about Ireland for some time. During this time we arrested several persons, but soon discovered none of them was the right party, and we never obtained a genuine trace until you were discovered later in Edinburgh. Chapter 27. The flowers in the primrose way are sweet. As narrated in an earlier chapter, I left England 2 days before the first lot of forged bills were sent in. I left serene and confident of the future. My departure was a happy event in a double sense. All my negotiations had been carried on at a considerable expense of nerve, and in leaving I left everything in such trim that success seemed certain, with all chance of danger eliminated from the venture. I felt that the trying toil was now all over, with nothing for me to do but to reap the harvest, and that without effort or care on my part. So, when the late November sun looked down on me, I crossed by daylight, this time standing on the deck of that same wretched Channel steamer. It looked on a happy man. I did not know then that success in wrongdoing was ever a failure. The anxious toil of the London and continental negotiations was a thing of the past. Was I not young? Wealth was or soon would be mine. Was I not in perfect health, body sound and digestion good, and, above all, was not the woman I loved awaiting me in Paris, to give herself to me, in all her youth and beauty? And then somewhere across the western waters would I not find in some tropic seas a paradise, which gold would make mine, where I could bear my bride, and there, turning over a new leaf, live and die with the respect of all good men mine? Here was a stately structure I was going to erect, but how rotten the foundation! I, in my egotism, fancied, in my case, at least, the eternal course of things would be stayed, and that justice would grant me a clean bill of health. She did give me that, but it was long years after, and only when she had had from me her pound of flesh to the very last ounce. I joined my sweetheart and her family at the Hotel St. James, Rue Saint-Honoré. She was an English lady, and for a whole year our courtship had been going on, and now, our wedding day being fixed a week ahead, we all set out sightseeing and having a good time generally. I now engaged the coachman I had met before as my valet, and a very good, all-around, handy man he proved to be. Of course I was anxious to hear that the first coup on the bank had succeeded, but I was tolerably confident it was all right. Had it fallen through, it would have proved awkward for me. In that event, the Paris climate would have been too warm for me, and I would have had to find a score of excuses to hasten our marriage and leave for the Western world as speedily as possible. I had a four-in-hand coach, and we drove everywhere in and around Paris, once to Versailles and on to Fontainebleau, where we dined, a merry party. What a strange world is this! What a stage it is, ever crowded with tragedies, too. How absolutely in the dark we are as to the motives and actions of men. There I was, the center of merry pleasure parties in gay Paris. A young dude, driving my four-in-hand, and yet a criminal, waiting in hourly expectation a telegram announcing success in a great plot which, when it exploded, was destined to startle the business world and to hurl me from the summit of happiness, where I was reveling, apparently free from care, to the misery of a dungeon, banishing the happy smiles from my face and the joyous ring from my voice, leaving in place of the smiles the somber gloom of the prison, and in place of the snatches of song and eager accents I was wont to speak with, the hushed voice subdued to prison tones. Late one morning, on opening my eyes, my first thought was, it will be hit or miss at the Bank of England within the next 60 minutes. We had engaged for a coaching party to Versailles and were to dine there. I left for the drive that day with a dim fear that before the sun set I might be under the necessity of leaving Paris in a hurry. When starting for Versailles, I left my servant behind to wait for the expected telegram and to bring it to me by rail. We were at dinner, and I was just raising a glass of champagne to my lips when I saw my valet, Nun, crossing the esplanade. He entered the room and handed me a telegram. Tearing open the envelope, I read, "All well. Bought and shipped 40 bales." That meant the first lot for $40,000 had gone through safely. It was certainly a great relief. The next day I received $25,000 in United States bonds from George in London, my first share of the proceeds. I sold the bonds in Paris, receiving payment in French notes. On Thursday, the day before our marriage, I had a telegram from Mac and George to meet them in Calais, and to Calais I had to go. I arrived there at midnight, just before the Dover steamer got in, and was on the pier to meet them. We exchanged warm greetings. As we did so, Mac placed a small but very heavy bag in my hands, and they began laughing over my surprise. It contained £4,000 in sovereigns and was stuffed with bonds and paper money. We went to a hotel nearby, and there they counted out to me the very nice sum of $100,000 in gold, bonds, and French money. As they were going back on the same steamer, and I was to return to Paris by the train carrying the passengers of the steamer just arrived, We had only a brief half-hour's talk. After giving me the money, we went out and sat down on the pier, and that conversation and scene are forever impressed on my memory. I shall make no attempt to describe either, but could both be put on the stage, with the audience in possession of a full knowledge of the enterprise we were embarked in. There would be seen a picture of human life such as the novelist or playwright never had the imagination nor the daring to depict. To the earnest student of human life it would have been a revelation. There we were, three earnest, ambitious young men, enthusiastic for all that was good and noble. I about to wed a pure-souled woman, who thought me an angel of goodness, and about to fly with my plunder and bride to Mexico. My two companions were returning to London to continue carrying out a giant scheme of fraud against a great moneyed institution, but there we were, with $100,000 in plunder at our feet, sitting under the stars, listening to the dash of the waves, and talking not at all like pirates and robbers, but much more like crusaders setting out on a crusade, or like pilgrims going on a pilgrimage. I told my friends I should go to the city of Mexico for a year or two, and then meet them somewhere in America where we would unite our wealth to inaugurate some scheme that would benefit thousands in our own generation and millions in the generations to come. We would hedge ourselves about with kindly deeds, so live as to win the respect of all, and, when under the sod, live in the eyes and mouths of men. Too soon the whistle sounded, and we had to say goodbye, which we did. In an enthusiasm that told how deeply we felt. We were walking in the Primrose Way, its flowers and songs were sweet, and we thought their perfume and melody eternal. I again arrived in Paris at daylight, but early as it was, my sweetheart, escorted by my servant, was waiting my arrival. It was our wedding morning. During our drive to the hotel, radiant with joy, she told me the separation had been a cruel one, and she was so happy to know we should never be separated again. At 4 o'clock that afternoon we were married at the American Embassy. I had told everyone I was going to leave the next day for Havre to embark for New York. Our baggage was all packed and placed in a van, which I accompanied to the Havre station, and had stored there. Sunday I purchased one ticket to Bayonne, one for Madrid and one to Burgos, each from different agencies. On Sunday morning I took a van to the Havre station, and, transferring our baggage to the road into Spain, checked all of it to Madrid. My purpose was to sail by the Lopez and Company steamer El Rey Felipe from Cadiz to Mexico, which was advertised to sail 10 days later. We were married very quietly on Friday, and our friends, wisely recognizing the fact that young married people like to be alone, the next day said goodbye and returned to Normandy. We spent a quiet and happy Saturday and Sunday, and on Sunday night we left my wife, servant and self for Cadiz, via Madrid. My wife, like all English people, knew little of geography and had such hazy notions of America that she thought it quite the thing to go to such an outlandish and far-off quarter of the globe as America via a Spanish port. Columbus, she knew, had gone that way, and why should not we? We had an all-night ride to Bayonne in one of those antiquated compartments used in railway carriages all over Europe, but the ride was not tedious, nor was the night long. This little earth had no happier couple, and, talking of the happy years that lay before us, the night rushed by like a fairy dream. Where was my conscience? Why, my dear reader, I had sung it such a song that it was delighted with the music, and had, I was going to say, gone to sleep, but it had not. It was wide awake, and we were good chums. We both conscience and I had persuaded ourselves it was a virtuous deed to do evil that good might come. My conscience was perhaps as old as the sun, but I myself was young and too inexperienced to see the fallacy of the argument, since I myself was the doer of the wrong, but, of course, I should have hotly denounced any other such philosopher as a villain and rogue. The night flew by, and to our surprise we found 240 miles had slipped away, and we were in Bayonne. 30 minutes more and we were speeding south, and soon crossed the Bidwells, the boundary between France and Spain. Then my wife sang, "Now I will sleep," laid her head on the shoulder of the happiest man in or out of Spain, and in 10 minutes her regular breathing told me she was in the land of dreams. The Pyrenees, in dividing France and Spain, stand between two distinct peoples, and as the centuries go by the streams of national life meet, but only to repel each other, never to mingle. One has but to cross the bank to realize that he is among a different race. Dress, food and cooking, social life, religious devotion, modes of thought are all different. To us here in America, it is difficult to realize that so slight a thing as a mountain barrier, easily traversed, crossed by many defile and good roads, should continue to separate two distinct peoples. But so it is. Stranger still, for nearly all time the inhabitants of the Spanish mountains have been more or less opposed to the people of the Spanish plains, and every century has seen several insurrections among the mountaineers. In 1872 and 73, the Carlists held the mountains and more or less fusillading was going on. The possibility of my way being blocked by the Carlists never entered into my calculations. The railway from Bayonne to Madrid is owned in Paris, and it seems that the directors were paying blackmail to Don Carlos, ostensibly to him, but really to several marauding bands who plundered under the name of fighting for the Don, upon the understanding that the railroad was not to be meddled with. The directors had been paying 100,000 francs a month. As will be easily believed, there was a difficulty in the distribution of the money among so many greedy and inartistic robbers, and the discontented determined to hold up the railroad itself and stop all trains. Unluckily, the train we were on was the one they proposed to experiment on first, and they proposed drastic measures. Two, in fact, had blown up or down a short tunnel and torn up the rails in front of our train. As we crossed the frontier, a French gendarme and Spanish civil guard appeared, demanding passports. It was, of course, a sure thing that I had them all right. It is a safeguard under the protection of which the man who has anything to fear slips through the fingers of frontier guards and police, while the honest man quite frequently neglects the necessary formalities and is detained. Our train crossed the bridge over the Bidwells and we were on Spanish soil. Soon we entered the gorges of the Pyrenees, and while speculating whether I should awaken my wife to see the magnificent scenery, all necessity for awakening anyone on that train was over. 3 or 4 musket shots rang out, our train was off the rail, and after a crash or two came to a sudden stop, and then a babel arose, while the train was surrounded by armed men. It was laughable. It seemed like an opera bouffe, the real thing, this motley array of brigands, all trying to maintain under difficulties the grave Spanish exterior. One monkey of 18 or 19 years, armed, came to our compartment and, pointing to my chain, said he wanted it and my watch. None of us understood Spanish, but we all comprehended his meaning readily. I refused to make him a gift and got rid of him easily. We were all ordered to alight, and our captors seemed inclined to be ugly. Myself and party were about the only well-dressed people on the train, and, seeing a priest close by, I went up to him, and ascertaining he could speak French, I began, in very bad French indeed, to threaten with very dire consequences Don Carlos and every band of Carlists who dares to annoy an English duke and duchess, and demanded instant shelter and a guard for my wife, the duchess. We could hardly keep from laughing, it was so very like a melodrama. My wife thoroughly enjoyed the situation, and I should have done so too, had I not had such strong reasons for quick passage through Spain to blue water on the south, for I desired to speedily put some leagues of Neptune's domain between myself and the old world. The priest, although a sallow, somber fellow, was a very good one, and seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, for, calling the chief to him, he warned him to be careful. That gentleman came up, and drawing himself up said very proudly, "Sir, we are soldiers, not robbers." I said I was very glad to know it, and demanded to be informed if I was a prisoner or not, and was told I was not, but with the same breath he said he would be obliged to detain us for a few days. There was a fonda, or inn, close by, and leaving my wife there, I finally managed by a liberal use of money to secure an ox cart, and, by virtue of great generalship on the part of myself and servant, got all our baggage out of the wrecked train and safely up to the inn. Spaniards are provokingly slow, but by riding muleback 5 miles away I succeeded in seeing the local commander of the Carlist forces, and he promised to send me the next day a pass through the lines, going either south or north. I got him also to include in the pass my fellow passengers. I did this because there was a Portuguese family who had tickets for South America. They were then on their way to embark at Lisbon, and the old gentleman, the head of the family, was very weak and ill. My safe plan would have been to return to France, make my way to Brest and embark from there to New York, and that would have been my course had I had any conception of the slowness of the Spanish officials and of the fierce storms and snows that dominate the passes of the Pyrenees in winter. We were informed by many officials, railway guards, custom house officers, carlists, etc., that by crossing 30 miles south we would pass the lines and get to a little town on the railway where trains left frequently for Madrid. The Spaniards about the place would never have let us start out on that perilous trip had it not been for the money there was in it. I had secured at a round price 3-century-old bullock carts, and in the afternoon of the second day we got off. I had all the women and the sick Portuguese in one cart, with the 2 other carts ahead heaped with luggage. Thus there were 8 bullocks, 4 mules, and, unlucky number, 13 men engaged. I had very misty notions as to our destination, but took it for granted the baker's dozen of natives I had with me knew what they were about. Snow was everywhere, and we were mounting up on wheels, but I supposed the highest altitude was only 4 or 5 miles away, and that the downgrade would be easy until we reached some snug inn where we would find shelter for man and beast. Then an early start by daylight, and our novel jaunt would come to an end in civilization and a railway. But I did not know Spaniards, their country, the Pyrenees, nor what blizzards can blow in sunny Spain. Myself and my servant nun trudged on alongside the cart with the women. It took an hour to get out of sight of the fonda, and then we struck a fine, wide military road that wound in and around the mountains, but always up and deep in snow. 4 o'clock came, and still no sign of the summit, but with the road winding in and out for miles ahead. The sky began to darken, and without warning down came the snow. Then frequent halts of the caravan to rest the cattle. Deeper grew the snow, and as the darkness began to settle down I realized the responsibility I had unwittingly taken on my shoulders. I had 4 delicate women in my forlorn party, and found myself fast in the midst of a snowstorm, in a wild pass of the Pyrenees. I recognized one blessing, however, and was profoundly grateful the air was calm, and though the snow fell thick and fast it was not driven by a storm. None proved to be thoroughly reliable, helpful, and full of cheer. Between us we kept up the spirits of the party. But all hands began to grow hungry. Fortunately, I had in my baggage a large pâté de foie gras. That is a fat goose liver pie, and it was fat, happily so, as it went the further. Then I got rugs and wraps out of my trunks for the women and a couple of bottles of brandy, and administered liberal doses all round. I soon had them happy and full of courage. It was certainly better to have them full of Dutch courage in a fool's paradise than to have them awake to their position, for I quite expected it would end in a night campout in the snow and sending an empty cart for supplies. 2 hours after dark we came to a dead halt, and my guides, they were beauties, said they could go no further. The oxen could not pull the carts. There was a fonda, they said, 2 miles away, but did not show any disposition to help to get there, and for that matter did not seem to care whether we did or not. I ordered them to leave the middle cart behind and divide the teams, one team to be added to the front cart and one to be hitched in front of the mules. Our interpreter was one of the Portuguese women, but we did not get on very well, the Spaniards objecting to anything being done, all of them apparently waiting for the Virgin or some of the saints to come to our aid, but as neither did, Nun and I were exasperated, and finally took the matter into our own hands. By my orders, despite the energetic protests of the drivers, he unhitched the oxen from the middle team, and between us we got them to the mule cart, hitched them in front of the mules, and pulled out and passed the other carts. Here the Spaniards halted us, and after an angry altercation in the dark, and it was dark, they agreed to go on. So, taking a yoke of oxen from our cart, they were put in front of the 4 of the first cart, and off we started. None volunteered to stand by and guard the stranded cart, so giving him 2 blankets and a little brandy we drove off in the darkness. But not until, in sight of all, I had given him a revolver, and each of the unlucky 13 a good nip of brandy. My anxiety about serious results was over as soon we started, and in an hour and a half we halted in front of a wretched mountain inn, patronized by muleteers, with the first story for a stable, but none of us were disposed to be particular. A supper of Spanish beans was soon ready, and then a bed was made up on the floor, and the women were soon asleep. After seeing that the mules and oxen were fed, I took half an hour's nap. Then with 2 drivers we started back, taking 3 yoke of oxen. What a tramp I had back through the snow and storm. I was very happy, however, for I knew my wife and party were safely sheltered, and the excitement of action kept one from being gloomy. In due time we found our stray, hitched to and started, but it was hard pulling and the exhausted oxen had to come to frequent halts. At last, just as I was beginning to feel tired, we came to the fonda. The snow had slackened, but the wind was beginning to blow, so Nun and I carried all the luggage and traps into a corner of the stable below, and tumbling down into the hay we were soon in the land of dreams. In my dreams I was on a shoreless sea in a bark that silently and swiftly circled around. Dark clouds closed in on all sides, while my boat sailed between ever-narrowing walls, the clouds still closing in, until a giant hand grew out from a ragged edge of the cloud wall, which, seizing the prow of my boat, pulled it into the gloom and darkness. I felt the clouds brushing my cheek. I heard the roar of falling water and felt that my doom was sealed. I thought of my wife and, trying to call her name, was dumb. I looked behind. Far off and far up there was a glow of rosy light, and within the aureole was her face, full of sorrow, looking at me with pity in every feature. As I looked, her face was slowly eclipsed by a cloud. Then with one cry I plunged into the sea and awoke. That dream would easily have joined the long procession of forgotten dreams, but it was recalled many a time during many years. And, try as I might, I felt it to be a portent and a prophecy. When I awoke in the morning, I was dumbfounded to find a blizzard blowing that the cattle could not face, and with every appearance of continuance. In reply to my inquiries, I learned they sometimes blew in those altitudes for a week. This was unpleasant news for me, and the prospect made me nervous. It was now Thursday, the 4th day since our departure from Paris. And what might have happened in London in that time? Here was I as completely isolated from the outside world and from all news about my companions in England as if on a desert isle. For all I knew, discovery might have been made, and full details of the fraud might be blazing in the press of Europe. I began to fear I had run into a trap. To make matters worse, the steamer El Rey Felipe was advertised to sail Monday from Cadiz, and to miss her seemed danger indeed. I was a prisoner in a wretched inn in a defile of the Pyrenees, with a civil war raging, and no telling what might arise to detain us. Our objective point was only some 35 miles away, but with roads deep in snow, with wretched cattle and more wretched Spaniards for drivers, there was poor prospect of making headway. I felt it would never do for me to suffer longer detention. I determined to leave my wife and baggage in charge of Nun, to put the $120,000 I had in a bag, and start back to the French frontier, cross into France and catch the Saturday steamer from Havre to New York, explaining to my wife that important business demanded my presence in America, that she could follow on the next steamer, and that I would meet her on arrival. In the meantime, my unlucky 13 were happy. For were they not sheltered, with plenty of food and high wages, all out of the pocket of the great Lord the Virgin herself must have sent to them? In fact, they were winning from me what to them was a fortune. I was paying each man $1 a day and $5 for each team and cart. From my experience, I must give the Spaniards a good name for honesty. Of course, they were charging me cutthroat prices, but they were poor, and wealthy lords did not often come their way. Aside from that, they were very honest. Many things such as rugs, shawls, lunch baskets, dressing cases, etc., that must have seemed of value to them, lay around everywhere, but not a single article was missing during the entire trip. All day long the blizzard blew. It was a novel situation, and how I should have enjoyed it had I only possessed that greatest of all blessings, a good conscience. As it was, I was in misery, and could find no peace, not even in my wife's smiles and evident content to be anywhere with me. I saw that the cattle were well cared for, and that the men had both food and wine. Then my servant skirmished around and decapitated sundry chickens he found. So we had roast chicken 3 times a day, and as I had a case of brandy in my luggage, we did not suffer. None roasted the chickens, made the punch, got the Spanish men and women to dance for our entertainment, and made himself generally of service. About midnight the storm broke up, and to my great satisfaction the stars came out. That night I slept in the same room with the women, with a sheet hung between us. At 5 o'clock I had all hands up and breakfast underway. I ordered the drivers and hangers on to have the teams hitched up and ready at daylight. They all ate breakfast heartily enough, but were not zealous about starting out. They made all sorts of pretexts and excuses to avoid leaving their comfortable quarters. Certainly the road was not an inviting prospect, there being quite 18 inches of snow, but I was determined to start one way or the other, either south with the party or north alone. After long argument they, thinking they had me at their mercy, refused to hitch up the cattle to make the attempt. I at once paid and dismissed them all, determining to set out immediately alone for the French frontier, carrying only a small bag slung over my shoulder and concealing the bonds and paper money on my person. I would leave the greater part of the gold in charge of my wife. I knew none would be a trusty guard to her. I had not given her any intimation of my purpose, but got my bag ready, and, secreting about me the bonds and paper money, I took my wife into a room, and, first telling her she must be very brave, explained my plan, pointing out I must not miss the Saturday steamer. She should follow on the next, and I would leave her $20,000. But she pleaded to go with me, said she would be no encumbrance, would ride mule back to the railway, no matter how far away. I then called Nunn and told him I should leave him in charge of the baggage, and that we were going to set out at once. I praised his fidelity, and informed him I would make him a present when he arrived all safe in New York with the baggage. But when the sick man and his family were told we were going, they raised a howl. The women all hung on me crying and imploring me not to leave them to despair and death. They would all perish, etc. I had secured a good saddle mule, but with a man's saddle, and my wife was sensible enough not to make an outcry over the prospect of a ride man fashion. She came out warmly clad and mounted the mule, and I strapped some rugs and a bundle of lunch behind the saddle. The owner of the mule was at his head, halter in hand, ready to lead off. The entire population were out staring open-mouthed. I delivered a speech to my unlucky 13, telling them in the best way I could that I was going in order to deliver them all over to the vengeance of the military chief of the district, that I should accuse them as robbers and thieves, and that they might look for anguish that would wring their hearts and souls. They were greatly moved, and, pulling out my watch, I informed them by pantomime and bad Spanish that if they got the teams in harness and the luggage all packed on the carts in 20 minutes, I would take them into my favor and resume our journey southward. Spaniards are proverbially slow. But these Spaniards were not slow, and a very few minutes saw us all once more mounted on our cart with the 2 baggage carts following, and on our rocky way southward. Chapter 28. Fear says no to happiness. We passed during the day a military post and several squads of armed men. Poor fellows! They were wretchedly equipped, so far as garments went. They all examined us curiously, but did not offer to stop or question us while I marched on ahead of the cavalcade like a drum major, giving the military salute to each party as we passed. I ought to have been fatigued, but I was not. After about 5 miles of uphill work we began to descend. The road was a masterpiece of engineering, and well it might be, for it was one of 5 military roads the great Napoleon ordered to be constructed across the Pyrenees, and it was done in a thoroughly workmanlike manner. It wound in and out and along defile of stern beauty. We halted for rest and refreshment at noon, and again at 4 o'clock for an hour. At the last place we found some Carlist officers, one a young Englishman, who was a good fellow and most attentive. He was an aide-de-camp on Don Carlo's staff. He told me there was no chance of his side winning, but he was in it for the fun of the thing and in hope of seeing some fighting. He had taken part in a number of skirmishes, and was by no means satisfied yet. He volunteered to escort us through the lines, and was evidently more than pleased to meet an English lady in the person of my wife. It was beautiful to see him order about my muleteers and bully them up hill and down dale, not hesitating to use his whip on them. About 5 o'clock we started off in great shape, having some 20 miles to go to the little town on the railway south of the Pyrenees. We had 2 lanterns and a number of torches. It was a picturesque caravan in the darkness. The young officer rode beside the first cart, conversing with my wife, while I walked in the rear. We had reason to congratulate ourselves over our escort, he being a brave and brilliant fellow and evidently a person of importance. He little thought whom he was escorting. I was pleased on my wife's account, as he was company for her, and, altogether, she thoroughly enjoyed the novelty of the whole situation. We had made a fine bed of hay and blankets for our sick man. Nevertheless, he was a source of much anxiety and trouble. At last, to the intense relief of all, we heard far away the shrill whistle of a locomotive. It was sweet music to my ears, for I realized the peril of the delay. We had now arrived at the base of the southern slope of the Pyrenees, and the plains stretched out before us. We had just passed through an entrenched camp that guarded the entrance to the valley. Our escort had ridden ahead, and not satisfied with smoothing the way for us, had turned out the guard to do us honor. We halted for a few minutes, and several uniformed officers came forward and were introduced to my wife and me. It was a picturesque scene. The mantle of snow covering all, the strange-looking mountaineers, the eager-faced, boyish officers French, English, Austrian, all soldiers of fortune, who, in the dearth of great wars, were seeking fame in the inglorious civil contest. Our torches casting fantastic shadows until the forest-covered mountain, dark and frowning, though snow lay everywhere, seemed peopled with hosts of men. All made a picture never to be forgotten by some of the observers. Another mile and our escort had to leave us, but the town, standing dark against the snow, was in plain view. By his advice I went ahead on foot with 2 men, in case any of the enemy were prowling around, but found none until we arrived in the town. Then a scene of great excitement to the townspeople arose. We were examined and cross-examined, and our statements taken down in writing and sworn to by all hands. In the meantime I had made beds for our sick man and the ladies in the waiting room of the station, and about 2 o'clock I went to sleep. The station was fortified and full of soldiers, but I did not care, being told the Madrid train would start at daylight. If so, I would be in time for El Rey Felipe, and would be sailing out of Cadiz harbor on Monday over the blue water, westward ho. After a 2 hours nap I was up, paid off my lucky 13, giving them a present in addition to their due, with a written paper certifying that they were honest and brave, and had delivered me and mine in safety. The weather continued very cold, and when the train, consisting of 2 passenger and 1 baggage car, arrived we found there were no heating arrangements, and we shivered at the thought of an all-day's ride without fire or heat across that windy plain. I determined to have a compartment to ourselves, for my wife and I had not had a moment's privacy since the smash-up of the train. So we fixed up a bed on the floor of a compartment for our sick man, and I put his family in to look out for him. When the train left we found ourselves, very much to our satisfaction, alone. I had telegraphed ahead to Burgess to have hot water cases, then the only mode of heating cars in Europe, ready on our arrival. The engineer of our train was an Englishman. As it was so important that I should not be delayed, I gave him a sovereign and his stoker another, and asked him as a favor to make time. He said he would and kept his word. But arriving at Burgos, we found that the train from Santander going south was 2 hours late, so my wife and I started out to see the famous town. After a short view we made our way to the cathedral, and it was a sight. It is one of the many sacred edifices which the piety of former ages bequeathed our own. One of these sacred buildings like the Strasbourg and Cologne cathedrals, in the construction of which generation after generation of pious souls pious, according to the fashion of their times, had given their days to the building and decoration of the cloister or church where their lives were lived, and all was done with loving and patient care. We in our day may sneer at the monks and brothers of the Dark Ages, but in those times of rude violence all gentle-hearted, scholarly souls found in the sanctity and quiet of the cloister the only refuge open to them, and they did good work, both in the domain of mind and in the world of material things. Much that was piety, and much that was faith in their day is termed superstition in ours, but who will deny that the simple piety and credulous faith of their day was a million times better than the restless skepticism and sad unrest of ours? At Burgos, I tried to get an English paper, but none was to be had and no one there had ever seen one. But here some startling news came flashing over the wires. Nothing less than that there had been a revolution at Madrid, the capital. Amadeo, the lately elected king, had suddenly resigned, and a republic had been proclaimed with Castilla at the head. I began to see more and more what a fool I was to let myself be caught at such a time in such a land, but still had so much confidence in my good fortune that I felt I would be on time for the steamer on Monday. It was now 3 o'clock Friday. We were all aboard for Madrid and just pulling out of the station. We would be due there the next morning. From Madrid to Cadiz there is only one through train in 24 hours, and that leaves 7 mornings a week, but as it runs only 15 miles an hour and is seldom on time at that, one must figure on taking an entire 24 hours for the journey. Still, as we would be due Saturday morning, I had a big margin for delay. At last we were off. On the train and in every group we passed there were signs of subdued excitement. Between Royalists and Republicans sharp lines were evidently drawn which soon were to culminate in bloody conflict. Soon after 10 o'clock we arrived in the walled town of Avila, about 80 miles from the famous Escurial built by the second Philip, and about 150 miles from Madrid. Here we got an excellent dinner and good coffee. But dinner was spoiled for me by the disastrous intelligence that martial law had been proclaimed and that the government had seized the roads running north from Madrid to transport troops. Here was a pretty pickle. I was enraged. I saw the chief of the railway at Avila, but he was a fool, and under the unwonted state of affairs had lost what little head he ever had. So once more our baggage was all piled out of the train, and once more we had to go into camp on the floor of the station, with a terrific din around us. I arose early, and looking up the telegraph clerk and railway chief, I made them both rich by the present to each of 5 escudos. Then I telegraphed Castilla and the Minister of War that I was an Englishman, that I had my family with me, and having important business in Madrid I must not be detained in Avila. I demanded that he should at once direct the military officials to send me on to Madrid by special train. I also sent a telegram to Hernandez, president of the road in Paris, offering 5,000 francs for a special train. Another urgent message was sent to the superintendent in Madrid repeating the offer for a special train, the same sum to himself if he expedited the train. I also authorized him to spend a similar amount, if necessary, in bribing the military authorities. At 11 o'clock I had a long telegram from him saying a train would be made up at Avila. But an hour having passed away, I sent him a message to order up an engine and 1 car from Madrid. Another message arrived at 12 o'clock, and down came an engine and car. Our baggage was hustled into the 3 front compartments. I put Nun and the Portuguese party in one and my wife, and I occupied the rear compartment. Thank heaven! Once more alone together. The soldiers and inhabitants flocked around, and we were the observed of all observers. The local railway chief was more than anxious to see us off, as I added another 5 to the 5 escudos already given. Just then the telegraph operator flew out with an order for our train to await the arrival of the train from Madrid. I stormed. I kept the wire hot with messages of protest to officials. 2 messages came from Madrid saying the delay was but temporary. So there I sat in that musty compartment, my wife by my side, and with a heart full of bitterness, for I saw the precious hours slipping away, and with them my chance of taking the Sunday morning train so as to catch the Cadiz steamer. To miss it, I thought, meant ruin. Hour after hour passed by, and there we sat. My secret cause of unrest had to be kept locked in my breast, while my young wife, all unsuspecting, was merry and happy, chanting little snatches of song and telling me 100 times she was the happiest of women. She did not care for revolutions, nor for delays. Was she not with me? The sun began to go down the sky, and the shadows fell. Still we sat on, expecting every moment an order to proceed. The suspense was terrible. At last about 6 o'clock an order came to have everything ready to pull out for Madrid at 7, so very reluctantly we dismounted to take supper in the station, and once more got into the car. But no order came. The hours dragged on, and I saw fate closing her hand on me. The night wore on, when suddenly, toward midnight, the operator rushed out of his office and, shouting to the engineer, flew up to our compartment, said goodbye, and in a minute we were off. After that long and terrible day, it was happiness to be moving. I had given the engineer a tip, he put on steam, and as we flew over the road hope returned. I felt we were safe. At the rate we were going I should have 2 or 3 hours to spare. We soon were at the Escurial. As fate would have it, we found here an order to run us on a sideline and to keep the track clear for a train going north. For 2 miserable hours we waited and no train. Then I set the wires in motion again, and just as the eastern skies grew gray we started. Soon after midnight I telegraphed to the railway authorities at Madrid to hold the train going south to Cadiz until my arrival, offering $100. An hour for every hour's detention. Madrid is situated on a high sandy plain, storm-swept in winter worse than any plains in northern Europe. We had a wheezy engine. For miles out it broke down, and then I gave up the struggle. At 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon, 9 hours too late for the Cadiz train, we arrived at Madrid, too late to reach Cadiz by a special train. Not too late could the train have been started off as soon as ordered, but in Spain a special train is an unheard of thing. Mine from Avila was an innovation, only possible because there was so much money behind it to all concerned at both ends of the line. No Spaniard was ever known to be in a hurry, and no particle of matter between his chin and his sombrero holds any lurking suspicion that anything born of a woman could be in a hurry or have any reason for any such insanity. Here I was at last in the much-longed-for Madrid, but not on time, and I had nothing to do but to put in execution some new plan. Had I even at that late date resolved to go to New York, I could have returned to France by the eastern route, via Barcelona, and all might have been well. I telegraphed to Lopez and Company, to Cadiz inquiring if they would hold the El Rey Felipe for 20 hours. They replied they were under contract with the government and had to sail on time. So I said goodbye to that plan. On consulting my memorandum I saw there was a French steamer sailing from St. Nazaire on the west coast of France, for Vera Cruz, Mexico, which would touch at Santander on Saturday for mails and passengers, and I resolved to go by her. This, of course, meant retracing our way through the hated Avila to Burgos, and changing there for Santander. Here we saw the last of the Portuguese family with their sick member. They said goodbye with every expression of gratitude, and in truth I was glad to see them off. We were all very tired of them, and they had been a serious expense. That is, might have been serious, but as I paid that expense out of the Bank of England's cash, I naturally could be liberal in the extreme, and gave a salve to my conscience by reflecting what a good-souled, charitable young man I was in looking out for these strangers, and putting my hand freely in my pocket in their behalf. As soon as breakfast was over I hurried to the English embassy, and there securing files of the London papers looked eagerly and nervously through them. To my intense relief I saw there was nothing in them. Therefore, I knew all was serene in London, and that the old lady was without doubt giving out sovereigns by the tens of thousands for us. Very much relieved in mind, I returned to the hotel, and we set out to see Madrid. Chapter 29. I watched the Pyrenees sink in the sea, then sail o'er green Neptune's back. It was 11 o'clock when we started. The streets were thronged, and the throngs moving in one direction. That was to the street lined on both sides with churches, whose doors were flung wide open to the surging masses. We went with the current and entered a famous church, which was crowded with the pious, their souls wrapped in their devotion. Like all European churches, there were no seats, but the audience, closely packed, knelt or stood. We joined the worshippers, but looked around with curious eyes. When the prayers were ended, the street was one living mass of people, all moving toward the outskirts of the town. We went with the tide, and with the tide entered the arena, where a bullfight was on curious transition from church to arena. It was a great sight. I mean that of seeing the people. There were 15,000 present in that amphitheater. It looked just like the old Roman arena, and to us was in all its details intensely interesting. On Monday, we visited the picture galleries and museums, and on Tuesday, we got our baggage down to the depot once more, and, purchasing our tickets, we were off for Santander. I was too anxious to enjoy the scenery. We were a day and a night on the journey, and arriving on Wednesday, I still had before me 3 days of anxiety. Being thoroughly sick of Spain, I longed to be on blue water with our good ship's prow pointed to the Western world. Then I felt I could begin to enjoy life. I had a charming wife, delightful companion, and once up anchor, all my haunting fears would die, and life's pleasures would be mine to the full. But there in Santander the time dragged wearily. To be sure, I had the English papers, but they were nearly a week on the way, and a bad conscience finds many a cause for fear. I was aching to be aboard. Saturday came at last, and going early down to the headland at the harbor's mouth, with my field glass I anxiously scanned the Bay of Biscay to see if I could discern anywhere on the horizon the smoke of the approaching steamer. Lingering there until the dinner hour, I hastened to the hotel. My wife was merry and happy. I was glad to see her so, and found it difficult to conceal my solicitude. Going both together to the headland, we spent most of the afternoon there. Night and then midnight came, and no steamer's lights flashed in the dark waters of the bay. Heartsick and anxious, I went to bed, half resolved to take my wife into my confidence, tell her in some measure the truth, and point out to her the necessity of my taking flight, leaving her to follow at her leisure. It would have been a terrible shock to her, but I began to fear that the truth would come to her ears some time. Early the next morning my servant awoke me, asking me to look out of the window. I ran to it, and looking out, there in the bay, just in front of the hotel, lay a steamer of the largest size and magnificent in her beauty. It was a happy sight for me. None hired a boat for our luggage and a second for me, and then, after a hurried breakfast, we boarded the steamer, none following with the baggage. Among other things, I had a favorite dressing case, and had given the servant strict orders to keep it under his eye, but as soon as he came aboard he inquired in great agitation if I had brought it off with me. Upon my saying no, he was quite overcome, at the same time explaining that he had laid it on top of the baggage in front of the hotel, and someone had stolen it. While he was speaking, a passenger came walking by with the identical case in his hand. None flew at the man and seized both him and the bag, and sure enough he had the thief, but I ordered him to let the man go, and he went away shamefaced enough. He little thought when stealing the bag that the owner was going on the same steamer. At last we were afloat, and now I was all eagerness to hear the steam monkeys start to bring the anchor a peak. It is simply amazing how a bad conscience moldeth goblins swift as frenzy's thought. Even as I stood there I was not at rest, but was impatient and suspicious of every movement from the shore. As the long day dragged slowly on and 4 o'clock came, preparations for getting under way were going rapidly forward. I took my field glasses, stationed myself on the after deck, and anxiously scrutinized every boat leaving the shore. Suddenly a boat started out from the head of the bay, pulled steadily by 8 rowers, and my conscience told me it meant danger, but the boatmen pulled down along the shore, then suddenly stopped, and I could see that they were passing a bottle around, taking a drink. Soon I discovered a heap on the stern, which on closer inspection proved to be nets, and my fears boiled down, showed me they were simply fishermen, and I an ass, and somewhat ashamed of myself. I felt I had really no cause for fear, even had the steamer remained in harbor for a week. Just then, with a mighty throb, the screw gave a turn, and it was music to my ears. Then the waters of the bay were churned into yeasty waves. The city and shores seemed to glide by, and our prow was pointed direct to the blue sea rolling beyond. Soon the joyous billows were toying with our ship, and huge as it was were tossing it as lightly and easily as a child a toy. But, still ill at ease, I walked the deck restless and unhappy. I no longer feared arrest, was confident that never would hand of human justice be laid on me, but I dimly felt that there was a divine justice, which would exact retribution. I felt that if there was mind behind this frame of matter we see, then he who made the natural law and decreed a penalty for every infraction must have made an infallible decree for every violation against the moral law. If so, where could we poor insects go or hide, or how scheme or dodge to escape the divine vengeance? But as I stood on the deck that night and watched the mountains sink into the sea, I felt this all dimly and tried to shake off the feeling. I stood fascinated, with many conflicting emotions sweeping through my mind, sadly watching the receding shores of Spain, and just as the highest mountains were sinking in the sea, my servant appearing at my side informed me that dinner was ready and my wife waiting. Sending him away and turning my face to the land, I strained my eyes through the gathering gloom to discern the distant shore. Then, with a bitter feeling in my heart, I set out for the saloon, but stopped and quoting these lines, "The day of my destiny is over, and the star of my fate hath declined," went below. Soon, under the warming influence of wine, forgetting all my forebodings and looking into my wife's face beaming with love and content, I could not refrain from saying to myself, "I am a fool to doubt that happiness is mine. Am I not fortune's favorite? With love, youth, enthusiasm, health and wealth on my side, what else save happy days and nights and long years filled with content can be mine?" So, shaking off my forebodings, the 18 days of our voyage over green Neptune's back were ideal, and we became objects of envy to all the passengers. Our ship was the Martinique, with French officers and crew, and a fine, manly lot of men they were. The passengers were mostly colonial people returning home to the French colonies in the West Indies. They were nice, refined people, but we were rather reserved and kept to ourselves. One of the passengers had a dozen Spanish fighting cocks, and they afforded us much amusement. There were frequent mains on the afterdeck and sometimes on the dinner table. These were very popular, particularly with the ladies, who were continually asking to have the cocks brought on after dessert. A space would be made in the center of the table and 2 cocks placed on it. How they loved fighting! They certainly enjoyed it far better than the spectators. There were 4 long tables, all crowded, but when the main was started the other tables were deserted and the passengers packed around ours. Our opposite neighbors were 2 Sisters of Charity who were on their way to the city of Mexico to fill a gap that death had made in the ranks of their order there. They were simple, sainted souls and had never known any life other than the religious, and never emerged from the cloister save only to do deeds of mercy in the country town outside. They had been selected by lot to go to Mexico. We were favored to become fast friends of theirs, and I was glad to have them accept such attentions as we could give. It was delightful to meet such simple, unsophisticated people under circumstances when, they being travelers, the rules of the church permitted them to throw off their reserve. To associate with strangers and to live so far as food and drink were concerned like the people they were associated with for the time. My wife and I grew to like them well, and I was never tired of getting their views of men and things. Truly their lives were a thing apart from the world and the ways of men. They told me with a kind of rapture that the average life of one of their order in Mexico was only 5 years, and they thought heaven had been very gracious in selecting them. That they might give their lives to the church, and so become members of the mighty army of martyrs who were honored in heaven by looking upon the face of the Virgin and her Son and serving them. They knew nothing of wines and did not suspect the costliness of those which during the entire voyage they drank at my expense. The dinners were rather formal affairs and occupied an hour and a half. And between the good sisters and us 2, we always finished a bottle of claret and 2 of champagne, and about a like quantity between dinner and bedtime. I don't believe that up to the hour they left the world they ever quite understood why they were so happy and merry on that voyage. We used to visit the steerage forward nearly every day. There was an unmistakable lady so unfortunate as to be a passenger there. She appreciated our visits, and eventually confided the story of her life to my wife, and what a story it was of woman's love and man's perfidy. I had an electric battery which I frequently took into the steerage to astonish the natives. When I first put a silver piece in a basin of water and told them the man taking it out could keep it, what a rush there was. There was one would-be clever clown who was perfectly willing to test the power of the battery, but was so clever he never would take hold of both handles at once. He dodged around for 2 or 3 days greatly pleased with his sharpness, but I determined to have him someday, and have him hard when I got him. So one morning when dancing about as usual, he happened to be barefooted. Apparently by accident, I upset the basin of water over the deck, making it a good conductor, then accepting his offer to try the machine by holding one handle. I dropped the other on the wet deck and gave him the benefit of the whole power of the battery. He let one terrific yell, then stood rooted to the deck speechless for a moment, then gave vent to a series of whoops that would have made the fortune of a Comanche Indian. When freed from the current, the clever fellow made a break for the steerage and never appeared again at any of my electric seances. All those ignorants insisted that my battery was surely El Diablo. After 18 days, we cast anchor in St. Thomas Harbor, and pleasant as our voyage had been, we were glad to see land. We were to stop a day for coaling. Taking the two sisters, we went ashore in one of the many boats surrounding the ship, all manned by scantily robed black fellows. The town, with its hordes of gaudily dressed and noisy blacks, was most interesting. I had hired the boat for the day, so the 3 black fellows accompanied us around the town. Each wore a stovepipe hat. The remainder of their furniture consisted of cotton shirt and trousers. The men were barefooted, of course. My wife was the typical blue-eyed, golden-haired Englishwoman and was the observed of all observers in that black mob. I myself was all in white, from canvas shoes to white umbrella. So, between the two sisters, in their black robes and white bonnets, and our attending boatmen, along with a mob of half-naked black boys that followed, we formed quite a circus and created a commotion in the town. First I took the sisters to the cathedral. Both were grateful and knelt at the altar for a full half-hour while we waited. Then, after visiting several stores to make some small purchases, we went to a circus showing there that week. I bought 10 tickets for my party. Everything they saw in the town was marvelous and strange to them. When we entered the circus tent, the sisters were perplexed and thought it must be a new sort of church. But words would fail to express their amazement when they saw the clown and bespangled horseman enter the ring and the performance begin. They were in a new and hitherto undreamed-of world, and gazed in childlike wonderment on the scene, and, like children, only saw the glitter of the spangles and thought both men and women performers were angels of beauty. Even after the thing was over, the magic and witchery of it all rested on them. Their hearts were deeply stirred, and their thoughts were with the performers. To please them, we sat until the audience had dispersed, and, when going out, one of them, speaking of the performers, told my wife they must be very near to God. Then we went to the hotel. I dispersed my cortege and ordered a room for ourselves and one for the sisters, and we all took a nap until evening. Then we had some Negro singing and dancing for our amusement in the courtyard of the hotel, and at 9 o'clock we went out for a moonlight walk under the tropical sky. About 10 we found we had had enough of it and were glad to betake ourselves to bed. We all breakfasted together in the courtyard the next morning and soon after went aboard. At noon up came the anchor, and we were off for Havana, our next stopping place, 24 hours sail away. The steamer, after 1 day's detention to take in cargo, would continue her voyage to Vera Cruz. It was my intention to go on to that port, and from there across the country to the capital, the city of Mexico. There was no cable to Mexico in 1873, and things there were in rather a primitive condition. Of course, I never anticipated pursuit beyond New York, and took it for granted that my friends at police headquarters would squelch it there. But once in Mexico, there would have been no danger for me. To be in Mexico was like being in the center of darkest Africa. There was no extradition treaty, no railroads, and no telegraph. Above all, I had plenty of cash. I intended to buy an estate near the capital and settle down for 2 or 3 years, and by a liberal expenditure of money secure the friendship of the government officials and the chief people of the country. Official and social morals being not of the best, if my history transpired, I would probably become the lion of society, as they would all esteem it a creditable thing to any man to secure a few millions from the English, whose enormous wealth is the plunder of India and all the world for centuries. The next morning I found we were sailing along the Cuban coast, quite near the land, which looked so inviting that I made up my mind to go ashore and stay a month in Havana, so I had my baggage got on deck. Soon after dinner, the engines were stopped for some hours for repacking, the captain informing me that it was doubtful whether we should arrive in Havana in time to go ashore that night. At 6 o'clock, the sunset gun is fired, the custom house closes, and no more debarkations are allowed that day. If I went ashore the next day, I must be up and off at an early hour, as the ship sailed at 7:30, so I told the captain if he arrived before 6 o'clock, I would go ashore and wait for the next steamer. But if we were late, I would go on to Vera Cruz with him. Once having made up my mind to go ashore, I was all eagerness to push matters. To do so, I even asked the captain to tell the engineer to force the engines a little if possible. It was well on to 6 o'clock when we steamed past Morro Castle and dropped anchor in the harbor. I engaged 2 of the boats alongside. Our baggage was hurried into them. My wife went down the ladder, and speaking some hurried farewells, I ran down after her and sprang lightly into the boat. That instant the sunset gun was fired. 2 minutes later, and the custom house officers on board would have forbidden my leaving the steamer. I say 2 minutes, but it was less than half a minute. Half a minute. 30 seconds changed my destiny. Chapter 30. Happiness and I shake hands for a time. Cuba. What a productive and fertile island it is, with its charming climate and lovely scenery. But, as in so many of the green spots of this world, man has blasted and spoiled all that indulgent nature has lavished here. From the days of Columbus, the story of Cuba has been one of wholesale murder of natives, of revolutions, later of insurrections, and deadly civil strife, which have ruined whole provinces once covered with large sugar, coffee, and tobacco plantations. Slavery now, as in all her past Christian history, is everywhere. Previous to 1861, 40,000 slaves were yearly imported in slave ships into the harbor of Havana. Perhaps all men are cruel when they are absolute masters of the lives and fortunes of their fellows and amenable to none for their acts. Certainly the white Cubans, as a rule, are cruel masters in all their dealings with their slaves. Probably today, certainly in 1873, most of the large plantations witness scenes of cruelty never surpassed in the long annals of human servitude. During my stay, I was invited to visit many plantations, but visits to 2 were enough for me, there being too many signs on the surface of the brutality that lay beneath. I could easily give cases that I saw or heard of, but refrain from doing so here. One day's stay in Cuba convinced us we could spend a month very happily on the island, and, discovering that Don Fernando, the proprietor of the hotel, had a furnished house in a lovely situation to let, we resolved to remain, renting the house for a month at a fixed rate per day. This rate included the 10 servant slaves in the house, he to furnish good horses and everything except wine. The service proved good, and the cooking exquisite. This was rather expensive, but certainly a handy kind of housekeeping, taking all worry and household cares from my wife's shoulders. There were a large number of American visitors on the island, lovers of and seekers after sunshine and warmth, which they found in abundance while swinging in hammocks under the palm or coconut trees, or in strolling along the white strand, with its innumerable sunny coves, while the winter storms and blizzards were raging in the northern states. Here we formed many pleasant acquaintances, and, throwing off much of the reserve maintained during the voyage, we mingled freely in the nice, but gossipy society which winters there. Our house was on a lovely slope in full view of the Gulf of Mexico, and in the midst of what was more like a tropical plantation than a garden. I made the acquaintance of Gen. Torbert, our consul, and was introduced by him to the Spanish officials, including the colonel of police. I assiduously cultivated the acquaintance of the latter, and frequently had him out to the house to dinner and lunch, and felt pretty confident that if any telegrams came about me, he would certainly bring them to me at once for an explanation. Even if my presence became known, and telegraphic orders for my arrest should arrive, no speedy action would be taken and ample time given me to escape. In all the assemblies, picnics, and balls I was gratified to find my wife very much sought after and admired. It was well she had a few happy days, enough misery lay not far ahead. In the meantime I had no word from my friends in London. In fact, they did not know where I was. When I bade them goodbye at Calais, they told me not to inform them of my destination until I had got there, and then to do so through some relative. Every day I watched the New York papers to see if there had been any explosion in London, but the silence of the press told me my friends were having an amazing success, and we might expect 2 or 3 months more to elapse before there would be any discovery. We had been some weeks in Havana. It was well into the month of February when one day, being in my hammock on the veranda, with my wife sitting near me, my servant rode up with the papers, and, handing me the New York Herald, I leisurely opened it while chatting with my wife, but could not suppress an exclamation when my eyes fell upon an Associated Press dispatch from London in staring headlines. They read, "Amazing fraud upon the Bank of England. Asterisk, 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 millions lost. Asterisk, 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 great excitement in London. Asterisk, 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 £5,000 reward for the arrest of the American perpetrator, F. A. Warren. London, February 14, 1873. An amazing fraud has been perpetrated upon the Bank of England by a young American who gave the name of Frederick Albert Warren. The loss of the bank is reported to be from 3 to 10 millions, and it is rumored that many London banks have been victimized to enormous amounts. The greatest excitement prevails in the city, and the forgery, for such it is the one topic of conversation on the exchange and in the street. The police are completely at fault, although a young man named Noyes, who was Warren's clerk, has been arrested, but it is believed that he is a dupe. The bank has offered a reward of £5,000 for information leading to the arrest of Warren or any Confederate. I took a long walk on the beach to think over the situation. I was alarmed over the arrest of Noyes, which I knew ought not to have occurred if the proper precautions had been taken, but I concluded that at the worst his arrest only meant for him a brief incarceration. I knew that no human power and no fear could ever make him betray us. Two things never entered my calculations at all. That is, that my right name would ever transpire, or that George and Mac would ever, by any possibility, be brought into question for the fraud. So I came back from my walk with my plans outlined. It was to remain quietly where we were for a fortnight longer, then take the steamer to Vera Cruz, go to the city of Mexico, and there buy an estate, as I had originally proposed. Then, after a few months, leave my wife there and travel incognito through northern Mexico and Texas, meet Mac and George, and afterward return to Mexico. Not a soul in all Europe knew I was in Cuba, and so long as my name did not transpire I was as safe in Cuba as if in the desert. Consequently, I determined to go on in the same way since our landing. In the meanwhile I would watch the papers, and if any signs of danger appeared I could take instant measures for my safety. As the days passed, the cable dispatches appearing in the papers increased in volume, and the papers everywhere had editorials, which, as a rule, were humorous or sarcastic, poking fun at the Britishers in general and the old lady of Threadneedle Street in particular. Then the comic papers took it up, and from week to week published cartoons intended to be funny. One of the funniest of these came out in one of the New York comics, which appeared after the mail arrived from London with the particulars of the simplicity of the bank officials in their dealings with the mysterious F. A. Warren. This full-page cartoon represented a young dude, seated on a mule, riding down a steep declivity. At the bottom the devil stood, holding in the fingers of his extended hands a quantity of £1,000 banknotes tempting Warren, and John Bull stood behind the mule, belaboring it with an umbrella and driving Warren down to the devil. I tried to keep the papers from my wife, but one day she came home from a visit with a flushed face and eager to talk, and began telling me about some daring countryman of mine, who had the audacity to rob the Bank of England, and who ought to have a whipping. On several occasions Americans there asked my opinion as to who the party could be. I always told them he was some clever young scamp, with plenty of money of his own, who did it for the excitement of the thing and from a wish to take a rise out of John Bull. The next French steamer for Mexico was advertised to land at Havana for passengers and mails for Vera Cruz in a few days, and I determined to sail by her. Soon after my arrival, I had formed the acquaintance of a wealthy young countryman of mine from Savannah by the name of Gray. We soon became fast friends, and I had him out to dinner nearly every day. He had a warm friend in Señor Andres, a rich young Cuban planter, and had accepted an invitation to visit his coffee plantation in the Isle of Pines, the largest of all that immense body of islets and keys of the south coast of Cuba in the Caribbean Sea, one of the loveliest tropical isles imaginable, and Gray insisted upon my making one of the party. It was proposed to spend a week on the island, and to take 3 days in going and coming. But if I went then I would be unable to sail on the steamer of the 25th, and would have to wait another week. One day Gray brought Señor Andres to dinner, along with a common friend, a Señor Alvarez. All three joined in imploring me to make one of the party, promising sport as novel as good, said the wild boars were plentiful, that we would have 2 days shark fishing, turning turtles and hunting their eggs, and could vary it by a slave hunt. The jungle and some of the smaller islands being full of runaways, and as they were by law wild beasts, we might be lucky enough to shoot a few of them not capture, as the planters knew that a runaway slave who had tasted the joys of freedom if caught was useless as a slave. So, as a matter of sport, as well as a warning to other slaves, they organized yearly hunts to bag a score or two. But so great is the depravity of the human heart that these wretches, in their desperate wickedness, objected to being shot, and at times were guilty of the enormity of shooting back again. History records how, on certain occasions, they did so with such good effect that the hunted became hunters, but these were rare events. After long urging I consented. At the time there were only 2 short railways in all Cuba. We were to cross the island to the south coast, and there embark for the Isle of Pines in a boat owned by our host, which would be in waiting. The railway would take us to the little hamlet of San Felipe, some 40 miles south, and there we were to take horses to the seaport town of Cagio. We were to start on Saturday, 2 days ahead. My wife did not relish my going, and I disliked it more than she did, but for totally different reasons. Mine were that, as a matter of prudence, I ought to recall my consent and remain in Havana until steamer day, and then sail without fail to Mexico. But fearing the ridicule of my friends, I went, persuading myself that there could be no danger, and that everything in London was buried in so dense a fog bank that the detectives would struggle in vain to find a way out of it or any clue to our identity. Had I known of the clever work of the Pinkerton brothers in London and the discoveries in Paris, I should have been ill at ease, but had I known that Captain John Curtin, then a member of the Pinkerton staff in New York, but now 1895, of San Francisco, had with perfectly marvelous intuition and rare detective skill let daylight into the whole plot, and had reported to his chief that whenever F.A. Warren was discovered he would prove to be Austin Bidwell. I say if I had known this, instead of going off on a 10 days pleasure jaunt into an isolated corner of the world, I should have taken instant flight, leaving Cuba. Not by the usual modes of departure, but by sailing boat and alone, for one of the Mexican ports. Captain Curtin had been detailed to work on the New York end of the case, to look for clues. It seemed a hopeless task. He is a warm friend of mine now, after 20 years, and has long forgiven me for the bullet I lodged in him in 1873. A few years after arresting me in the West Indies, he went to San Francisco and started a private inquiry office of his own at 328 Montgomery Street. When, after 20 years' incarceration, I arrived there one lovely May in 1892, he was waiting for me at the ferry, and gave me warm greetings and as hearty congratulations, too, as any man could give another. Then introduced me to his friends everywhere, and, in fact, from the hour of my arrival until my departure, 3 months afterward, was never tired of doing me a service and forwarding my business, so that by his kind offices I made a great success out of what, by reason of the great financial depression, might otherwise have proved a failure. But as Captain Curtin, after effecting my arrest, having recovered from his wound, was one of the 4 who took me to England, I will wait until a later chapter to tell how it was he discovered my name and located me in Cuba. On Saturday morning our party of 4, accompanied by a following of black fellows and half a dozen dogs, set out by train. Before reaching San Felipe, our bones had a shaking. The roadbed was execrable, the trucks of the cars were without springs, and to me it seemed as if we must leave the rails at any moment. In Havana, we regarded Don Andres as a good fellow, but upon our arrival at San Felipe, he had grown into a man of importance. When we came to Cagio, he had grown into a person of distinction, and at the island, he had swollen into a local Caesar. At San Felipe, a mere hamlet, horses were waiting for us and mules for the baggage, but before setting out we went to a nearby hacienda and sat down to what was simply the best lunch of which I ever partook. The town was chiefly remarkable for the number of its fighting cocks. At the hacienda there were dozens, each in its separate compartment regarded the same as horses and game dogs are in England and America, and half the black boys we met were carrying game birds. At last, starting for Cagio, the road soon degenerated into a mere track, which led through some barren hills with scanty growths of a species of oak without underbrush, and here and there a sprinkling of cacti. And in the lower reaches between the hills grew dense green walls of Spanish bayonet. We were crossing Cuba at its narrowest part, and from San Felipe to Cagio was only some 30 miles. After 15 miles we came into the fertile coast belt and passed a number of deserted sugar plantations where tropic vegetation was trying to cover up the work of ruin wrought by man. Residences and sugar houses destroyed by fire were very much in evidence. To my surprise, I learned that bodies of insurgents who then held and had held for 6 years nearly the entire eastern province of Santiago de Cuba and Puerto Príncipe, and part of the extreme western province of Pinar del Rio had, only a few weeks before, landed by night at the port La Playa de Batabano, 15 miles away, and with the cry of "Free Cuba and death to the Spaniard," had blotted out the town and then marched into the heart of the country, burning houses, killing the whites and calling upon the slaves to join them in freeing Cuba. Many did, and terrible were their excesses, and terribly did they pay for these. The Spanish soldiers and loyal Cuban volunteers closed in upon them, and at the little hamlet of San Marcos, where we halted and examined the two evident signs of the battle and massacre that followed, they made their last stand, but were no match for their well-armed and disciplined foes. After a desperate struggle they were overpowered, and every surviving soul was butchered by the infuriated soldiers. It was better so. Had they been spared it would have only been for the moment, for by official decree of the Captain General of Cuba, endorsed by the Madrid government, every inhabitant within the insurrectionary line, without regard to age or sex, was doomed to death without form of trial. At San Marcos, we made a halt to view the scene of the fight and examined the heaps of ashes where the fires were kindled which consumed the bodies of the slain. 2 or 3 were my countrymen. At the time it was quite the thing for venturesome Americans to go and join the rebels and help the fight for Cuba Libre. For some years, every few days notices would appear in the press about some Americans having been shot for joining or attempting to join the rebels. This went on until the affair of the steamer Virginis, when her crew and passengers, to the number of 150, were shot, the steamer having been captured close to the shore and about to land men and guns. Then our government awoke and forbade Spanish officials to shoot Americans without trial. As I stood there curiously examining the marks of the conflict or examining some part of an unconsumed bone, I little thought that in a very few days I myself would be a fugitive, creeping through jungles and over tropic plains, seeking to join the comrades of the men on whose ashes I was then treading to aid their fight for free Cuba. Perhaps my subsequent fate made me ponder over my happy life in Cuba and compare the horrible misery of my prison life, with its hardships and degrading detail, with the brightness of those days when love, obedience, wealth, and luxury were mine. But in those long years, when in their gloom and depression I was fighting to keep off insanity by ignoring the dreadful present and dwelling on the past, no incident of all my life on the island haunted me more than this at San Marcos. Every detail was photographed on my brain, and as I recalled that blackened spot strewn with ashes soddened by tropical rains, soon to be all the greener for the fertilizing tragedy, many 1,000 times I said, "Would to God my ashes were mingled with the dead there." Soon after leaving San Marcos, striking into the jungle, the road became so narrow that we had to go single file. I found the silence of the tropical forest impressive and think it had its effect on us all. Even the Negroes and dogs moved on, making no sound. Although novel scenes, yet I was glad when 5 o'clock came and we emerged from the jungle onto the coast road. It was sandy, but well-traveled. Another mile, and we were in Cagio, and the Caribbean, blue and lovely as a dream, lay spread before us, with hundreds of palm-crowned islets and coral bays, all with sandy beaches of dazzling whiteness. Senor Andres had a house here, and as they had notice of our coming, everything was prepared for our reception. Entering the house, we were served with black coffee and thin rice cakes fried. Gray and I wanted a swim before supper in the waters, which looked very tempting, but it would have been a breach of etiquette to indulge then, and, by the way, there is a strange repugnance to water inherent in the Spanish nature, there being no bathhouses in Spain. They say, and I believe it. Gray and I, during the next few days, were in and out of the water at all hours, but could never persuade anyone else to try the experiment of a swim in the warm water of the Caribbean. At the house, or when out in boats, we frequently invited some of the company to join us in a plunge, but none ever accepted the invitation. We are told on good authority that our virtues depend on the interpretation of the times, and one might add on the interpretation of our nation. The Anglo-Saxon loves soap and water and plenty of it. The Spaniard does not. But this contrast may mean nothing in our favor. There may be a reason for it, racial probably, but possibly climatic. Supper came, and it was a treat. Gray and I noted that in suitability of material to the purpose intended, and in cookery, it excelled anything in our experience. Café Riche and Tortoni's were not in it. We were curious to see the cook. She was ordered in for our inspection, a sober, sad-faced negress, angular, bony, and, strangely enough, knew only a few words of Spanish, her language being some African dialect, Africa being her natal place, as it, indeed, was of most of the slaves. What views of life, what views of the Christian world most of these slaves must have. Torn from their homes, leaving their slaughtered family on the ashes of their homes, and carried off to toil and wear out the only life nature will ever give them for what? To toil amid hunger and abuse too foul to name in order that the Christian robber may have gold to gratify his desire. She was evidently alarmed over the summons. It might mean anything. She was unused to the coin of compliment, but we gave it freely, however, and the next morning each of us did better, and when departing placed a sovereign in her hand and made Senor Andres promise to be good to her. Our host grew his own tobacco and made his own cigars. These were famous even in Havana, and Gray and I enjoyed them that evening. A number of grass-woven hammocks were swung under a roof in front of the house. It was delightful lying there watching the phosphorescent waves rippling or breaking on the beach under the light of a full moon and listening to the chatter or the songs of the black fellows who swarmed around while smoking cigars worth the smoking. The Negro children, shrill-voiced and loud, were very much in evidence. The air was delightful, and following the custom of the country, we slept in the hammocks without undressing. The next morning, under a sunrise sky, which in its glowing colors looked like the New Jerusalem, Gray and I made a break for the glorious water that rippled on the beach. What a swim we had! We were the only humans visible. All other unfeathered bipeds were asleep, and we varied our bath by wandering around the beach in a state of nature, viewing things generally, but a turtle pond held us fascinated. Stakes had been driven down enclosing a space, and upward of 20 great turtles were prisoners, waiting apparently with the greatest of patience to be devoured, that being, so far as I can see, the ultimate destination of all life, that huge procession to the stomach. The rocks tell us that it began a good while ago, and it has kept up with crowded ranks ever since. When the missionary landing in Fiji anxiously inquired of the boss cannibal gentleman where his predecessor might be sojourning, he was promptly informed that he had gone into the interior. To go into the interior is the decree fate writes in her Book of Doom, and copies on the birth certificate of all the breathers of the world. Chapter 31. The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. I was very fortunate in my servant Nun, he being devoted to me, a resolute fellow as well and thoroughly trustworthy. He felt very badly over my leaving him behind in Havana. Nor would I have done so under ordinary circumstances. The day before leaving on the trip, taking him aside, but not wishing to actually disclose anything, I talked in a very impressive, grave way, instructing him to leave Havana secretly after telling his mistress that I had ordered him to go to Matanzas, a city 40 miles east by rail. He was to bring all the New York papers, meet me at Cagio, and not let a soul know his destination, but be there awaiting my arrival from the Isle of Pines the following Sunday week. If in the meantime anything unusual, no matter what happened, then he was instantly to depart for Cagio, there hire a boat and crew and come after me, not to mind expense and not to lose a moment's time. None was one of those wise men who know how to obey orders without self-questionings as to the whys and wherefores. I had secured gun licenses from the authorities and, giving them to None, ordered him to bring a breech-loader and a brace of revolvers with him. During my stay in the Isle of Pines, I would be out of reach of the outside world. If on meeting None I found from the papers he brought that there was any sign of danger, I would not return to Havana, but would secure a boat, provision it, set sail alone for some port in Central America, and send my servant back after my wife. At 10 o'clock our party set out in an open-decked cargo boat from Cagio for San Jose, 70 miles across the water and on the west coast of the island. San Jose was one of the half-dozen plantations belonging to our host, the chief product being coffee, and on this one there were 130 slaves. We had a motley cargo. 20 black fellows, dogs, turtles, fighting cocks, 2 trained pigs, a good-sized snake that answered to the name of Jacko and had the run of the ship. Ship, men, women, and young darkies, trained pigs, and everything except we 3 guests were the absolute property of our host. We were passing through the gate of the Gulf of Matamano. The bottom was so white and the water so clear that we could see distinctly all the wondrous marine life beneath. Ashore in the thick forests all seemed to be dead, but here in the water and beneath the surface all was teeming with life. Flocks of seafowl were in the air or whitened the rocks which everywhere rose above the waters, and innumerable little islets rested like lovely pictures in the blue setting of the sea. At one of the loveliest, called Cayo Statana, with a wide fringe of white beach, we landed, that is, our boat ran toward it until the keel stuck in the sand, when a dozen black fellows sprang over into the water, and, taking us white trash on their shoulders, carried us ashore. Once there we set out to find turtle eggs, and soon found heaps of sand which, when scraped away, revealed the eggs in dozens. We took away about a bushel, but they had a rancid flavor, so gray, and I backed out of our promise to eat them, as did Señors Andres and Mondego. The man in charge of the boat was a skillful sailor, and, having a fine breeze, we rushed through the water at a great rate. At last, after a day of novel enjoyment, just as the short twilight of the tropics was fading out, we ran alongside of the little pier of San Jose and were welcomed with loud shouts and gunshots from about 100 gaudily attired slaves, who were excited and seemingly glad over the return of their master, this being Sunday and a holiday. Did any of my readers ever think what the rest of Sunday is to the toilers of the earth? If Christ left no other legacy to the Christian world but that happy day of rest, then must we still bless and praise him as the mighty benefactor of the world, the savior and glorious hero of the working man. For 19 years I toiled, exposed to every storm that blew, and was sustained through all the 6 days' misery by the blessed knowledge that Sunday, with its rest, was never far off. And when the Sunday morning dawned and the happy consciousness filled my mind that for one day at least I was free from toil, my heart filled with gratitude to the Galilean carpenter, who, by his gracious deeds and genius, had so impressed the hearts of men that for his sake they had taken the 7th day of the Hebrew and bequeathed it as a day of rest to all the toiling generations of the sons of men. The Roman Empire, which overshadowed the world and held the nations in subjection, knew no day of rest, and today the toiling millions of China never wake to say, "This is a day of rest on which I can turn my thoughts to other things than toil." I must not here enter into details of that week of rare sport and keen enjoyment in the Isle of Pines. We went shark fishing by day and tipping turtles in the moonlight by night, when they came ashore to deposit their eggs in the sand. One never-ending source of enjoyment to the Cubans was the battles of the fighting cocks. I got over some of my repugnance to the sport and enjoyed it almost as well as the cocks themselves. How soon one learns to do in Rome as do the Romans. The week had come to an end, and, although importuned by my host to delay my departure, my anxiety as to the state of affairs in the outside world was too great to postpone my return to the mainland. So, after a rousing send-off from everyone on the plantation, I departed. Just as the sun was flinging its dyes over the clouds and waters, 1 week from the Sunday of my arrival at San Jose, I was sailing into the little bay of Cagio. Gray was to remain another week, and I was returning in a small sloop manned by 2 of Senor Andres' men. I found none waiting for me on the beach. He handed me a letter from my wife and said everything was well at home. Opening the letter, I found an earnest appeal to return at once. Going to the hacienda nearby, I took the bundle of New York and London papers none had brought. I went to my room, and, opening the Herald, I was amazed to see the storm over the Bank of England business and the great desire to discover the mysterious Warren. I felt that the time had come when it would no longer be prudent for me to live under my right name. It was an easy matter to invent a name and live under it, and I determined to do so, for a time at least, until after I saw how matters developed. But I could not do this in Havana, for in case of using an alias, it would be necessary to take my wife into my confidence. She was sure to discover the matter sooner or later, and it was better for her to learn the miserable truth from my own lips than to leave the discovery to come to her through the public press. In Mexico, I should really have nothing to fear, even if it was known I was there. So, after some cogitation, I determined to return to Havana, say goodbye to all our friends, and embark as soon as possible for Vera Cruz. I was impatient to set off at once, but it was both dangerous and difficult work to go through the jungle by night, so telling none to be ready to start at sunrise, I went to bed. At dawn we set out and did not halt until we reached San Marcos, with its gloomy memorial of human savagery. After an hour's halt we set out and arrived at San Felipe in time to catch the train to Havana. On arriving there at dusk, I sent my servant to inform his mistress of my safe arrival while I called on Don Fernando at the hotel. His frank and hearty reception told me at once that he had heard nothing, and he knows pretty well everything going on in the town. From the hotel I drove to the police barracks and called on the colonel of police, with the same result, which satisfied me beyond all doubt that however the storm blew in London or New York, there was not a single cloud on the horizon in Havana. But it was soon to blow a hurricane. I had a very happy meeting with my wife, and found her the picture of health and happiness. As I looked in her face, beaming with confidence and faith, I realized how hard it would be to tell her the terrible truth, and what a shock it would be to her when she discovered the husband she believed the soul of honor stood in danger of a prison. Yet I was tolerably certain she would forgive me upon my promise never to do wrong again. She had sent out invitations to dinner for Thursday to 20 friends. There was then a steamer in the harbor advertised to sail in 2 days for Mexico, and I had thought of going by her. Had we, this book would never have been written. As invitations were out for Thursday, I concluded to wait for Saturday's steamer, but determined to sail on that day without fail. Under our system of housekeeping, a dinner party was a simple thing. We merely had to notify our landlord how many guests we expected, and the thing was done, so far as we were concerned. Don Fernando would send his hotel steward down to the house with reinforcements of cooks and waiters, and my wife had simply to usher the guests into the dining room and out again. Don Fernando's supernumeraries did the rest. On the day of our dinner, I was strongly tempted to give some hint to my wife that I was in some way entangled in a web, but as she was so happy I could not do it, but resolved to wait until we were settled in Mexico, and then to tell her a little. But not all the truth. My wife, all unconscious of the frightful calamity impending, entered upon the last half-day of happiness she was to know for many long years. The same statement would be true of myself. As the guests were arriving, I was in a happy vein, and in the same happy frame of mind sat down to dinner. 20 happy mortals, but not one divined the termination of that dinner party, least of all the proud and happy hostess. It was a great success, and at 8 o'clock was drawing to a close. The long windows were open, while the warm breeze from the nearby gulf was pouring through the room. The clock had just chimed the quarter when there came a sudden rush of feet over the veranda and through the hall. All eyes were fixed on the open door leading to the hall, when an eager, resolute-faced man, evidently an American, stepped with a firm pace into the room, followed by a dozen civilians and soldiers. With a quick glance over the company, his eyes rested on me, and coming direct to my chair, while my guests gazed in amazement, he bowed and said in a low voice, "Mr. Bidwell, I am sorry to disturb your dinner party or to annoy you in any way, but I am forced to tell you I have a warrant in my pocket for your arrest upon a charge of forgery upon the Bank of England. The warrant is signed by the Captain General of Cuba. Everything is in due form, and you are my prisoner. I am William Pinkerton." Every man who enters the arena and joins in the struggle of life has more or fewer takedowns in his history. But my wish is that between this hour and my last I may have no more takedowns so near the freezing point as this was. I shall never forget the look on my wife's face. First she gazed at the intruders with indignation, then turned to me with a look of eager expectation, as much as to say, "Wait till my husband raises his arm and you will all go down." But instead of seeing me rise, indignant and angry, driving the intruders out, she saw me talking quite calmly to Curtin. Then her face grew deadly white. None of the guests heard Pinkerton's words, but, as will be easily imagined, there was a painful silence, which I broke by standing up and saying that there was some unhappy mistake, that I was arrested upon the charge of furnishing arms to the insurrectionists in the eastern provinces. I requested my friends to withdraw at once, and everything would be explained on the morrow. There were 5 soldiers present, Mr. Crawford, the English Consul General, Pinkerton, and Captain John Curtin, my servant nun being in custody of the latter. It was a strange and unhappy scene, and everyone felt extremely awkward and ill at ease, especially the writer. In the rear of the dining room was a large sitting room, where I kept my valuables in trunks and did my writing. I turned to Mr. P. and said, "Will you come in the other room?" "Certainly," he replied, without the slightest hesitation. The room was brilliantly lighted. Motioning him to a seat, I said, "Will you have a glass of wine?" "Yes, but I never drink anything but Cliquot," replied Mr. Pinkerton, pleasantly. A servant brought in a bottle and glasses, and I turned the conversation upon the subject of money. The captain, being a stranger to me, guided by former experience with Irving and Company, I fancied he might be bribed. Sometimes the police are susceptible to this form of temptation, and I was at bay and desperate. I intended to offer him a fortune for a bribe. If he refused to take it, I resolved to shoot him and dash out of the window, for at my elbow was an open drawer, with a loaded revolver ready at my hand. I said, "You know the power and value of money?" "Yes, and I need and want plenty of it." Pointing to a trunk, I said, "I have a fortune there. Sit where you are 10 minutes, give no alarm, and I will give you $50,000. Then a scene ensued that if put upon the stage would be deemed far-fetched, if not incredible. When I said this, the captain never moved a muscle, but looked at me seriously, earnestly, then dropped his eyes to the bottle. As he did so, I placed my hand on the revolver. He took the bottle up, filled his glass, and, looking steadily at me, drank it off, and, replacing the glass on the stand, coolly remarked, "Why, sir, that is $5,000 a minute." "Yes, and good pay too," I said. "But I won't have it," he interjected, and sprang to his feet as he saw me make a movement, but I was too quick for him. I fired point blank, and down he went as if felled by lightning. I rushed to the window, when the Venetians were torn violently down, and one of Curtin's subordinates, revolver in hand, sprang from the outer darkness through the window into the room, and the others came with the soldiers. My wife, too, white-faced, rushed in from the dining room. A lively struggle followed, in which Curtin, having risen from the floor, joined. The struggle was soon over, leaving me a prisoner under close guard. My bullet had struck the captain, breaking a rib and glancing off, But he was game, and when we shortly after departed for the city, he rode with me in the same carriage. I tried to soothe my wife's fears, but it was attempting the impossible, so we drove away to the city in 3 carriages, Mr. P. assuring my wife that I would sleep at the hotel. By the time we arrived, the news had spread among the American colony, and as the hotel was a sort of American club, delegations of my acquaintances speedily arrived. All were loud in the denunciation of the outrage. Of course, they saw things on the surface only. Soon our Consul General Torbet arrived and assured me he would see that I should be treated with every consideration until such time as the unfortunate mistake was corrected. That night I slept at the hotel with Curtin and his 2 companions for roommates. Mr. P. took his wound and close call very good-naturedly and said he did not blame me at all, but felt taken down to think I had got the drop on him. Early the next morning my friend, the chief of police, Colonel Moreno de Vascos, called on me, indignant and angry that I should suffer such discourtesy. He was particularly indignant over the insult to himself in not being consulted, so that he could have sent me a note to call on him and explain. Then he turned to Pinkerton and told him to liberate me, as he would be responsible for me whenever wanted. But the captain knew what he was about, and knew his business too well and the backing he had to pay any attention to Colonel Vascos. I claimed the protection of our consul, but Torbet regretfully told me that on account of the orders Pinkerton bore from the State Department at Washington, he was forced to consent to my detention. But he would not permit me to be kept in the ordinary prison. So about 12 o'clock next day, I was transferred to the police barracks and put into the lieutenant of police's room and a guard of soldiers placed over me. The New York Herald of the next day contained the following editorial: New York Herald, February 26, 1873. Cuban Affairs. Bidwells' imprisonment. The special telegraphic advices which we publish today in reference to the arrest and imprisonment at Havana of Bidwell, one of the parties accused of the recent forgeries on the Bank of England, are very interesting, touching the jurisdiction of the island authorities in this matter. It appears that Bidwell was arrested at the request of the British government on the supposition that he was a British subject, but it is represented that he is a citizen of the United States of America, and that his arrest in Cuba is not justified by any extradition treaty with England, nor by any authority, except that of the Captain General, whose will over the island is the supreme law. If it can be established that Bidwell is a citizen of the United States, his case certainly calls for the intervention of the Secretary of State. The prisoner, it seems, desires a transfer to New York, which is perfectly natural, but we suspect that the international difficulties suggested touching his detention in Cuba will not materially improve his chances of escape. Such proceedings could be carried out in no other country than Cuba, where the Captain General does not always act in accordance with law. Distinguished lawyers and judges of that city, in conversation with the Herald correspondent, denounced the act as being utterly illegal and without precedent. Cable dispatched to the London Times, March 3, 1873. Havana, Cuba, March 2, 1873. Great efforts are being made by the lawyers and prominent citizens here to obtain the release of Bidwell, supposed to be Warren. Tomorrow the American consul will demand his release on the ground that he is an American citizen. The British Consul General, E.H. Crawford, is doing everything in his power to counteract these efforts. There is great excitement here over Bidwell's arrest, and the popular sympathy is with him. By cable from Havana to New York Herald, March 31, 1873. Bidwell, the alleged Bank of England forger, whose arrest caused so much excitement here, escaped by jumping from the second-story balcony of the police barracks late last night in the presence of his guards. He was partly dressed at the time. Bidwell and his wife are greatly liked here, and no doubt his Havana friends, seeing the impossibility of counteracting by legal means the efforts of the British consul to secure his extradition, planned the affair. It is the general opinion that John Bull has seen the last of Bidwell, there being dozens of planters in the district ready and willing to shelter him, which they can do effectually. Chapter 32. Nightly in my dungeon the magician memory would unroll that scene. So at last justice had laid hold of me, but I thought it a very shaky hold, so much so that I was confident that I could break away from her, so that she could never weigh me in her balance. I will not enter into the details of events in Havana for the next few days. Briefly told, I was nominally a prisoner, actually so, as regards leaving the barracks. The commander, Colonel Vasquez, was a warm friend and, living in the barrack, he wanted me to dine at his table, but as I was already planning an escape, I deemed it best not to accept. My wife spent many hours with me daily. All my meals were brought from the hotel. None was kept a prisoner for 2 days, then liberated. I took him into my confidence, telling him I was going to escape, and directed him to make all outside arrangements for that event, and he was greatly rejoiced when I told him he should accompany me in my flight. Pinkerton was awake to the danger of losing his man, and had lodged a written protest with the English and American consuls against my being confined in the police barracks. The only result was that Colonel Vasquez issued an order to keep him and his men out of the barracks. I had a great many visitors, including officers of the Army and Navy, and all were loud in protestation and indignant at my arrest. None seemed to care whether I was guilty or not, but all demanded my liberation, as there was no extradition treaty and no law to surrender me. Even my lawyer, the most influential in Cuba, assured me there was not the slightest danger of my surrender, but I knew that the bankers Rothschild would ask Spain to give me up. And to an impecunious government like that of Spain, the word of a Rothschild was more potent than that of a king. Then I knew such bright men as William A. Pinkerton, who had arrived, and his lieutenant, Captain John Curtin, would never have made the mistake of coming to Cuba without full powers. Therefore, feeling confident that my surrender would be only a question of time, I resolved to escape. At my request, Colonel Vasquez had sent a guard of soldiers to my house and brought to the barracks 2 of my trunks. I had $80,000 in cash and bonds, besides many valuables as well, in them. I gave my wife $20,000 and my servant $1,000 in gold and $5,000 in Spanish banknotes. Curtin had in vain tried to seize my luggage, but the Spanish law stood in his way. All this time the rebellion in the island was in full blast, the insurgents consisting of native Cubans, mulattoes, and Negroes, ex-slaves, held possession of the greater part of the eastern provinces, that is, the whole eastern end of the island, and the western end, called Pinar del Rio. They had kept the flame of rebellion alive for 6 years and were still making a desperate and fairly successful fight to maintain themselves. The sympathies of the American people were with them, and they looked to our country for arms and recruits. The former were smuggled into the island as opportunity offered by a Cuban committee in New York. Not many, but yet some, recruits went, for it was death to be caught going or returning, and few ever returned. The civil conflict was murderous, neither side giving quarter. The spirit of adventure was strong upon me, and I resolved, if I escaped, to make my way to the western province and join the insurgents for a year. Then make my escape by crossing the narrow body of water between Cape San Antonio and the mainland of Central America. Once among the rebels, all pursuit of me was at an end, as army after army had been sent from Spain to crush the rebellion, and each had in turn melted away before the valor of the rebels or the deadly climate. None volunteered to accompany me, and I gave him $2,000 to send his wife in Paris, that his mind might be easy on that score. No one knew my real destination save Nun and my wife. It was hard to obtain her consent, but at last it was given. I arranged with her that she was to leave Havana as soon as she knew I was off, cross to Key West, wait 1 month there, and, if she then heard nothing of me, she was to telegraph my sister to meet her in New York, take the steamer to that city, and live with her until I rejoined her. Among other things, Nun, by my orders, procured good maps of the country. A Spanish gentleman, a warm friend, but whose name I will not mention, was my counselor in the plot. He advised me to go to the Isle of Pines, as Señor Andrés had promised to keep me safely from all pursuit. I let my friends think that was my destination. I proposed, as when on my visit, to embark from Cagio, but to take a westward course along the coast, and when well off Pinar del Rio and night fell, to put about and steer to shore under cover of the darkness. Once ashore, to get as far inland as possible before dawn. Then to keep a lookout for any body of rebels and join them as a volunteer in the cause of free Cuba. We were sure of a welcome, particularly as we would come well armed. I had made it a practice to give the sentinels in the police barracks a bottle of brandy every day and a box of cigars every second day during my stay, besides what were to them valuable presents, so I was highly popular in the barracks. We had fixed on the night of March 20th for the venture. My room was in the second story of the barracks, but I was allowed to go freely through all the rooms on that floor, followed more or less by a guard. None of the windows opened on the street. There was a room leading to an open window, but the door was kept locked. It was arranged to have it unlocked with the key on the inside at 10 o'clock that night. I was to walk about as usual, and, when the hour came, suddenly step through the door, lock it behind me, and then bolt through the window into the street. Nunn and my friend were to await me outside of the window with orders to shoot any man, not a native, who attempted to stop me, as I feared Curtin or his men might be on guard in the street, and once in the street I did not propose to go back again alive. The guns and 2 extra revolvers had been made into a bundle and left at the station. At a nearby room were disguises for Nunn and myself, consisting simply of cloaks and whiskers. We intended to board the train going south, and once well out of the station would dispense with all disguise, but the Spanish cloak each of us wore. The day for the venture came. I had previously instructed my wife to send word she was indisposed, and to remain at the hotel. She had very bravely offered to be on hand and with me up to the moment I disappeared through the door, but fearing that in the excitement some of the soldiers might say or do something insulting, I forbade her being on the scene. I had had an unusually large number of visitors during the day. I felt but little anxiety over the result, save only on the side of Pinkerton. I had a sort of suspicion or presentiment that, once fairly outside of the barracks, I would run against him. The day passed rapidly away, and 6 o'clock came, and all the civil officials, with the horde of hangers-on, departed, leaving the usual evening solitude in the barracks. Soon Nunn came with my supper and cautiously produced a revolver and belt. I strapped the belt around me under my vest, placing the revolver under a pile of clothing. Nunn reported everything all right. He had seen Curtin that day as usual around the hotel and apparently unsuspicious of anything unusual going on. The window I was to jump out of opened on the public street, and the street would be jammed full of people at the hour I was going. Of course, there were a good many chances of failure, chiefly so because all the police from top to bottom knew me by sight, and if one of them happened to be one of the 100 witnesses of my jump, he might have wit enough to seize me. Nunn and my friend were to be under the window ready to act according to circumstances. Above all, to be ready to seize hold of anyone who manifested any intention to detain me. Nunn was full of courage and hope. At 7 o'clock, he went away, not to see me again until we met outside the barracks. I called the guard and 3 or 4 idle soldiers into my room and served them out liberal doses of brandy. Unluckily enough, however, the one on duty would drink but lightly. Soon after 8, Consul General Torbett came in to smoke a cigar and have a chat. He remained until nearly 10 and then departed. Then I felt the hour had indeed come. I thrust the revolver inside my shirt and rolled up a cap and put it in the same place. Then calling the sentry, I gave him a drink and a cigar, and stepping out into the hall, I began my usual march around through the upper rooms of the barracks. I was to go out of the window at precisely 10. It wanted 10 minutes of that time. It was a long 10 minutes to me, but I marched around puffing my cigar unconcernedly, with an eye on the door I was to slip through. At the hour I had my watch in my hand, and was in the room farthest from the door of exit into the room opening on the street. I walked swiftly through the 2 intervening rooms, and so was for a brief 4 or 5 seconds out of sight of the slow-following sentinel. I reached the door, opened it, stepped through, and instantly locked it. In a moment I was through the open window into the little iron balcony outside. One swift glance showed me the street thronged with people, but hesitation meant failure and death. I climbed lightly over the railing and hung suspended for an instant from the bottom. The crowd below made a circle from under, and I dropped easily to the ground, bareheaded, of course. None was there, and instantly clapped a large straw hat on my head. The strange incident did not seem to attract the least notice, for in a moment we were lost in the crowd. I had my hand on my revolver and had so strong a belief I should every second be confronted by curtain that I was strangely surprised when I saw no sign of the gentleman. In less time than it takes to tell it, I was down into an open hallway and then into a room. I and None, who were smooth-faced, were given bushy whiskers and a cloak. In the meantime, I paid an agent in waiting $10,000 in French and Spanish notes. Then we hurried out of the rear into a cab and were driven to the station, arriving just in time to catch the train. The cab ride and train ride that night were happy rides. I had been a captive and now was free. The sights and sounds all around me took on a deeper purpose and a more significant meaning than they had ever borne before. I had for a few brief days been a captive, shut out from nature's sights and sounds, and that brief deprivation awoke in me a feeling of appreciation for the feast that is everywhere around us spread with a lavish hand. My mind was in a tumult of delight, and I almost forgot I was a fugitive. Fortunately, the Spaniard is not a suspicious animal, and no notice was taken of us, and so we bumped slowly on southward through the tropic night. 7 o'clock on the morning of the 11th found us at Gaisa, a small station on the railroad about 90 miles from Havana and west from Callao some 20 miles. Our friend here procured us horses, and, bidding him goodbye, None and I started on our ride to Callao. We were both greatly elated over the success of our adventure. Our friends had procured for us police passports and gun permits under the names of Parrish and Ellis. I had a chronometer, several valuable diamonds, a revolver and gun. None carried a canvas bag containing, among other things, 250 capital cigars, tobacco, matches, and 300 cartridges. Then we had good maps of the island and current charts of the Gulf of Mantabano, with its hundreds of rocky inlets, spreading everywhere along the south coast. But, armed as we were, it would never do to be picked up by any Spanish boat or patrol anywhere near the rebel border. It probably meant death if we were captured. I think on the whole it would have been the wiser plan to have gone to Señor Andrés' plantation at San Jose. The fear in that case was that if an order arrived from Madrid to deliver me up, I might not be safe even in the Isle of Pines. At Callao, I resolved to lose myself so far as the Spanish authorities were concerned, and only travel by night. If we remained on land, this would be necessary, as soldiers were everywhere and our police passports would not hold good if we were found traveling in the direction of the rebel lines. I proposed going by sea, and then all our voyaging would necessarily be by night, for there were Spanish gunboats everywhere patrolling around the shores, but there were innumerable small inlets where we could draw up our boat, lay perdu during the day, and spy out the next island to sail to at night. We arrived in due time at Callao, and here our passports were demanded by a little yellow monkey of a sergeant. I did not quite like having passports scrutinized and determined to try and avoid any more of it. We found no boat at Callao, nor could we buy, or, if we bought, could not manage one alone. The only thing we could do was to charter one with a crew of 4 men. During my stay in Cuba, I had been studying Spanish. I had become a tolerably proficient speaker, so I had no great difficulty in associating with the natives. I found my idea of joining the rebels by sea impracticable, and as to go by land was perilous in the extreme, I made up my mind to send None back to Havana and to make the venture alone. I did not care to chance his life, and I also felt that it was safer for one than for two. 40 miles away was the last fortified post on the Rio Coera, at the small town of Varanjo. Once across that small stream, I would be on neutral ground, liable at any time to fall in with a rebel band. None was very plucky and most devoted. He by no means wanted to go back, but at last consented. I determined to chance traveling on the beach by night. So at 12 o'clock the day after our arrival at Callao, we mounted our horses and announced that we were returning to Havana. 2 miles away, at the small hamlet of Zaringa, we put our horses out and struck for the beach about 4 miles west of Callao. Then we went a few yards into the jungle and sat down for our last talk and to wait for the darkness. We were no longer master and servant, but friends. The hours went slowly by. We did not say much, but felt strongly. We had good cigars and smoked almost incessantly. I told him to see Curtin, to give him my regards and laugh at him in a nice way, and to tell my wife that I would limit my stay with the rebels to a year. I told Nunn to send for his wife to join him in New York, and my wife would take her into service so that they could be together. I did not dare to keep the gun we had, but retained the revolvers in a belt around my waist. They were rather old-fashioned, and, as the sequel proved, the ammunition was not waterproof or else was defective. I had 2 bottles of water, 100 cigars in my pocket, 300 cartridges, 4 pounds of dried beef, and a loaf of bread. I wore a soft hat and had on a fine pair of English walking boots, an important article for the tramp ahead of me. I wore my chronometer tied by a stout string. I sent my wife all my valuables save 3 diamond studs, $700 in gold, and $5,000 in notes, mostly Spanish banknotes, and I kept $10,000 in bonds. Nunn cut me a stout ironwood cudgel as a handy weapon. At last the night came, and still we waited, loath to say goodbye. We had come out of the jungle and were sitting in the still warm sand talking in low tones and watching the stars. At last, when my watch told me it was 10, we rose, and, shaking hands warmly, parted, he going east to Cagio, I west toward Pinar del Rio and the rebel camps. Of course, my great danger lay in meeting soldiers who would stop me. Indeed, anyone who met a stranger and a foreigner heading west would either stop him or give an alarm, and if once arrested, passports so near the enemy's camp were useless. It meant death, or what was quite as bad, incarceration in a filthy prison until my case was reported on to the Captain General in Havana. That, of course, meant my return to Havana and possibly to England. Everything is very primitive in Cuba. The common people, that is, the whites and free people, live in mere huts or cabins and sleep in hammocks under roofs open on 2 sides. All go to bed soon after sunset, so there was no danger in night traveling, save only in meeting the sentries or running on some detached post of soldiers. In case of meeting these, I had resolved to plunge into the tropical jungle which came close down to the beach. Neither night traveling nor the situation had any terrors for me. I felt my only danger lay in stumbling upon some outpost or sentry who might perceive me before I saw him and so cover me with his rifle before challenging. But I knew from observation since my arrival in Cuba that the discipline among the Spanish soldiers was very slack, and I had a pretty firm belief that isolated sentries usually took a nap while waiting the relief. After leaving Nunn, I started out at a quick pace, alert and confident. The moon had gone down, but the Caribbean Sea was lovely in the starlight. And, between watching the phosphorescent ripples of the waters and listening to the night noises of the jungle, I soon discovered I was enjoying my jaunt and found myself anticipating the pleasure of the free, open life ahead of me when once beyond the Spanish outposts and a soldier of fortune. I thought what a story of adventure I would have to relate when a year or 2 later I rejoined my wife and friends, and I felt that a good record won in a fight for free Cuba would make men willing to forget my past. I found my westward march frequently interrupted by spooks, some rock, stump, or bush would, to my suspicious eye, take on the human form until I thought it was a sentry on guard and meant danger. Once or twice I sought the shelter of the jungle and spent a long time watching for some sign of movement. On one occasion, I painfully made a circuit of nearly a mile to pass a projecting mass of bushes in the belief that there were men behind it. The air was balmy as on a June night at home. I trudged along with my 2 bottles of water slung across my shoulder tied to a cord, and between them and my revolvers and cartridges I was pretty well loaded down. Nowhere during the night did I come across any fresh water, but was fated to have a water adventure before daylight which I did not relish. Soon after midnight I sat down on the sandwell in the shadow of some palmetto trees and had a very enjoyable lunch of bread and dried beef, washed down by water from my bottle. Then, lighting a cigar and reclining at full length on the dry sand, I passed a pleasant half-hour enjoying the fine Havana. I looked forward to the hours of daylight to be spent reclining at ease in the jungle with many anticipations of pleasure. I had a supply of fine cigars, plenty to think about, and the consciousness of having overcome serious difficulties gave me a feeling of elation. Then my surroundings were so novel and I was fond of outdoor life. At 4 o'clock the sky put on a ragged edge of gray in the east, and feeling pretty well satisfied with my progress, I began to think of selecting a retreat for the hours of daylight. Suddenly I found myself upon what was evidently the neck of a swamp extending far and wide into the land. I had discovered during the night that there was a well-traveled road skirting and following the beach at a distance of a few hundred yards, but there was danger of my meeting someone there, so I stuck to the beach. In the middle of the swamp was a clear space of water with marshy banks. As it was nearly daylight and being in no hurry, my presence in the country unknown, and in no immediate danger, I determined to halt and not tackle the swamp until nightfall again. Then, if seen by anyone, I would have some hours of darkness to make myself scarce in the neighborhood. Turning to follow the edge of the swamp, I saw before me on a little lower level than where I stood in the sand what appeared a plot of vivid green grass, and without any precaution stupidly stepped with my full weight upon it, and instantly found myself floundering in 4 feet of mud and water. I had fallen, and getting back on the solid ground I found myself wet to the shoulders, my legs covered with mud and my pistols, bread, etc., soaking with salt water. At once I ran across the beach and sat down in the warm water of the sea, washing off the mud as well as possible. Then I made my way into the jungle, crossing the road, and going into the thicket a short distance sat down waiting for daylight, purposing to remain concealed near enough to the road to see all passers-by, so that I might judge what sort of people I was among. As the ground where I stood was low and wet, and my clothes soaking, I feared catching the fever, so made my way well back to where some fallen trees had made a rift in the dense mass of trunks, creepers, and foliage, letting in the sunlight. There I pulled off my garments to dry, taking great care not to let any of the poisonous leaves come into contact with my flesh, and made myself comfortable, sitting down to lunch nearly in the state of nature. I was more concerned over my damaged cigars than my dampened cartridges. On examination I found the cigars, but slightly wet, so, spreading them out to dry along with the drapery, I lit one and surveyed the position. As the moisture was already steaming out of my garments, I took matters cheerfully and considered the outlook good. Having finished one of my bottles of water, I made up my mind to carry only one and to take my chance of replenishing that. So long as my health continued perfect, I did not require much water. What I feared was that my exposure and change of diet might make me feverish. If so, I would suffer from thirst unless I struck a hilly country. How much company my watch was to me during those long days and nights! I was never tired of examining it. About 10 o'clock, I made my way to the road and placed myself in a mass of foliage, where unseen by anyone I had quite a range of the road. Up to this hour I had not seen a soul. At first, I watched the little stretch of road with eagerness, but no one appearing I turned my attention to watching the evolutions of a huge yellow spider which was spreading its net nearby. While absorbed and almost fascinated, I was suddenly roused by the sharp, quick beating of hoofs on the sandy road. Giving a startled glance, I saw a man unarmed, but evidently a soldier, gallop quickly by on a mule. 20 minutes later an old-fashioned cart containing 4 half-dressed Negroes and drawn by 4 wretched mules passed. The men were silent and downcast. Before 1 o'clock 30 people had passed, several being soldiers of the Guardia Civil, armed police. Then starting to spy out the land from the bushes and vines bordering the swamp, I could see a bridge crossing the neck of the swamp, but, worst of all, quite a collection of houses at the other side, reaching down to the beach, and a wharf that ran out into the water quite 50 yards, with, no doubt, a guardhouse and police station among them. I saw my way blocked. It seemed certain there would be sentries on guard at the bridge, or so near it as to make it impossible for me to cross unobserved. The swamp extended inland apparently for 3 or 4 miles, and the jungle grew so dense as to make it impossible to penetrate it in an effort to go around, so I determined not to venture crossing the bridge, but to swim for it. The swamp spread on both sides of the lagoon, and there was no such thing as wading in that almost liquid morass, so I tried to find by daylight a place where the mud was covered with water enough at least to make swimming possible, but no such place could I find. Everywhere a black tangled mass of rotting leaves and creepers spread, making such a horrible slime that I shrank from attempting to cross it to the open water. Once over that, there was the same ordeal to go through on the other side, and I knew I could only do it at full length, that is, to lie flat and pull myself along as well as possible. The simplest way was to wade out into the sea, then to swim far enough outside of the pier to escape observation from anyone who might chance to be on it. But this involved the chance of a horrible death, the sea there swarming with sharks, which at night come inshore. Therefore, after cogitating the matter, I resolved to attempt the bridge, taking the risk of being seen. It might prove fatal to be seen, as I would have to bolt back, and once knowing a fugitive was in the jungle, they might turn out and hedge me in, unless I took the sea route. This I resolved to do, if the one by the bridge proved impracticable. So during the afternoon I gathered a small lot of dried limbs and broke them off in sufficient quantity to make a raft capable of bearing about 20 pounds. On this I intended to put my revolvers, cartridges, cigars, etc., and also to rest lightly on it myself, pushing it before me as I swam. After dark I crossed the road into the jungle skirting the beach, carrying my raft, and deposited it on the sand. Lying down in the hot sand near by smoking a cigar, I waited for the moon to go down. I was doing more than watch the stars and moonlit water. I was saying to myself, what a jolly world is this? Then, beginning to argue of human destiny, at last I brought the argument around to Ego, and decided that he was a pretty clever fellow, and that the world meant to treat him well. So Ego, settling down into a very comfortable frame of mind, lighting a fresh cigar and looking across at the dark masses of the coral islets crowned with foliage set in the mirrored waters, passed 2 delightful hours. I watched the moon go down and was not impatient, for the beauty of the scene more even than the novelty of the position cast a charm over the spirit and soothed the eye and mind. I wondered how many were seeking me and how many thousands were speculating over my identity and whereabouts, yet not one in his wildest imagination could ever picture the reality of my position in all its strange and magic surroundings. Through all the coming 20 years, nightly in my dungeon, the magician memory would unroll that scene from his pictured chambers. It was all there, the physical that the eye took in and the thoughts evoked and sent swarming to the brain, there to remain engraved until life and memory end. Chapter 33. Sharks, saltwater ones, and other things. The bridge had no protection along the side save a simple string piece of timber. On the far side the houses rested nearly against the bridge entrance, forming a street, which I had to pass through. The moon went down at 10, but I could hear loud voices and occasional bursts of laughter until 11. Then all grew still save the night noises of the woods and swamps. At midnight, I carried my raft down to the edge of the water, then leaving it there for use in case of a repulse, with my ironwood stick in my left hand and my revolver in the right, I marched down to the bridge, but fearing my upright figure might be seen. Dark as it was, outlined against the sky, I stooped and crawled along the string piece of timber until within 20 feet of the large house at the end of the bridge. Peering through the gloom I listened, but could not see or hear any movement. Straightening myself up, I took half a dozen paces, when, in the stillness, I heard a sharp crackle that turned me to stone as the flame of a wax match revealed 2 soldiers sitting on a bench within the porch of the guardhouse not 10 feet away. One had struck the match to light a cigarette. The flame that betrayed them to me showed to them my form outlined on the bridge. There was a sudden exclamation, a hail, qui vie, then a sudden and thrilling rattle of accoutrements, but I had turned and was flying back across the bridge. Suddenly a rifle shot rang out sharply on the night. A second followed, but I was unharmed. In 10 seconds I was beside my little raft, and, pushing it before me, waded out in the shallow water. When up to my knees I halted, unstrapped my revolvers and placed them on the raft. Then pulling off my shoes I put them and my load on the raft, fastening all with a string put there for the purpose. Sticking my knife through the lapel of my coat and resting my chin on the raft, I began to swim, keeping well out, so as to go outside the long wharf. In the meantime everything was in commotion ashore. 2 more shots were fired, and flashes of the guns proved that a squad had turned out and had crossed the bridge in hot pursuit. Then I blessed the wise forethought that had led me to construct the raft. Certainly it had saved me, for they would surely search the jungle. During the fearful excitement, I had forgotten all about the sharks. In the darkness, I had given all my attention to trying to get a glimpse of the wharf. Suddenly, near me in the calm and awful stillness, there sprang out of the dark waters a large fish which fell back with a splash. My heart stood still, and my blood seemed to freeze, for to my horror I fancied I saw the black fins of numberless sharks cutting the water. I saw myself dragged down into the awful depths and torn limb from limb by the fierce and hungry monsters. I gave up hope and ceased my swimming, expecting every minute to see the water churned into angry foam by the furious sharks. Instinctively, I placed my hand on the knife I had thrust through the lapel of my coat for just such an emergency, but strength and courage were all gone and my nerveless hand could not draw it out. It seemed a long time that I waited, half-dazed, for death, which I hoped when it came would be swift. Then I began swimming again, but in a hopeless way. My nerve was all gone. I fancied I was ringed around with the blackfin devils, and thought I could discern the currents from their waving tails, but I kept on swimming, pushing my raft before me, until suddenly I was thrilled through by my foot striking the bottom. Making a rush for the shore, and once there, heedless of the fact that I was in the rear of the houses, I fell down in the sand, weak and panting, and there I lay until strength enough to walk came to me. Then, taking my baggage from the raft, and cutting the cords that bound it together, I started on. Courage and confidence soon came back, and I kept steadily on for 3 hours, passing several small saltwater inlets, but no fresh water to fill my now empty bottle. At the first sign of day, I went just within the border of the jungle, and lying down was soon asleep, and sleeping soundly, too, for waking I found the sun high in the heavens, and, looking at my watch, saw it was 9 o'clock. At the same time I discovered that I was hungry, with no food save a small piece of dried beef and not a drop of water in my bottle. The saltwater lagoon, or inlet, where I had my adventure of the previous night was marked on my map as a river, but it was not. However, I did not worry over the water question, as I knew I was near the hilly country surrounding the town of Alguizer, an important military headquarters, and I was confident of soon meeting some creek flowing from the hills. As for food, there were to be found in the dense jungle, where the soil was moist and wet, the holes of the nut crabs. They were large and fat, that is, appeared to be fat, and I knew that with plenty of them in the jungle I should not suffer from hunger. Before starting inland for the day, I turned to look at the blue waters rippling under a light breeze, and glancing in the sun, only a few yards away, I smiled to think of the phantoms my fears had conjured up. But for all that I resolved that no more night swims in the sea should find place in my program. I made my way with difficulty through the tangled woods, but had gone nearly a mile before I came to the road. After a cautious survey from my shelter, I stepped out on it, and looking away to the west I saw cultivated hills with teams and people moving about. I also saw the road became to the right-hand one led away from the coast into the hills. The one to the left continued to skirt the beach. Both roads were well-traveled, and I knew I was near the tobacco belt, which is cultivated throughout its entire length, from the Gulf to the Caribbean Sea, for a breadth of 20 miles, its western border touching the province of Pinar del Rio. 40 miles beyond that border the rebels held the town of San Cristobal, but I had made up my mind to follow the coast until I reached the hamlet and harbor of Rio de San Diego, 50 miles south from San Cristobal, then to strike north to the town of Pasos, 20 miles west of San Cristobal. Once past San Diego, I would be well within the rebel lines, and could safely show myself, although I determined not to do so voluntarily until I was at Pasos. The roundabout way I was traveling doubled the distance, but, aside from getting outside the lines of the Spanish patrols, I was in no particular hurry, and my mode of life was hardening and fitting me for the service in which I was to embark. I counted upon taking 10 days, or rather nights, to reach San Diego, and 5 from there to Pasos, where I would make myself known to the rebel chiefs as an American volunteer in the cause of Cuban liberty. And, I thought, what a change of scene for Mr. F. A. Warren. From the Bank of England to a volunteer in a rebel camp in Cuba. I crossed the road and entered the jungle to pass the day, but as the ground was dry, the trees and vines were not so closely matted, making it easier to move about. And a far more agreeable place it was for a daylight picnic than the jungle where I had passed the day before. But no crabs showed themselves, and as there was no animal life to be found, there was nothing but my piece of dried beef to be had to go into the interior, so I dined off that. Then, lighting one of my precious cigars, lay down in a sort of fairy bower to enjoy myself, and succeeded. During the entire day no sight or sound of human form or voice came to me, nor yet of animal life, save only a mateless bird, garbed in green, that flitted around. Of course, not a drop of water this whole day long for me, and though I was moderately thirsty, I did not suffer, despite the fact that I smoked several cigars. But I felt that I must have food and drink that night, whatever risk I incurred in securing it. I determined, therefore, to start early on my journey and get food before the country people were all in bed. As soon as night fell, I stepped out on the road and cautiously started westward. Knowing there must be some town or hamlet nearby, I purposed to enter, spy out some shop, and watch until the shopkeeper was alone, then enter and purchase a supply of such food as he had, then march out and disappear as quickly as possible. Soon after starting, I came to a small place such as the poor whites of the country inhabit, and seeing two women in the doorway, I walked in, and with a salute and buenas noches, señoritas, I asked for water, agua. They responded with alacrity and brought me some in a coconut shell. I saw it was vile stuff, with an earthy taste, but thirsty as I was, it tasted like nectar. There was some food on a wooden dish inside, and I suppose they saw me looking at it, for the older woman ran in and returned bringing me 2 roasted plantains and a rice cake. Just then I discovered a man inside, and 2 others came up from the rear of the house, or I would have purchased food of the women. But, seeing them, I thanked the ladies, and, saying good night, disappeared in the darkness. Picking up the empty bottle I had left in the road, I walked on, feasting as I went on my roasted plantains. How nice they tasted! A mile ahead, I came to a tumble-down roadhouse, with quite a crowd of loud-voiced men standing around, who evidently had been indulging in the fiery aguardiente sold there. Like the Levite and priest, I passed by on the other side, giving the place a wide berth. Soon after, I entered a town or hamlet of a dozen houses. 2 or 3 passed me in the darkness with a buenas noches, señor, to which I mumbled some reply, they doubtless taking me for a neighbor. 2 uniformed men, evidently police or soldiers, were lounging in the only shop, and I dared not enter until they were gone. Planting myself in a deep shadow, I sat down waiting for them to go out, but they showed no sign of moving until a shrill voice from a female throat issued from a nearby house, bidding one of the loungers to lounge no more just then, and he, hurriedly obeying the summons, went. Soon his companion followed. Then, leaving my empty bottle in the road, and with my hand on the revolver in my outside pocket, I entered the shop. The easygoing Cuban shopkeeper paid no particular attention to me, did not even stop rolling the cigarette he was making. After deliberately lighting it, he lazily responded to my buenas noches, señor. I saw bread, cakes, and ham, and ordered of each. Then, seeing some Spanish wine, I took a bottle, also a bottle of pickles. Producing a $10 Spanish banknote, I paid the bill and emerged into the night with the precious load, and so strong was the animal instinct of hunger upon me that I would have fought to death sooner than surrender the provisions I carried. Picking up my empty bottle, I looked out for a chance to fill it as I walked through the town on the main road, which went straight west, but intending to abandon it as soon as I came to the fields and found it was safe to sit down for a feast, then make my way to the beach. Now some 2 miles away, and put in a good distance before daylight. But for 2 mortal hours the road was bordered by impenetrable walls of cactus and bayonet grass, and to make the matter worse, the moon came out from behind the clouds and poured a flood of light on the open road. Twice men on horseback passed me, coming from the opposite direction, and both times I sank down in the shadow of the cactus, both times with revolver in hand, but dreading an encounter, as the noise of firing might wake a hornet's nest about my ears. At last I came to a road which entered a field. I was soon over the bars and found myself in an old tobacco plantation, now partly planted in Spanish beans. Crossing a couple of fields at the foot of the hills and in going over a triangular piece of ground, I found the ruins of a house and nearby a small stream of water. I was in luck and, taking a good drink and filling my bottle, I sat down in a convenient shadow and spread out my eatables. They were a goodly sight and consisted of 4 pounds of good ham, a dozen good-sized sweet cakes, 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of pickles and 1 of wine, and 1 of water. I began with a drink of wine, then followed ham and bread and cake for dessert, all washed down with a fine long drink of water. Then lighting a cigar, I stretched myself at full length and spent a delightful hour stargazing. Then I arose, took another drink of wine, but as it was not particularly select, threw the remainder away, and, filling both bottles from the brook, I prepared to march. How I wish the Kodak fiend existed then, and that one of them had happened along just then to take a snapshot at me as I stood there in full marching order, with my water bottles slung over my shoulders, my eatables tied up in a large silk handkerchief, with my garments all in tatters, the result of thorns and creepers snatching at them in my jungle trampings. But, worst of all, my trusty and precious walking boots were beginning to show signs of rough usage. I struck the road leading to the beach and marched westward, but it was an unknown land, and I was in constant fear of running against some military post or patrol, being thus constantly delayed by long halts to watch some suspicious object or by making long detours to avoid them. Once I had a fright. 2 men on horseback riding on the sandy road were almost on me before I saw or heard them, and I only had time to sink into the shadow as they passed almost within reach of my hand. Both were smoking the everlasting cigarette and were engaged in earnest talk. Daylight came and found me not more than 8 or 10 miles further on my journey, but I was very well content as I pitched my camp for the day. I had a royal feast, then, after a cigar, lay down to sleep in another fairy bower, and slept until noon, and awoke to find myself wondering how matters were going with Captain Curtin in Havana, rather amused over the state of chagrin I knew he must be in. I thought of a possible future meeting some years ahead, when, all danger over, I would see and chaff him over a bottle of Cliquot and the $50,000 he wouldn't have, and how I went all the same and saved the money. I realized I must be frugal or my provisions would never hold out, so, after a light lunch, I began to make my way slowly to the beach through the tangled maze of trees and vines. Coming in sight of the blue waters, I lay down to sleep again and awoke when the stars were out. The moon would not go down till late, but as there was a deep, broad shadow cast by the trees, I walked in it. Good food and the long day of rest restored my strength. All my confidence returned, and I made good progress. At last the moon went down, and then I pressed rapidly forward, always with revolver in hand, ready for instant action. I think I made fully 25 miles this night, but as the coast was indented, my progress in a straight direction was not more than half that distance. Just as it began to grow gray in the east, I came out on a wide inlet. It ran deep into the land. I recognized it from my map as Puerto del Gato, and then I knew I was in the province of Pinar del Rio and almost out of danger. I went into the bush again and pitched camp, waiting for daylight to come and reveal my surroundings. Pitching camp consisted in scraping a few leaves together and lying down, but this morning I was too excited to sleep. I felt that I was near my goal, after having safely gone through many dangers. Once across the Puerto del Gato, 2 nights of travel would place me outside of the farthest Spanish pickets and bring me among friends, far beyond chance of pursuit. And I also knew that the mere knowledge of my presence in the rebel camp would cause all thought of pursuit to be dropped. When daylight came, I stood and looked around. Across the inlet, 20 miles away, I could see only dark masses of green, with no sign of life. To the north the land was hilly, with houses here and there in the distance, and signs of animal life. I cautiously searched the shore for a mile in the hope of finding a boat to cross to the other shore of the inlet, but none was in sight. About 9 o'clock I saw smoke off at sea, and soon I made out a small Spanish gunboat coming rapidly up. Dropping anchor about a mile up the inlet, she sent a boat ashore. I was feeling sleepy, and going into the woods again, I took a light lunch and, emptying one bottle of water, lay down to sleep, resolved to make my plans when I awoke. I did not like the appearance of this gunboat. It seemed to promise the presence of the enemy in force around me, besides being a visible manifestation of the power of that enemy. When I awoke from my nap, I started on a cautious spying out of the land, making my way toward the head of the inlet, but keeping always under the protection of the woods. While going cautiously along, I was startled by the notes of a bugle ringing out some military call not far away, and a moment later the gunboat replied with a gun, then steamed out to sea. Continuing my progress through the woods, I came to the road, and, hiding securely in a thicket where I could see unseen, I watched. Soon I heard the sound of voices, and then a detail of armed men passed, going leisurely east, escorting an empty wagon drawn by 4 mules. It meant much, these armed escorts, showing they were in the face of the enemy. Several others passed during the hour of my watch. Then, with many cautious glances up and down the road, I slipped quietly across and crept for 2 hours through the jungle. Making my way to the side of the bay, I saw that I had left the military post behind me. There were white barracks and a wharf with people walking on it, and here the road and beach were one. This much discovered, I went a safe distance into the jungle and lay down to have a good sleep, feeling I would need all my energy and strength for the coming night, as it promised to be a critical one, especially as I could not afford to wait for the moon to go down, and would not have the shelter of darkness, for the moonlight was so powerful that one could easily read print by it. I slept until dark and awoke refreshed, then lunched and nearly finished my last bottle of water. I had only sufficient food for 2 more light meals. After lunch, I smoked for an hour, stargazing and philosophizing. At 9 o'clock, emerging into the road, I started cautiously out, walking in the shadow of the jungle as much as possible. I thought the head of the inlet was about 10 miles away and expected to find a military post or at least a picket station there. Asterisk, 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 daylight once more. But it found me happy and content, for the difficulties of the passage of the wide inlet, which had confronted me the night before, had all been surmounted. I was now in a densely wooded point on the western side of the bay. Between me and San Diego lay a wild no-man's land of 50 miles. That meant only 2 nights more of peril and uncertainty, and it was all straight going. So far as the coastline was concerned, I was outside of the Spanish lines. Tired out and very well contented, just as the sun rose fiery red above the horizon, I lay down and was at once in dreamland. At noon, hungry and with only a few ounces of food to satisfy my hunger, I woke. Finishing my last bit of ham and bread, I lighted a cigar and set about planning. Pulling out my little map, I began to scan it for the 1000th time. About 6 miles to the north was the little town of San Miguel. Between me and San Diego lay 50 miles of wild country swept by fire and sword, without an inhabitant and without food. Hungry as I already was, I felt it would not do to undertake a 2 days' journey through that wilderness without eating. Of course, I made a mistake. I was clear of the toils, and I ought to have taken every and any chance rather than enter the enemy's lines again. I resolved, soon after night came, to set out for San Miguel, watch my chance to enter a shop and purchase food, then, beating a hasty retreat, strike out across the country straight for San Diego, there to find myself among friends in the rebel camp. I set out and without any particular adventure arrived about 9 o'clock at San Miguel. It proved to be a hamlet with the houses ranged close together on opposite sides of the streets. The moonlight cast a deep shadow on one side, while the opposite side was almost like day. I stood in the deep shadow watching. The first building was evidently a police or military barrack. The door was wide open, but no one was visible inside. About 5 doors off was a shop, but the door was closed, and from where I stood there appeared no sign of life within. I waited about 10 minutes, and rashly concluding that there was no one save the proprietor there, I stepped out of the shadow into the moonlight and, hurrying across the street, put my hand on the door, opened it, and stepping within found myself in the presence of 20 soldiers, all gossiping, smoking, or gambling. Belts and cartridge boxes along with bayonets decorated the walls or were lying about on boxes and barrels. All eyes were turned on me. I saw myself in a fearful trap, and nothing but consummate coolness could keep them from questioning me. My heart beat fast, but with an affectation of indifference I saluted and said, "Buenas noches, señoras." They all returned my salutation, but looked at each other eagerly, each waiting for the other to question me. I stepped to the counter and asked for bread. 2 loaves were given me. I picked up some cakes and paid for them. From the door I turned, and putting all my dignity into a bow, I said, "Good night, gentlemen." They all seemed held by a spell, but they looked and were dangerous as death. I closed the door, fully realizing my peril, feeling the storm would break the instant I was out of sight. Fortunately, there was no one near, and I ran swiftly across the street into the protecting shadow and crouched down in a dark space between 2 houses. The cactus-like weeds grew there and pricked me, but I heeded them not, for that instant the soldiers poured out of the shop, an angry and excited mob, buckling on their belts, cartridge boxes, and bayonets as they ran. Some had their muskets, others hastened to get them, and all save 2 stragglers rushed out of the town in the direction from which I had entered. I wondered at this, but soon discovered the reason. Some few women, hearing the tumult, came into the street, but seeing nothing, went in again. The stragglers all disappeared, and the street was quiet. I came out of my corner and hurried in the shadow down the road in the opposite direction to the course followed by my pursuers. Arriving at the last house at the foot of the street, I found myself confronted by a small river, quiet and apparently deep, with all the space from the last house to the river one impassable barrier of giant cactus. I had either to swim the river or turn back, and I ought to have plunged in as I was, revolver and all, the distance over being short, and as I am an expert swimmer, I could easily have got across, loaded down as I was. But a contemptible trifle had weight enough to cause me to adopt the suicidal course of turning back. The fierce animal instinct of hunger was on me, the smell of the food enraged me, and I thought if I swam the stream the cakes and bread I carried would be soaked and probably lost, for I had them loose in my arms. Beside, I was overconfident of my ability to escape my pursuers. They had marched by the road that led behind the village to the bridge crossing the river some distance up. Evidently, not seeing me, they took it for granted I knew of the bridge, and had gone that way. To appease at once my hanger, in a fatal moment I retraced my steps. As I passed a house 3 women came out. They spoke to me, and in my excitement, instead of saying good evening in Spanish, buenas noches, I said good morning, buenos dias. They, of course, saw I was a stranger. Just then 4 soldiers came hurriedly into the street from the road, and I was forced to leave the women and crouch down in my former hiding place. Then they did what women seldom do, betrayed the fugitive. Calling to the soldiers, they pointed out the place I was in. All 4 came running, and in a moment were almost on top of me. I presented my revolver and snapped the trigger twice without exploding the cartridges. They were too close or too excited to use their muskets, but all 4 grappled with me and naturally used me pretty roughly. There was a terrific hullabaloo, as in response to their cries their comrades came running in. By the time they had hustled me across the street into the shop, there was a mob of 50 around me. Soon the commander, a captain, appeared. I wish I could say he was a gentleman, but he was not. He was a little, peppery young fellow, apparently with Negro blood in his veins, and dictatorial and insulting in manner. Surely I was an abject tramp in appearance, but with a diamond ring on my finger, which I had taken from my pocket and slipped on, a revolver strapped to my waist, and a splendid chronometer in my pocket. Such an object had never before loomed on their horizon. Was not one glance enough to show that I must be a notable rebel, and there was but one doom for such? My desperate situation cast out all fear, and I was cold and haughty. Flourishing my police passport, I informed him that I was Stanley W. Parrish of New York, a correspondent of the New York Herald, and he had better look out what he was about. But it was evident that police passports made out in Havana had no currency in the face of the enemy, but at any rate it proved that whatever my intentions might be, I had at least hailed last from Havana, and not from the rebel camp. and this would prevent my peppery captain from enjoying the pleasure of standing me up in the morning to be fusilade, such being the law for all captives in the savage contest. Down my gentleman sat on a barrel, pompous and important, and ordered me to be searched. All this time a dozen hands were holding me fast. I told my officer he was a fool and a clown, but my captors began to go through my pockets, and speedily there was a heap of gold and paper money on the barrel, and my little friend fingered it with a covetous eye. I had my $10,000 in bonds pinned in the sleeve of my undershirt. This they missed, but found all else I carried. In the meantime there was an eager audience looking on, absorbed in the interest of the scene. There was a collection indeed on that barrel. Beside my ring, there were 5 other valuable diamonds. My chronometer, which with its regular beat and stem winding arrangement was a great curiosity. Then the heap of money was a lodestone for all their hungry eyes. The captain was making out an inventory and statement, while I stood white with rage to see the half-breeds, blacks, browns, and yellows, handle my property so freely. I was especially in a rage with the impudent captain, who had the nerve to put my watch in his pocket. Absorbed by the interest of the scene, my captors had insensibly loosened their hold, and I determined to have some satisfaction out of the captain. Suddenly seizing one of the revolvers before I could be stopped, I gave him a stinging blow with it and sprang on him. We rolled on the floor, and there was a scene. I was dragged off by 50 hands, everyone trying to seize me, if only by one hand. My captain got up with the blood running down his face, and, rushing to a peg, he seized a saber bayonet and flew at me like a mad bull. I shouted at him in Spanish, calling him a cur and coward, bidding him to come on. He was not unwilling, while my captors held me firmly exposed to his assault. Another second would have ended my life, when a woman spectator, who stood near nursing a child, threw her arms around him. This, joined to my indifference, for I continued my jeers and taunts, changed his purpose, to my disappointment, for I preferred death to going back to Havana. From Wall Street to Newgate is replete with stirring incidents, marvelous adventures, hairbreadth escapes, and remarkable experiences, such as few men have met with. They are narrated in any easy, picturesque style, evincing sincerity and candor, with no attempt at sensation or exaggeration. The truth told is stranger than fiction, and history may well be challenged to produce another. Life into which has come so many varied and bewildering events, or to disclose another character, trained in a religious home, having culture and an unusual business talent, whose deflection from the path of honor has stirred to its very depths the entire civilized world. Chapter 34. One lovely June morning into Plymouth Harbor we sail. 10 days after the events recorded in the last chapter, one sailed once more into Havana, this time a prisoner. 2 days after my capture, by order of the Captain General of Cuba, I was put on board the little gunboat Santa Rita, a wretched little tub that steamed 4 miles an hour and took 8 days going from Puerto Novo on the south to Havana. I was taken by a guard of soldiers, not to the police barracks, but to the common prison, where an entire corridor was cleared of its inmates to make room for me and my guards. Pinkerton was the first man to call. He, of course, was delighted to see me. While giving me credit for my escape, he told me he did not purpose to have me leave him again, and having permission from the authorities, he or some of his men intended to keep me company night and day. Of course I respected him for his honest determination to do his duty. He really was an altogether good fellow, and showed me all possible courtesy and consideration. In fact, on his first visit he brought me a letter from my wife, along with a box of cigars and a bottle of wine on his own account. One of his men, by the name of Perry, used to sleep in my little room with me, and every morning Mr. P. would relieve him, remaining until dinner time. We had many long talks on all sorts of subjects, and he gave me many inside histories of famous criminal cases which he had been engaged in. In time we became very good friends. He also gave me full particulars of the really extraordinary way in which he discovered my presence in the West Indies and the reason which led him to conclude that F.A. Warren and I were one. William Pinkerton ordered him to look up the New York end of the business and see if he could discover the identity of Warren. He was one of the many working on the case, but to him belongs the credit of establishing my identity, also of locating my whereabouts and of effecting my arrest. When ordered on the case, he knew no more about me or the forgery than what he read in the newspapers. He soon made up his mind that I was an American and that I was a resident either of New York or Chicago. This because I was so young and evidently had a good knowledge of finance and financial matters. So he determined to seek for a clue to F.A. Warren in Wall Street. He procured a list of the names of every banker and broker in New York, and then spent some time in interviewing them, his one question being, "Now, who is he?" With their assistance, he soon made out a list of nearly 20 possible Warrens, and speedily narrowed it down to 4, my name being one of the 4. He soon located my home, and began making cautious inquiries on the spot from neighbors and others. He discovered that I was believed to be in Europe, and had been there before, and that when I last returned I had paid off debts and apparently had plenty of money. He had become convinced of my identity, but if I were Warren, where was I? Without arousing suspicion, he heard from some of my acquaintances a saying of mine that whenever I had a bank account, I should live in the tropics. So he reported to his superiors that in his opinion F.A. Warren and I were one, and he believed that, if in America at all, I might be found at some fashionable resort in Florida. He concluded to go to Florida and visit the various resorts. Upon his arrival at St. Augustine, he sent letters to several of the West India Islands, including Martinique, Jamaica, and Cuba, inquiring for the names and descriptions of all wealthy young Americans lately arrived. One letter he sent to Dr. C. L. Housecombe, then the leading American doctor in Havana, who, replying to his inquiry, gave my name among others. After my arrest, Dr. Housecombe told me how grieved he was to have betrayed me, but that he thought that Pinkerton was a newspaper man and wanted the information as a matter of news. With this letter in his hand, Pinkerton found a plain path before him. To go ahead of my story a little, I will say here that eventually the bank authorities made him a considerable present in cash, along with their congratulations over his clever detective work. Captain John Curtin is today well and hearty, a prosperous man, and very generally respected by the citizens of San Francisco, where he lives. About 10 days after my arrival, he brought me a New York Herald containing these dispatches, special to New York Herald. Madrid, April 12, 1873. The American ambassador, Gen. Sickles, has formally notified Senor Castella that the American government will consent to the surrender to the British government of Bidwell, now under arrest in Havana upon charge of being concerned in the Bank of England forgery. Special to New York Herald. London, April 12, 1873. To the great gratification of the authorities here, official confirmation is given to the rumor that the Spanish government has concluded to grant the extradition of Bidwell, now under arrest in Havana. There seems to be no doubt that Bidwell is the mysterious Frederick Albert Warren, and there is a very general curiosity to see him. Many conflicting stories have been published of his extraordinary escape and equally extraordinary capture. The Times report had it that he was mortally wounded, and that he had on his person when captured diamonds to an enormous value, which had disappeared soon after. Sergeants Hayden and Green of the Bow Street Force and Mr. Good of the Bank of England sail on the Java tomorrow to escort Bidwell to London. So the web was closing in on me. Of my daily sad interviews with my wife I will say nothing here. But could I have foreseen that this woman, on whom I had settled a fortune, would have married another soon after my sentence, I should not have felt so sorrowful on her account. In due time Green, Hayden, and Good arrived, and were introduced to me. I did not give in, but made, by the aid of my friends, a hard fight to persuade the Captain General to suspend the order for my delivery, and succeeded for a time. At last, after many delays and many plans, early one May morning I was taken to the mouth of the harbor. There the boat of the English warship Vulture was in waiting, and I was formally transferred to the English government, and Curtin, Perry, Hayden, and Green went on board with me. Soon after she steamed out of the harbor. Later in the day, the Moselle, the regular passenger steamer to Plymouth and Southampton, came out, and about 10 miles out at sea was met by the Vulture's boat, and I and my 4 guardians were transferred to her. At last I was off for England, and it looked very much as if justice would weigh me in her balance after all, the more certainly because I found my wife on the Moselle. I had secretly resolved never to be taken back, but intended the first night out of Havana to jump overboard, possibly with a cork jacket or something to help to keep me afloat. The waters of the Gulf were warm, there were many passing ships, and I would take my chance of surviving the night and being picked up. But, very cleverly, Curtin decided to send my wife with me and treat me like any other cabin passenger, rightly divining I would not kill her by committing suicide or going over the side on chances. I was well treated all the way over, but every night my prayer was that we might run on an iceberg or go down, so that my wife might be spared long years of agony and me from the misery and degradation of prison life. I had obtained a position in Havana for one of my servants, but none was returning with me, feeling very badly and most unhappy over the sure prospect of my future misery. I was pleased to think he had held on to the money I had given him. Altogether, he was quite $2,000 ahead, and I wanted to make it $5,000. He certainly deserved it for his constancy and affection. One lovely June day we sailed into Plymouth, there to land mail and such passengers as wanted to take the express to London. I instructed my wife to go to Southampton while I went ashore with my guardians. From the London Times, June 10, 1873, among the passengers who landed at Plymouth yesterday morning from the Royal Mail steamer Moselle was Bidwell, otherwise F.A. Warren, in charge of Detective Sergeant Michael Hayden and William Green, accompanied by Captain John Curtin and Walter Perry of Mr. Pinkerton's staff. They were joined by Inspector Wallace and Detective Sergeant William Moss of the City Police, who had come down from London the previous night to meet the steamer. It being known that Bidwell was expected from Havana in the Moselle, an enormous crowd assembled in Mill Bay Pier to await the return of the steam tender with the mail, in order to get a sight of the prisoner. And so great was the crowd that it was with some difficulty that Bidwell and his escort managed to reach cabs, and were driven to the Duke of Cornwall Hotel adjoining the railway station. They left by the 12.45 train for London. A crowd of 20,000 persons were present to see them off, and cheered Bidwell heartily. Bidwell will be taken before the Lord Mayor in the Justice Room at the Mansion House this morning. Accompanied by my escort of 6, I arrived in London one bright spring morning, just as the mighty masses of that great Babylon were thronging in their thousands toward Epsom Downs, where on that day the Derby, that pivotal event in the English year, was to be run. All London was astir, and had put on holiday attire, while I, now a poor weed drifting to rot on Lethe's wharf, was on my way to Newgate. Newgate! Then it had come to this. The primrose way wherein I had walked and lived delicately at the expense of honor, ended here. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap, was written by one Paul. The wisdom of many was here and condensed in the wit of one, and one with the shrewdest insight into things and a practical knowledge of human history. I was a prisoner in Newgate. Newgate! The very name casts a chill, so, too, does a sight of that granite fortress rising there in the heart of mighty London. Amid all the throbbing life of that great Babylon it stands chill and grim and has stood a prison fortress for 500 years. Through all those linked centuries, how many thousands of the miserable and heartbroken of every generation have been garnered within its cold embrace. What sights and sounds those old walls have seen and heard. As I paced its gloomy corridors that first night, pictures of its past rose before me so grim and terrible that I turned shuddering from them, only to remember that I, too, had joined the long unending procession ever flowing through its gates, which had heaped its walls to the top with one inky sea of misery. In the cruel days of old many a savage sentence had fallen from the lips of merciless judges, but none more terrible than the one which was to fall on us from the lips of their ferocious imitator, Justice Archibald. I found my 3 friends already prisoners there, and a sad party we were. When we said goodbye that night on the wharf at Calais, where we sat stargazing and philosophizing, we little anticipated this reunion. What a rude surprise it was to find how things were conducted in this same Newgate. I took it for granted since the law regarded us as innocent until we were tried and convicted that we could have any reasonable favor granted us there, which was consistent with our safe keeping. But no. The system of the convict prison was enforced here, and with the same iron rigor. Strict silence was the rule along with the absolute exclusion of newspapers and all news of the outside world. The rules forbid any delicacy or books being furnished by one's friends from the outside. This iron system is as cruel as unphilosophical, for, pending trial, the inmates are more or less living in a perfect agony of mind, which drives many into insanity or to the verge of insanity, as it did me. How can one, then, when the past is remorse and the present and future despair find oblivion, or raise out the written troubles of the brain save an absorption in books? When Clotho is doomed to die and go he knew not where, peering into the abyss, the fear strikes him that in the unknown he may be prisoned in the viewless winds and blown with restless violence round about this pendant world. A terrible figure. It filled at this time some corner of my brain and would not out. It went with me up and down in all my walks in Newgate. If I had the pen of Victor Hugo, what a picture I would draw of a mind consciously going down into the fearful abyss of insanity, making mighty struggles against it, yet looking on the cold walls shutting one in and weighing down the spirit, feeling that the struggle is ineffectual, the fight all in vain, for the dead, blank walls are staring coldly on you, without giving one reflex message, bearing on their gray surface no thought, no response of mind. For they have been looked over with anxious care to discover if any other mind had recorded there some thought which would awake thought in one's own, and help to shake off the fearful burden pressing one to earth. As a fact, a man so situated does I, must make an effort to leave some visible impress of his mind as a message to his kind. It is a natural law, and the instinct is part of one's being. It is a passion of the mind, a longing to be united to the spiritual mass of minds from which the isolated soul is suffering an unnatural divorce of hideous material walls. It is this law which makes the savage place his totem on the rocks, and it is, thanks to this same instinct, that this very day our savants are finding beneath the foundations of the temples and palaces which once decked the Phoenician plain, the baked tablets which tell us the family histories, no less than the story of the empires of those days. When the impress was made on the soft clay to be fire-hardened, each writer felt or hoped in the long ages in the far-off unknown. When time is old and hath forgot itself, when water drops have worn the streets of Troy and blind oblivion swallowed cities up, and mighty states, characterless, are graded to dusty nothing, then some thought, some message from their minds, there impressed on the senseless clay, would be communicated to some other mind, and wake a response there. Many a time, with a brain reeling in agony, did I turn and stare blankly at those walls, and, in a sort of dumb stupor, search them over and hope to find some word, some message impressed there, some scratch of pen or fingernail. It might be a message of misery, some outcry from a wounded spirit, some expression of despair. Had there been one such, had there been. Every one of my predecessors had left a message on that smooth painted wall, but the red tape official rogues the stultified images sans reason, sans all imagination had, after the departure of each one, carefully painted over all such legacies. The hideous cruelty of it all. My blood boils even now when I think of it. Even in the days of Elizabeth, the keepers of the Tower of London had enough human feeling to leave untouched the inscriptions made by Raleigh and others, and there they are today, and today wake a response in the heart of every visitor that looks on them. Chapter 35. Running the Gauntlet. My life at Newgate was an ordeal such as I hope no reader of this will ever undergo. Day by day I saw the world slipping from under my feet and the net drawing its deadly folds closer around me. Soon we all were forced to realize there was no escape for any of us. Of course, we were all guilty and deserved punishment. I need not say we did not think so then, but the evidence was most weak, and had our trial taken place in America under the too liberal construction of our laws, undoubtedly we all would have escaped. But in England there is no court of criminal appeal, as with us, and when once the jury gives a verdict, that ends the matter. The result is that if judges are prejudiced or want a man convicted, as in our case, he never escapes. The jury is always selected from the shopkeeping class, and they are horribly subservient to the aristocratic classes. They don't care for evidence, they simply watch the judge. If he smiles, the prisoner is innocent. If he frowns, then, of course, guilty. With us, when a man is charged with an offense against the laws, he engages a lawyer. One is sufficient and quite costly enough. In England, they are divided into 3 classes, viz., solicitors, barristers, and Queen's counsels. The solicitor takes the case and transacts all the business connected with it. A barrister is the lawyer who is employed by the solicitor to conduct the case in court and make the pleadings. He never comes in contact with the client, but takes the brief and all instructions from the solicitor. The Queen's counsel is a lawyer of a higher rank, and whenever his serene lordship takes a brief, he must, to keep up his dignity, be supported by a barrister. So my reader will perhaps understand the raison d'etre of the proverb, the lawyers own England. As no solicitor can plead in court, so no Queen's counsel will come in direct contact with a client and must be supported by a barrister. Ergo, any unfortunate having a case in court must be 2, if not 3 legal sharks to represent him, if represented at all. We employed as solicitor a Mr. David Howell of 105 Cheapside, and a thoroughgoing, unprincipled rascal he proved to be. He was a small, spare, undersized man, with little beady eyes, light complexion, red hair, and stubby beard, and when he spoke it was with a thin, reedy voice. From first to last, he managed our case in exactly the way the prosecution would have desired. He bled us freely, and altogether we paid him nearly $10,000, and our defense by our 8 lawyers, 4 Queen's counsels, and 4 barristers was about the lamest and most idiotic possible. We early came to the unanimous conclusion that in our country Howell would have had to face a jury for robbing us, and that but one of our 8 lawyers had ability enough to appear in a police court here to conduct a hearing before an ordinary magistrate. I do not propose to enter into the details of our preliminary hearings. Before the Lord Mayor at the Mansion House, or of the trial. Both the hearings and trial were sensational in the highest degree and attracted universal attention all over the English-speaking world. Full-page pictures of the trial appeared in all the illustrated journals of Europe and America, and our portraits were on sale everywhere. After many hearings before Sir Sidney Waterlaw, we were finally committed for trial. Editorial from the London Times of August 13, 1873. The Bank Forgeries. Monday next has been fixed for the trial, and the depositions taken before the Lord Mayor at the Justice Room of the Mansion House by Mr. Oak, the chief clerk, have been printed for the convenience of the presiding judge and of the counsel on both sides. They extend over 242 folio pages, including the oral and documentary evidence, and make of themselves a thick volume, together with an elaborate index for ready reference. Within living memory, there has been no such case for length and importance heard before any Lord Mayor of London in its preliminary stage, nor one which excited a greater amount of public interest from first to last. The Overend Gurney prosecution is the only one in late years which at all approaches it in those respects, but in that the printed depositions only extended over 164 folio pages, or much less than those in the bank case, in which as many as 108 witnesses gave evidence before the Lord Mayor, and the preliminary examinations, 23 in number from first to last, lasted from the 1st of March until the 2d of July, exclusive of the time spent in remands. From the London Times, August 10, 1873, on the opening of the August sessions of the Old Bailey Central Criminal Court. The court and streets were much crowded from the beginning, and continued so throughout the day. Alderman Sir Robert Carden, representing the Lord Mayor, Mr. Alderman Fiennes, Mr. Alderman Besley, Mr. Alderman Lawrence, MP, Mr. Alderman Wetham, and Mr. Alderman Ellis, as commissioners of the court, occupied seats upon the bench, as did also Alderman Sheriff White, Sheriff Sir Frederick Perkins, Mr. Under-Sheriff Hewitt, and Mr. Under-Sheriff Crosley, Mr. R. B. Green, Mr. R. W. Crawford, MP, Governor of the Bank. Mr. Lyle, Deputy Governor, and Mr. Alfred de Rothschild were present. The members of the bar mustered in force, and the reserved seats were chiefly occupied by ladies. Mr. Hardinge Gifford, Q.C., now Lord Chancellor of the British Empire, and Mr. Watkyn Williams, Q.C., instructed by Messrs. Freshfield, the solicitors of the bank, appeared as counsel for the prosecution. For 8 mortal days the final trial dragged on, and there we were pilloried in that horrible docket spectacle for the staring throngs that flocked to see the young Americans who had found a pregnable spot in the impregnable Bank of England. The misery of those 8 days. No language can describe it, nor would I undergo it again for the wealth of the world. The court was filled with fashionables, ladies as well, who flocked to stare at misery, while the corridors of the Old Bailey and the street itself were packed with thousands eager to catch a glimpse of us. The judge, in scarlet, sat in solemn state, with members of the nobility or gouty aldermen in gold chains and robes on the bench beside him. The body of the court was filled with bewigged lawyers, a tippling lot of sharks and rogues, always after lunch half tipsy with the punch or dry sherry which English lawyers drink, jesting and cracking jokes, unmindful of the fate of their clients. Captain Curtin and a score of detectives were present. No fewer than 213 witnesses were called by the prosecution. Of these about 50 were from America, and by them they traced our lives for many years before. As the forged bills were all sent by mail, it was necessary to convict us by circumstantial evidence. The evidence was all very weak, save only in that remarkable matter of the blotting paper. Our conviction was a foregone conclusion. The jury retired to consider their verdict shortly after 7 o'clock, and on returning into court, after the lapse of about a quarter of an hour, they gave in a verdict of guilty against all of the 4 prisoners. Chapter 36. Nothing left us but a grave, that small model of the barren earth, with dishonor for an epitaph. Judge Archibald proceeded to pass sentence. He began with the interesting and truthful remark, "I have anxiously considered whether anything less than the maximum penalty of the law will be adequate to meet the requirements of this case, and I think not." We had information that a few days previously a meeting of judges had been held and that he had been advised to pass a life sentence. What he really meant to say was that he had anxiously considered whether anything less would be adequate to satisfy the Bank of England. He went on to say that we had not only inflicted great loss on the bank, but had also seriously discredited that great institution in the eyes of the public. He continued, "It is difficult to see the motives for this crime. It was not want, for you were in possession of a large sum of money. You are men of education, some of you speak the continental languages, and you have traveled considerably. I see no reason to make any distinction between you, and let it be understood from the sentence which I am about to pass upon you that men of education, and, he might have added, what he undoubtedly thought, Americans, who commit crimes which none but men of education can commit must expect a terrible retribution, and that sentence is penal servitude for life, and I further order that each one of you pay 1/4 of the costs of prosecution, £49,000, or $245,000 in all." And, after all, what aroused so greatly his indignation? It was simply this: because we were youngsters and Americans, and had successfully assaulted the fondly imagined impregnable Bank of England, and, worse still, had held up to the laughter of the whole world its red-tape idiotic management. For had the bank asked so common a thing as a reference, the fraud would have been made impossible. Let my reader contrast this modern Jeffreys, his savage tirade, and, for an offence against property, this most brutal sentence, with the treatment of the Warwickshire bank wreckers. Greenaway, the manager of this bank, and 3 of the directors, by false balance sheets and perjured reports for years, had looted the bank, finally robbing the depositors of £1 million, several of whom committed suicide and thousands more of whom were ruined. They were tried, convicted, and in being sentenced were told that, being men of high social position, the disgrace in itself was a severe punishment. Therefore, he should take that fact into consideration, and ended by sentencing 2 to 8 months, 1 to 12, and 1 to 14 months imprisonment. We were sentenced late at night, nearly 10 o'clock, a smoky, foggy London night. The court was packed, the corridors crowded, and when the jury came in with their verdict, the suppressed excitement found vent. But when the vindictive and unheard-of sentence fell from the lips of this villain judge, an exclamation of horror fell from that crowded court. We turned from the judge and went down the stairs to the entrance to the underground passage leading to Newgate. There we halted to say farewell. To say farewell. Yes. The Primrose Way had come to an end, but we were comrades and friends still, and in order that in the gloom of the slow-moving days and the blackness and thick horror of the years to come we might have some thought in common, we then and there promised. What could we pour? Broken bankrupt's promise? Where or to what in the thick horror enshrouding us could we turn? We had nothing left us to call our own save death, and that small model of the barren earth which serves as paste and cover to our bones. Nothing but a grave, that small model of the barren earth, with dishonor and degradation for our epitaph. But there, in the very instant of our overwhelming defeat, standing in the dark mouth of the stone conduit leading from the Old Bailey to the dungeons of Newgate, by virtue of the high resolve we made, we conquered fate at her worst. And by our act in establishing a secret bond of sympathy in our separation dropped the bad, disastrous past, and starting on new things planted our feet on the bottom round of the ladder of success, feeling that, with plenty of faith and endurance, fortune, frown, as she might now, must in some distant day turn her wheel and smile again. And what was this act? Why, it was a simple one, but bore in it the germ of great things. As we halted there in the gloom we swore never to give in, however they might starve us, even grind us to powder, as we felt they would certainly try to do. We knew that in their anxiety about our souls they would be sure kindly to furnish each with a Bible, and we promised to read one chapter every day consecutively, and, while reading the same chapter at the same hour, think of the others. For 20 years we kept the promise. Then, making the resolve mentioned in the beginning of this book, I marched back to my cell. The door was opened and closed behind me, leaving me in pitch darkness, a convict in my dungeon. Dressed as I was, I lay down on the little bed there, and through all that long and terrible night, with a million dread images rushing through my brain, I lay passive, with wide-open eyes, staring into the darkness, conscious that sanity and insanity were struggling for mastery in my brain, while I, like some interested spectator, watched the struggle, or, again, I was struggling in the air with some powerful but viewless monster form that clutched my throat with iron fingers, but whose body was impalpable to the grasp of my hands. A mighty space, an eternity of time and daylight came. Then, like one in a dream, I rose mechanically, and, finding the pin I had secreted, I stood on the little wooden bench, and, impelled by some spiritual but irresistible force, I scratched on the wall the message I had resolved to leave. In the reproof of chance lies the true proof of men. Then I thought of my friends and my promise, and, like one in a dream, I took the ill-smelling and dirty little Bible from the shelf, and, turning to the first chapter, read, "And the Spirit of God moved upon the waters. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light." Then the book fell from my hand, and I remembered no more. My mind had gone whirling into the abyss. I was sentenced on Wednesday. For 3 days, from Thursday to Sunday, my mind was a blank. I have no recollection of my removal under escort from Newgate to Pentonville. On Sunday, the 4th day of my sentence, like one rousing from a trance, I awoke to find myself shaven and shorn, dressed in a coarse convict uniform, in a rough cell of whitewashed brick. The small window had heavy double bars set with thick fluted glass, which, while admitting light, foiled any attempt of the eye to discern objects without. In the corner there was a rusty iron shelf. A board let into the brickwork served for bed, bench, and table. A zinc jug and basin for water, with a wooden plate, spoon and salt dish, no knife or fork for. 20 years completed the furnishings. As I was looking around in a helpless way, a key suddenly rattled in the lock, and, the door opening, a uniformed warder stepped in and, giving me a searching look, said in a rough voice, "Come on, you'll do for chapel. You have put on the balmy long enough." His kindly face belied his rough tones, and I followed him out of the door and soon found myself in the prison chapel. None was present, and I was ordered to sit on the front bench at the far end. The benches were simply common flatboards ranged in rows. Soon the prisoners came in singly, marching about 2 yards apart, and sat on the benches with that interval between them, that is, in the division of the chapel where I sat, it being separated from the rest by a high partition. Soon a white-robed, surpliced clergyman came in, and the service began, but I had no eye or ear, nor any comprehension save in a dim manner, as to what was going on. My brain was trying to connect the past and the present, feeling that something terrible had befallen me, but what it was I could not understand. When the services were over, I returned under the escort of the warder, who, when I arrived at my cell, ordered me to go in and close the door, which I did, banging it behind me. It had a spring lock, and when I heard the snap of the catch and looked at the narrow, barred window, with its thick, fluted glass admitting only a dim light, I remembered everything. Like a flash it all came to me, and I realized the full horror of my position. Sitting down on the little board fastened to the wall, serving as bed, seat, and table, I buried my face in my hands and began to ponder. Regrets came in floods, with remorse and despair, hand in hand, when, realizing that it was madness to think, I sprang up, saying to myself the hour and minute had come for me to decide either for madness and a convict's dishonored grave, or to keep the promise I had made to my friends never to give in, but to live and conquer fate. I determined then and there to live in the future and never to dwell on the horrible present or past. Then I remembered the last scene in Newgate and my promise to accompany my friends step by step, day by day, in our readings. Finding a Bible on the little rusty iron shelf in the corner, and this being the 4th day of our sentence, I turned to the 4th chapter. It gives the story of Cain's crime and punishment, and I read the graphic narrative with an intensity of interest difficult to describe. When I read, "And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth," I felt that the cry of Cain in all its intense naturalness, in its remorse and despair, was my own, and I was overcome. Laying the book down, I walked the floor for an hour in agony, until fantastic images came thronging thick and fast to my brain. I realized that my mind was going and felt I must do something to make me forget my misery. I opened the Bible at random, and my eye caught the word misery. I looked closely at the verse and read, "Thou shalt forget thy misery, and remember it as waters that pass away." I threw the book down, crying with vehemence, "That's a lie. God never gives something for nothing." Soon I opened the book again and looked at the context. Those of my readers who care to do so can do the same. The verse is Job 11:16. The context begins at verse 13. From that hour I never despaired again. The same day I began committing the book of Job to memory and worked for dear life and reason. I became interested, and my interest in that wondrous poem deepened until the study became a passion. Thus I turned the whole current of my thoughts into a new channel. Reason came back, and with it resolution and courage and strength. I was in Pentonville Prison, in the suburbs of London. All men convicted in England are sent to this prison to undergo 1 year's solitary confinement. At the completion of the year, they are drafted away to the public works prisons, where, working in gangs, they complete their sentences. Of my experience in Pentonville during my year of solitude, it suffices to say that, passing through a great deal of mental conflict, I found I had grown stronger and was eager for transfer to the other prison, where I could for a few hours each day at least look on the sky and the faces of my fellow men. At last the day of transfer came, and, escorted by 2 uniformed and armed warders, I was taken to the famous Chatham prison, 27 miles from London on the River Medway. "You are sent here to work, and you will have to do it or I will make you suffer for it," was the friendly greeting that fell on my ears as I stood before a pompous little fellow, an ex-major from the army, at Chatham Prison one lovely morning in 1874. I had arrived there under escort but an hour before, strong in the resolve to obey the regulations if I could, and never to give in if I had a fair chance, also with a desperate resolve never to submit to persecution, come what might. And these resolutions saved me but only by a steady and dogged adherence to them on many occasions, through many years and amid surroundings that might well make me as it did and does many good men desperate and utterly reckless. After a few more remarks of a very personal and pungent nature, the little fellow marched off with a delicious swagger and an heroical air. I at once turned to the warder and asked, "Who is that little fellow?" "The governor," he gasped out. If he had only heard you, and then followed a pantomime that implied something very dreadful. Then I marched off to the doctor, and next to the chaplain, who, knowing who I was, asked me if I could read and write, to which I meekly replied, "Yes, sir," but apparently being doubtful upon the point he gave me a book. Opening it and pretending to read, I said in a solemn tone of voice, "When time and place adhere, write me down an S." He took the book from me, looked at the open page, gazed solemnly in my face with a funny wagging of his head, as much as to say, "You will come to no good," and followed the little major. Then my cicerone took me into the main building, filled up to the brim with what seemed to be little brick and stone boxes, and, halting in front of one, said, "This is your cell." Looking around to see if it was safe to talk, he began to question me rapidly about my case, and getting no satisfaction, he wound up the questioning with the remark, "Well, you tried to take all our money over to America." Then, becoming confidential, he told me what wicked fellows the other prisoners were, chiefly because they went to the governor and reported the officers, charging them with maltreatment and bullying particularly, and knocking them about generally. Of course, the warders never did such things, but were really of a very lamb-like and gentle nature. In order to back up their lies, the prisoners would knock their own heads against the walls, and then swear by everything good that some one of the warders had done it. I said, perhaps he had. Well, he said, perhaps an officer might give a man a little clip, but never so as to hurt him, and only in fun, you know. I felt at the time that I would never learn to appreciate Chatham fun, but on the very next day I was convinced of it when a man named Ferrier pulled out from his waistband a piece of rag, and, unrolling it, produced two of his front teeth with the information that a certain warder had struck him with his fist in the mouth and knocked them out. But to return to my narrative. After many wise saws and modern instances, he locked me up in the little brick and stone box and departed, having first informed me that I would go out to labor in the morning. I looked about my little box with a mixture of curiosity and consternation, for the thought smote me with blinding force that for long years that little box 8 feet 6 inches in length, 7 feet in height, and 5 feet in width, with its floor and roof of stone, would be my only home, must be, and no power could avert my fate. On the small iron shelf I found a tin dish used by some previous occupant and smeared inside and out with gruel. There being no water in my jug, when the men came in for dinner, I, in my innocence, asked one of the officers for some water to wash the dish. He looked at me with great contempt and said, "You are a precious flat. Lick it off, man. Before long you won't waste gruel by washing your tin dish. You won't be here many days and want to use water to clean your pint." After dinner I saw the men marched out to labor, and was amazed to see their famished, wolfish looks, thin, gaunt, and almost disguised out of all human resemblance by their ill-fitting, mud-covered garments and mud-splashed faces and hands. I myself was kept in, but the weary, almost ghastly spectre march I had witnessed constantly haunted me, and I said, "Will I ever resemble them?" And youthful spirit and pride rushed to the front and cried, "Never." Night and supper, 8 ounces of brown bread, came at length, and I rose up from my meal cheerful and resolute to meet the worst, be it what it might, short of deliberate persecution, with a stout heart and faith that at last all would be well. In the morning I arose, had my breakfast, 9 ounces of brown bread and 1 pint of gruel, and was eager to learn what this labor meant. I was prepared for much, but not for the grim reality. I had been ordered to join 82 Party A brick-making party, but working in the mud districts. So we, along with 1,200 others, marched out to our work, and as soon as we were outside of the prison grounds I saw a sight that, while it explained the mud-splashed appearance of my spectral array, was enough to daunt any man doomed to join in the game. Mud everywhere, with groups of weary men with shovel and barrow, working in it. A sort of road had been made over the mud with ashes and cinders, and our party of 22 men, with 5 other parties, moved steadily on for about a mile until we came to the clay banks or pits. Fortunately, we had a very good officer by the name of James. He wanted the work done, and used his tongue pretty freely. Still, he was a man who would speak the truth, and treated his men as well as he dared to do under the brutal regime ruling in Chatham. He speedily told me off to a barrow and spade, and I was fully enlisted as barrow and spade man to Her Majesty. A steam mill, or pug, like a monster coffee mill, was used for mixing the clay and sand and delivering it in form of bricks below, where another party received them and laid them out to dry, preparatory to burning. Our duty was to keep the pug going, keep it full of clay to the top. The clay was in a high bank. We dug into it from the bottom with our spades and filled it as fast as possible into our barrows. In front of each man was a run, formed by a line of planks only 8 inches in width, and all converging toward and meeting near the pug. The distance we were wheeling was from 30 to 40 yards, and the incline was really very steep, but that in itself would not have been so bad, but the labor of digging out the clay was severe, and that everlasting pug was as hungry as if it were in the habit of taking plantation bitters to give it an appetite. One had no period of rest between the filling of one's barrow and the start up the run. In an hour's time my poor hands were covered with blood blisters, and my left knee was a lame duck indeed, made so by the slight wrench given it each time I struck in my spade with my left foot, but I made no complaint. About 10 o'clock the man next to me with an oath threw down his spade and vowed he would do no more work. Putting on his vest and packet, he walked up to the warder, and quite as a matter of course turned his back to him and put both hands behind him. The warder produced a pair of handcuffs, and without any comment handcuffed his hands in that position, and then told him to stand with his back to the work. No one took the slightest notice, and the toil did not slacken for an instant, but one man was out of the game, and we had to make his side good. Noon came at last. We dropped our spades, hastily slipped on our jackets, and at once set off at a quick march for the prison. I naturally looked at the various gangs piloting their way through the mud and all steering in a straight line for the Appian Way whereon we were, for, as all roads lead to Rome, so all the sticky ways on the works led to the prison. Our laconic friend was trudging on behind the party, and to my surprise I noticed that several of the other parties had un enfant perdu, hands behind his back, marching in the rear. And as soon as we reached the prison each poor sheep in the rear fell out quite as a matter of course. When all the men were in, a warder came up and gave the order, right turn. Forward, and off the poor fellows marched to the punishment cells for 3 days' bread and water each, and no bed, unless one designates an oak plank as such. It was all very sad. 'Twas pitiful to see the matter-of-fact way in which every one concerned took it all. So my first day in the mud and clay came to an end, and I found myself once more in my little box with a night before me for rest and thought. Although I had suffered, yet there were grounds for gratitude and hope, and I felt that I might regard the future steadily and without despair. Chapter 37. Henceforth the light was to stream through the fluted glass of my window. The first day was over, but it seemed to me that something more must come. That what I had gone through could mean the life of a day must surely be impossible. Was there nothing before me but isolation so complete that no whisper from the outside world could reach me, that world which, compared with the death into which I was being absorbed, seemed the only world of the living? Had I actually nothing to look for but the most repulsive work under the most repulsive conditions? I said there must be surely some change, that wheeling mud forever was not the doom of any man and could certainly not be mine. I looked about my little cell, the stillness of the grave without, the utter solitude within. The ration which formed my supper was on the table, 8 ounces of black bread. Try as I might to cheat myself with hope, I knew that hope for many a long year there was none, that so far as the most vindictive sentence could compass it, for many a long year the earth with her bars was about me. No de profundis cry could ever ascend from the abyss to the bottom of which I had fallen. What was outside of me had nothing but the hideous. But although the visible seemed corruption, and the things which my soul, and body, too, had refused to touch were become my sorrowful meat, yet I could not but feel that the invisible, that part of me which no bars could hold and no man deprive me of, was still my own, and that in it I might and would find sufficient to support what I began to feel was, after all, the only man. To face the actualities of the position was the first thing, not to cheat myself, the second. I had seen the sort of men I was to be with. I set to work to study and to understand the kind of life we were to live together. At early dawn we rose, receiving immediately after the 9 ounces of bread and pint of oatmeal gruel which composed breakfast. At 6:30, to chapel to hear one of the schoolmasters drone through the morning prayers of the English church service, and listen to some hymn shouted out from throats never accustomed to such accents. Then the morning hours would drag slowly on in the summer's sun and winter's blast until the noon hour. Then there was the long march back from the scene of my toil to the prison for dinner. Arriving there, each man went to his cell, closing his door, which snapped to, having a spring lock. Soon after a dinner is given consisting of 16 ounces of boiled potatoes and 5 ounces of bread, varied on 3 days of the week with 5 ounces of meat additional. At 1 o'clock the doors were unlocked and we marched out to our work again. At night, returning to the prison, 8 ounces of black bread would be doled out for supper. Then came the hours between supper and bedtime, when shut in between those narrow walls one realized what it was to be a prisoner. In the corner of the cell there was a board let into the stonework. There was a thin pallet and 2 blankets rolled up together during the day in a corner of the cell that served for bedding, but so thin and hard was the pallet that one might almost as well have slept on the board. For the first few weeks this bed made my bones ache. Most men have little patience and small fortitude, and this bed kills many of the prisoners. I mean breaks their hearts, simply because they have not the wit to accept the matter philosophically and realize that they can soon become used to any hardship. It took 6 months for my bones to become used to the hard bed, but for the next 19 years I used to sleep as sweetly on that oak board as I ever did or now do in a bed of down, only, like Jean Valjean, in Les Miserables. I had become so used to it that upon my liberation I found it impossible for a time to sleep in a bed. On a little rusty iron shelf, fixed in the corner, was our tinware. Although called tinware, it really was zinc, and was susceptible, through much hard work, of a high polish, but this polishing tinware was a fearful curse to the poor prisoner. It consisted of a jug for water and a bowl for washing in and a pint dish for gruel. There were strict and imperative orders, rigidly enforced, that this tinware should be kept polished, the result being that the men never washed themselves and never took water in their jugs, for if they did their tinware would take a stain, go off. As it was termed, the result being that if the poor devil washed and kept himself clean he would be reported and severely punished for having dirty tinware. A prisoner is not permitted to receive anything from his friends or communicate with them in any way, save only once in 3 months he is permitted to write and receive a letter, provided he is a good character and has not been reported for any infraction of the rules for 3 months, for if reported for any cause, however trifling, the privilege of writing is postponed for 3 months and, as a matter of fact, more than half of the men never get a chance to write during their imprisonment. A visit of half an hour once in 3 months is permitted, but this is a favor that is only granted upon the same condition as the privilege of letter writing. Chapter 38. What, these tedious details again? It will be well to present here some account of those who were to rule my life for so many years. The Board of Prison Commissioners have their headquarters at the Home Office in Parliament Street, London, and are under the control of the Home Secretary of State. One of these visits each of Her Majesty's convict establishments once a month, in order to try any cases of insubordination which are of too serious a nature for the governor of the prison to adjudicate upon, he not being permitted to order any penalty beyond a few days of bread and water and loss of a limited number of remission marks. The head authority at each prison is the governor, of whom the largest establishments, like Chatham, have 2. Next comes the deputy governors, the medical officer, and an assistant doctor. the chaplains and schoolmasters, Protestant and Catholic. There are 4 grades of prison warders, viz., the chief warder, principal warders, warders, and assistant warders. The chief warder, of course, stands first in the list, and his duties, if honestly executed, render him the most important, as he is the most responsible of the prison officials, save, perhaps, the medical officer, who is the autocrat of the place. But in case anything goes wrong, he is the man who gets all the blame, and when matters run smoothly and well, the governor gets all the thanks. During the absence of the governor, the deputy takes his place, and in turn the chief warder performs the duties of the deputy governor's office. As all business passes through the chief's hands, he must be a fair scholar, though sometimes a principal warder who understands bookkeeping is detailed to assist him. He must be of strict integrity, a thorough disciplinarian, and of a character to make him respected both by his superiors and inferiors in position. The warders of all grades are under his command, and must fear him for his inflexibility in punishing any breach of regulations, and have confidence in his disposition to act justly toward them, he being the one on whom the governor relies for all information regarding their conduct. It is on the reports of the chief warder that the governor acts in all cases involving their promotion, reprimands or fines, and their application for leave of absence must be approved of and signed by him. It is clear that unless he is very straight in the performance of his duties, he would soon place himself in the power of some of the warders, who would not fail to take advantage of any knowledge of his derelictions to benefit themselves, and to the detriment of discipline and good order. Under the English government, the salary of a man possessing these superior qualifications is between $500 and $600 a year, and his uniform. This is of blue cloth, the sleeves and collar of his coat and his cap embroidered with gold lace. On alternate days, at the prison where I was confined, he came on duty at 5 a.m. in summer and 5:30 in winter, and left the prison at 4 p.m., leaving in charge a principal warder, coming on duty the following morning at 7 a.m. At 6 p.m., after receiving the reports from the ward officers, stating the number of prisoners each has just locked up, and thus seeing that all are safe, he locks with his master key the gates and outer doors of the main buildings. And, before finally retiring for the night, he must lock the outer gate, so that no one but the governor can get in or out, each watchman being locked into the ward which he is set to guard. There are bells in his room connecting with the various wards, and in case of sickness or any other emergency, he is the man who is aroused. It is the chief warder who keeps everything connected with the prison in running order, and whatever goes wrong the cry is for the chief, and he is sent for, be it day or night. In a large establishment there are a dozen or more principal warders. These are the lieutenants of the chief and have general supervision of the working parties. Their pay is about $400 a year and uniforms. There are of the other 2 grades, warders and assistant warders, from 2,000 to 3,000 employed in all Her Majesty's prisons in Great Britain and Ireland. Warders and assistant warders are provided with a short, heavy truncheon, which each carries in his hand or in a leather sheath, which hangs from his belt, to which is also attached a sort of cartouche box in which he keeps the keys, which are fastened to a chain, the other end to his belt. When about to leave the prison, on going off duty, he must hang up the belt and attachments in the chief warder's office. Their pay, besides uniforms, which are of blue cloth, is $350 a year for warders and $300 for assistant warders. All promotions are by seniority. In case of transfer by authorities to any other prison, they retain their position in the line of promotion, but if they volunteer or make application to be transferred, they have to begin at the bottom in reckoning the length of service for promotion. When the authorities wish to transfer warders, it is usual for them to call for volunteers, of whom they find a sufficient number anxious for a change, unless the transfer is to an unpopular station, such as Dartmoor, which is among the bogs and a lonely, bleak place. Warders are exempted from doing night duty, which is all done by the assistant warders, who are on that service 1 week out of 3. Although when on night duty they had the day for sleep and recreation, I never saw one who did not detest it, because they must remain on duty continuously for 12 hours and must not read, sit down nor lean against anything, nor have their hands behind them. These military regulations apply as well to the whole time they are on duty in the prison, day or night. A few years ago the time of daily duty was reduced to 12 hours, with 1 hour at noon for dinner. Besides this, at times they must do a good deal of extra duty. Each is allowed 10 days annual holiday, but is frequently obliged to take it piecemeal, a day or two at a time, so that he cannot go far away from the scene of his servitude. Their duties require unflagging attention and never-ceasing vigilance, which must be a heavy tax on the brain, and the 12 hours must be passed in standing or walking about. In fact, they are subjected to military discipline, or rather despotism, and any known infraction of the rules subjects them to penalties according to the nature of the offense. Leaning against a wall, sitting down, etc., for a first offense, they are mulcted in a small sum, 12 to 60 cents, usually, and are put back in the line of promotion. The fines go to the officer's library fund. I knew one officer, Joseph Matthews, who had been assistant warder 20 years and, being frequently set back for doing some small favor to prisoners, was discharged from the service in 1886 without a pension, for some slight breach of regulations. He had a wife and 6 children and had worked 20 years for less than $7 per week. For giving a convict a small bit of tobacco, a heavy fine, suspension, and in case it was not the first offense, expulsion from the service without a pension. For acting the go-between and facilitating correspondence with the friends of convicts, expulsion, possibly imprisonment. One of the assistant warders, who was convicted of having received a bribe of £100 from one of us at Newgate, was expelled from the service and imprisoned 18 months. Another at Portsmouth Prison underwent the same fate, save that his term was but 6 months, for sending and receiving letters for a prisoner, and similar cases are of frequent occurrence. The warders and assistant warders are the ones who come in direct and constant contact with prisoners, and when the eye of no superior authority is on them, or nothing else to deter, they are hail fellow well met, with such of the convicts as are unprincipled enough to curry favor with and assist them in covering up their peccadilloes from their superiors. They naturally recoil at the hardness and parsimony of the government toward them, evading the performance of duties when they can, and I have heard more than one say, "Why should we care what prisoners do, so long as we don't get into trouble?" The government grinds us down to 12 hours daily duty on just pay enough to keep body and soul together. Then, if we complain, tells us that we can leave if we like, as there are others ready to step into our places. Bah! What do we care for the government? It is of no benefit to us. The big guns get big pay, and the higher up the office the more the pay and the less the work. To be sure, we can go out of the prison to sleep, but otherwise we are bound as closely as you are. Yet these very warders, the moment any superior authority appears on the scene, are as obsequious and fawning as whipped dogs, and recoup themselves for this forced humiliation by taking it out of such of the convicts as fail to curry their favor or offend, or make them trouble. Surely their office is a very responsible one, and it is blind, false economy to retain low-priced men in such a position. The present English system of penal servitude is perfect on paper, but the moral qualities of most of the warders and assistant warders preclude all possibility of the reformation of those in their charge. Notwithstanding the expositions of the English delegates at the international meetings, prison reform has never yet been tried in Great Britain and Ireland. In other words, all efforts in that direction have been defeated by placing convicts in the immediate charge of a class of men who, by education and training, possess none of the qualifications requisite for such a responsible position. In so far as forms are concerned, the business of the prison is carried on most systematically. There are blank forms which cover everything, from provisioning the prison to bathing the men, and these must be filled in and signed by the warder in charge of the particular work being done. For example, every week he must fill in the proper form and certify that every man in his ward has had a bath. I have known men to go unbathed for many months, simply because they did not wish to bathe, and it saved the warder trouble. Nearly all others in the ward only bathed about once a month, and yet at the stated times the officer filled up and signed the form, certifying to the superior authorities that those in his ward had been bathed at the regulation times. A great majority of the officers are soldiers who have been invalid or pensioned off after doing the full term for which they enlisted 12 years, and of sailors in the same condition. In order to encourage enlistment into the Army and Navy, the government gives discharged soldiers and sailors the preference in the civil service, apparently heedless as to their moral qualifications. Indeed, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to ascertain about these, for the very nature and present requirements of these services tend to harden and make men conscienceless, subservient and fawning toward their superiors, and tyrannical to those in their power. As to those in the prison service, there are many who would be good men in a situation suited to their requirements, and there are but a few of those who are brought into immediate contact with the men who, in fact, virtually hold the power of life and death over them, whose influence is of an elevating or reforming kind. Indeed, I have heard many of them telling or exchanging obscene stories with prisoners and using the vilest language and bandying thieves' slang, in which they become proficient. I am bold to say that at least one half of all I have known are in morals on a level with the average prisoner, or, as I have heard more than one assistant warder say, too much of a coward to steal, ashamed to beg and too lazy to work, therefore became a soldier, then a warder. This may, at the moment, have been spoken in a jesting way, but it is nonetheless true. What can be expected in the way of refinement and good morals from a class of men who entered the Army or Navy, coming, as they did in most cases, from the untaught and mind-debased multitude with which that land of drink and debauchery swarms? It will be seen from the foregoing that very much is expected from them, and in order to fulfill the very hard terms of their contract with the government and keep their places, they are forced to resort to trickery, deception, and perjury, until these, in their attitude toward their employer, the government, become second nature, readily resorting to lies to clear themselves from blame, even in trivial matters, to save themselves from a sixpence fine. There are jealousies among themselves, but when it is a question of deceiving or keeping any neglect of duties or violences against prisoners from the superior authorities, they all unite as one man and affirm or swear to anything they think the position requires. A real pleasure was derived from those prisoners' friends, the rats and mice, which I easily tamed and taught to be my companions. Not long after my arrival, a prisoner gave me a young rat which became the solace of an otherwise miserable existence. Nothing could he cleaner in its habits or more affectionate in disposition than this pet member of a despised race of rodents. It passed all its leisure time in preening its fur, and after eating, always most scrupulously cleaned its hands and face. It was easily taught, and in course of time it could perform many surprising feats. I made a small trapeze, the bar being a slate pencil about 4 inches long, which was wound with yarn and hung from strings of the same, and on this the rat would perform like an acrobat, appearing to enjoy the exercise as much as the performance always delighted me. I made a long cord out of yarn, on which it would climb exactly in the manner in which a sailor shins up a rope, and when the cord was stretched horizontally it would let its body sway under and travel along the cord, clinging by its hands and feet like a human performer. A rat's natural position when eating a piece of bread is to sit on its haunches, but I had trained this rat to stand upright on its feet, with its head up like a soldier. Placing it in front of me on the bed, I would hand it a piece of bread, which it would hold up to its mouth with its hands while standing erect. Keeping one sharp eye on me and the other on its food, the moment it noticed that I was not looking, it would gradually settle down upon its haunches. When my eyes turned on it, it would instantly straighten itself up like a schoolboy caught in some mischief. It always showed great jealousy of my tame mice, and I had to be very careful not to let it get a chance to get at one. On one occasion, I was training one of the mice and did not notice that the rat was near. Suddenly, like a flash, it leaped nearly 2 feet, seizing the mouse by the neck precisely as a tiger seizes its prey. Although I instantly snatched it away, it was too late, the one fierce bite having severed the jugular. I have mentioned mice, and indeed they were most interesting pets. easily trained and as scrupulously clean and neat as any creature of a higher race could be. I at times had a half-dozen of them, which I had caught in the following simple way. I first stuck a small bit of bread on the inside of my pint tin cup, about halfway down, then turning it bottom up on the floor. I raised one edge just high enough so that a mouse could enter, and let the edge of the cup rest on a splinter. It would not be long before one would enter, and as it could not reach the bread otherwise it stood up, putting its hands against the sides of the cup, thus overbalancing it, causing the cup to drop, and simple Mousie would find itself also a prisoner. Although there was an order that no prisoner should be permitted to have any kind of pets, especially rats and mice, and as the prison swarmed with these, the warders had become tired of being obliged to turn over the cells and prisoners daily in search of these contraband favorites, the loss of which generally provoked the owners to insubordination. In consequence of which there was a tacit understanding that they were not to be interfered with, provided they were kept out of sight when the governor made his rounds. Nothing could overcome the jealousy of my otherwise gentle rat when it saw me petting a mouse, and it would watch for an opportunity to spring upon its diminutive rival and put a speedy end to its career. I had one mouse which to its other accomplishments added the following. It would lie in the palm of my open hand, with its 4 legs up in the air, pretending to be dead. Only the little creature kept its bright eyes wide open, fixed on my face. As soon as I said, "Come to life," it would spring up, rush along my arm, and disappear into my bosom like a flash. I had a mouse trained the same as the one above described, and was in dread lest a warder should see and destroy it. Therefore, in the hope of getting a guarantee for its safety, one day when the medical officer on his round came to my cell with his retinue, I put my mouse through the dead dog performance. The little fellow lay exposed in my hand with one of its twinkling eyes fixed on me, and the other on these strangers. Such was its confidence in me that it went through the performance perfectly, and when I gave the signal in an instant it was in my, as the poor thing believed, protecting bosom. The doctors laughed, and the retinue of course followed suit. If they had frowned, the latter would have done likewise. The doctors appeared so pleased that I felt certain they would order the warder, as was in their power, to let me keep my harmless pet, the sole companion of my solitude and misery, unmolested. They went outside the cell and lingered. In a moment then the warder came in, and after a struggle got the mouse out of my bosom and put his heel upon it. I am not ashamed to confess that I cried over the loss of this poor little victim of overconfidence in human beings. I once procured a beetle with red stripes across its wing sheaths, and trained it to show some degree of intelligence. This was for months the sole companion of my solitude, but it was at last discovered in my possession and taken away. I made friends with the flies, and found that they displayed no small degree of intelligence. I soon had a dozen tamed, and in the course of my long observations I discovered, among other things, that the males were very tyrannical over the fair sex, and tried to prevent them from getting any of the food. In the summer mornings at daylight, they would gather on the wall next my bed and wait patiently until I placed a little chewed bread on the back of my hand, when instantly there was a rush, and the first one who got possession, if a male, tried to prevent the rest from alighting, and would dart at the nearest, chasing it in zigzags far away. In the meantime another would have attained possession, and it went for the next corner, and for a long time there would be a succession of fierce encounters, until at last all had made good their footing and feasted harmoniously. For as fast as one succeeded in alighting it was let alone. Sometimes a male would take possession of my forehead, and, in case I left him unmolested, he would keep off intruders on what he evidently considered his domain by darting at them in a ferocious manner. On one occasion I noticed a fly that had one of its hind legs turned up, apparently out of joint. As it was feeding on my hand, I tried to put my finger on the leg to press it down. During 3 or 4 such attempts it moved away, after which it appeared to recognize my kind intention and stood perfectly still while I pressed on the leg. It may be unnecessary to add that I failed in performing a successful surgical operation. As the winter approached, the flies began to lose their legs and wings. Those that lost their wings would walk along the wall until they came to the usual waiting spot, and as soon as I put a finger against the wall the maimed creature would crawl to the usual place on my hand for breakfast. Indeed, The long years of solitude had produced in me such an unutterable longing for the companionship of something which had life that I never destroyed any kind of insect which found its way into my cell. Even when mosquitoes lit on my face, I always let them have their fill undisturbed, and felt well repaid by getting a glimpse of them as they flew, and with the music of their buzzing. Chapter 39. The days o' summer merrily spent in the land of the heather. In the cell next to mine was a prison genius named Heap, who was one of the most singular characters I ever met. As I shall have occasion to speak of him frequently, I may as well give here a sketch of his life as related to me by himself. He was born in the town of Macclesfield, near Manchester, in 1852, of respectable mechanics, or tradespeople as they are called in England. His father died when Heap was about 5 years of age, and after a time his mother married a carpenter and joiner of the place. Young Heap was a lively child, up to all sorts of tricks, and does not remember the time since he could walk that he was not in some mischief, and, as he remarked, took to all sorts of deviltry as naturally as a duck to water. As long as his father lived there was not much check on his mischievous propensities, but his stepfather proved to be a severe and stern judge, and brought him to book for every irregularity, thrashing him most unmercifully for each offense. His mother could not have filled her maternal duty very judiciously, judging from the fact that before he was 12 years old she set him to follow and watch his stepfather to the house of a woman of whom she was jealous. The boy possessed great natural abilities, and in good hands would have turned out something different than a lifelong prison drudge. He was handsome, genteel in appearance, an apt scholar, though very self-willed and headstrong, and as he grew up his naturally hot temper became uncontrollable. At an early age he had discovered that by threats of self-injury he could bend his parents to his wishes, but found in his stepfather one who would put up with no nonsense, even when he cut himself so as to bleed freely. Instead of the coveted indulgence, it only procured him an additional thrashing. At 15 he had become ungovernable at home, and his father had him put in the county insane asylum, where he remained a year and a half. While there he caused so much trouble that the attendants were only too glad when he escaped and went to Liverpool. Here he succeeded in getting a situation with a dealer in bric-a-brac, rare books, and antiquities. In a short time the proprietor placed so much confidence in his integrity that he gave him the charge of his place during his own absences, and young Heap was not long in taking advantage of his position to rob his employer by taking a book or other article which he sold to some one of his master's customers. This went on for some time until on one occasion he took the book to a shop kept by a woman to whom he had previously sold several articles and offered it for a sovereign. She examined it and found that it was an ancient, illuminated Greek manuscript, worth 50 times more than the price young Heap asked for it, and, suspecting something wrong, she told him to come again for the money the next evening. At the appointed time he entered the place and was confronted by his master, who contented himself with upbraiding him for his perfidy and discharging him from his service. At this period of his career he had contracted vicious habits, the most pernicious for him being that of drink, for when sober he was in his right mind, but the moment the drink was in his common sense departed, and he became a raving maniac, ready to fight or perpetrate any other act of folly. Up to this time he had never been tempted to steal only in order to supply means for improper indulgences. Not long after being discharged from his situation, he was found by the police acting in so insane a manner under the influence of drink that the magistrate before whom he was taken had him sent to the Raynell Lunatic Asylum. Here, being perfectly reckless, he carried on all sorts of games which made him obnoxious, although making himself very useful in work which he liked, such as gardening, etc. He also took up fancy painting and soon became a skillful copyist of prints of any description, enlarging or reducing, and painting them in oil or watercolors. He also became a good decorator and scene painter, besides devoting time to various studies, including music. At last he found means to effect his escape and lay in hiding until night. Then, as he had on the asylum clothes, which would betray him, he went back and got in through the window of the tailor's shop, which was in an isolated building, and exchanged the clothes he had on for a suit belonging to one of the attendants. Thinking himself now safe from recognition, he started off across the country, but had not gone more than 20 miles when, in passing through a small town, a policeman who had just heard of the escape from Raynell arrested him on suspicion. The Raynell authorities sent someone to identify him. He was taken back, tried on the charge of stealing the attendant's suit of clothes, which he still had on, was convicted by the usual intelligent jury and sentenced to 5 years penal servitude. He finished his term of imprisonment at Chatham, and instead of being set at liberty was sent under guard back to the asylum. According to English law, if a person confined in a lunatic asylum escapes and keeps away 14 days, he cannot after that be arrested, unless he commits fresh acts of insanity. After several futile attempts, he at last made good his escape and obtained work with a farmer, where he remained safe for 13 days and was congratulating himself that in less than another day he would be free, when his thoughts were broken off by the appearance of 2 attendants who seized and carried him back to the asylum. The events above narrated had driven him into a state of desperation at what he felt to be gross injustice, and he carried on in such a way that the doctor ordered his head to be shaved and blistered as a punishment, the straitjacket and all other coercive measures having been of no avail. The night watchman had orders to watch him closely, but he kept so sharp an eye on the watchman that he caught him asleep, and, creeping to the closet window, which he had previously tampered with, crept out, and after climbing the low wall found himself on a raw November night, with the rain falling in torrents, stark naked, head shaved and blistered, but once more a free man. In this condition he wandered on throughout the night, and just before daylight he entered a cemetery to find that refuge among the dead of which he thought himself so cruelly deprived by the living. Beneath the entrance to the church there was a passage which led to some family vaults in the basement, and he crept down the passage to seek some shelter for his nude body from the driving rain, which had chilled him through. While groping about in the dark, his hand rested on something soft, which, to his unbounded delight, proved to be an old coat which had probably been left there by the sexton and forgotten. He remained hidden all day and traveled through the fields all night, during which he found a scarecrow, from which he transferred to his own person its old hat and trousers. He said that although so hungry, he never had felt so happy as he did at finding himself once more dressed up. After proceeding a few miles farther, he ventured into a laborer's cottage in quest of food, which was given him, and with it a pair of old boots. As dilapidated, ragged, vagabond-looking, honest people are common in England, no questions were asked, and he proceeded on his way rejoicing in that freedom of which he had been deprived for 10 years or more. Amid all his pranks he had never been charged with idleness, and now worked at odd jobs about the farms until he had procured a decent suit of clothes, when he applied to a master house painter for work as a journeyman, though he had never done anything of that kind. The master, pleased with his appearance, gave him a trial, but the first job showed such ignorance of the art of house painting that he was forthwith discharged with half a day's wages. However, he had picked up some valuable hints, and being very apt by the time he had been more or less summarily discharged from half a dozen places, he had become a good workman, and henceforth had no trouble about retaining any situation as long as he refrained from beer and restrained his temper. But at the slightest fault-finding on the part of the master, he would fly into a passion and throw up the situation, and this especially, if he suspected that anything had leaked out about his imprisonment. While at work with a companion at painting the interior of a gentleman's residence near Bradford, a word or two was dropped which made him believe his fellow workmen had become aware of his being an ex-convict. Quitting work, he went to a public house, passing the rest of the day in carousing. About midnight, while on his way to his boarding house, it occurred to him that he had noticed a good many valuable things about the gentleman's house which he could obtain. No sooner thought than done. The entrance was in a moment gained. He had just consciousness enough left to gather a few things, then lie down by the side of them and fell into a drunkard sleep, in which the servants found him when they came down in the morning. A constable was sent for. He was given in charge, tried, convicted of the crime of burglary, and sentenced to 7 years penal servitude. His former term of 5 years had made him proficient in all the dodges of prison life, and he felt justified in his own mind in using all his craft in order to put in his 7 years as easily as possible. As he had been in Raynell Asylum, he knew that by putting on the balmy so as to be sent to the lunatic department he would not be subjected to the prison rules and be as well off as he had been in the free asylum. Persistent attempts at suicide by cutting himself in the arms and legs with a piece of glass so as to bleed freely accomplished his purpose. Being placed with the other convict lunatics, he made himself useful, but on account of his bad temper and overbearing, quarrelsome disposition, obnoxious to his fellow prisoners. Eventually, he was discharged with an 18-month ticket of leave and $2.50 as capital for a new departure. He went to Liverpool, procured a passage on board a freight steamer to America, which he paid for by working at painting. Landing at New York, he made his way to Norfolk, Virginia, where he procured work as a painter. Owing to his infirmity of temper, he did not keep his place long, and after knocking about for a few months, he took a freak to return to England, the last place of all for any man who has once been a prisoner. Once more in his native land, he procured work without difficulty at house painting, but, as usual, remained in one place but a very short time. His earnings, like those of a great majority of the working class in England, were squandered in the public house. Soon after the events just recorded, Heap concluded to visit his old home in Macclesfield. He accordingly threw up his situation and arrived at the railway station an hour before the train was due. In order to while away the time, he entered a public house and drank several glasses of ale. The compartment which he entered happened to be empty, and as usual whenever he indulged his appetite for anything containing alcohol, he was soon quite out of his mind and fancied that someone on the train was coming to murder him, and leaped headlong from the train, which was going at the rate of 40 miles an hour. This came to a standstill. He was taken on board again, not seriously injured, and left at Wrexham in Denbighshire, from which he was sent to the Denbigh Insane Asylum. This, being a Welsh institution, did not, according to Heap, possess those facilities for enjoying life which were so liberally supplied to the inmates of the Raynell Asylum near Liverpool. Accordingly, he behaved himself with so much propriety that the doctor discharged him as cured. Not long after his return, he got work near Manchester at painting in a block of new houses where the plumbers were at work putting in the gas and water pipes. On a Saturday, when he left work at noon, he met a young plumber who was out of a job. This man said he knew where he could earn a sovereign if he had tools to do a job in a butcher shop, and told Heap that if he would go to the houses where he had been painting and borrow a few plumber's tools and assist him, he would divide the amount. Heap went back, but finding that the master plumber and all his men had gone, Saturday afternoon in England being a half-holiday for laborers, he took the few tools required, went and finished the job by 7 p.m., then instead of taking the tools back, they went into a public house where they caroused till midnight, when they separated, Heap taking the tools to his boarding house. On Monday he started early, so as to get the tools back before the other workmen arrived. On nearing the houses he passed a policeman who walked a little lame. He turned his head to look back, and the policeman happened to do the same thing, and seeing Heap looking at him, his suspicions were aroused. Turning back, he came up and asked him what he had in the two tool baskets. Heap informed him, and on further questioning showed him the key to the house from which he had taken the tools, and asked him to accompany him there, which he did. They entered, Heap putting back the tools, and showed the policeman where he had been painting and wished him to stay until the master came in half an hour. This the policeman declined to do, and took the tools and told Heap to come to the police station. Heap lost his temper and began cursing him. The policeman went to the door, and seeing another just passing beckoned him in, and the two marched him to the station. The plumber was sent for, and was induced to make a charge against Heap and value the stolen goods at 10 shillings. Seeing that the police were bound to make a case against him, he seized the plumber's knife and cut his throat, severing the windpipe. The doctor was sent for. He was transferred to the jail hospital, and in the course of 2 or 3 weeks was well enough to appear before the magistrate, though he could not speak, and was bound over for trial. In the meantime, the police had discovered that he had served 2 penal terms, on the strength of which, when convicted, the magistrate sentenced him to 10 years penal servitude. At the trial, he had not yet recovered the use of his voice, nor did he have anyone to defend him, for at that time, unlike the present, the Crown did not furnish a lawyer for the defense of those who were unable to employ one at their own expense. When the magistrate was about to pronounce the sentence, he said that as the prisoner had escaped from ordinary asylums, he should send him to a place from which he could not escape, meaning a prison. Chapter 40. We will ferry you over Jordan that rolls between. Once convicted of a crime in England, it is impossible, unless a man has money or friends, for him to obtain an honest livelihood unless he is the happy possessor of a trade. All the great corporations demand references that will cover a series of years of the applicant's life. And, above all, strict inquiry is made as to his last employer. This cuts the ground out from under the feet of the unfortunate, and feeling that England can no longer be a home to him, he turns his eyes, as a matter of course, to America. A fair percentage of the prisoners are men who, perhaps under great temptation, or while under the influence of drink, have broken the laws, but yet are honorably minded and resolved in future to lead an honest life. Such are not undesirable citizens, but there is another class, that of the professional criminal. With these the prisons swarm, and, worse yet, the slums and saloons of the great cities are breeding thousands more that will take the places of those now on the stage. The conditions of society in England are such that the procession of criminals is an unending one. The society that creates the criminal also has established a system of police repression that makes the life history of society's victim one of misery, until such time when the criminal, growing wise by experience, shakes the dust of English soil off from his feet and transfers himself, a moral ruin, to our country, here to become a curse and a burden. This flow of moral sewage to our shores is constant and unceasing. Our government has frequently protested against it, but with no success, for the officials in England indignantly deny that the state either encourages or assists the exodus of her criminal classes. But from my personal knowledge, I know this to be false. The officials over there have found out an effectual way to rid themselves of their discharged prisoners as fast as their sentences expire, and cast them on our shores, and this is so ingenious a way that the wrong can never be brought home to them. During my 20 years' residence in Chatham, I suppose nearly half as many thousands asked me for information about America, and at least 95% assured me that when released they would join the society and depart at once for that happy hunting ground, that promised land which charms the imagination no less of the criminal than of the honest poor of the old world. In every English prison the walls are decorated with placards, gorgeous in hue, of rival firms appealing to the readers for patronage. "Join us," they all say, and every prisoner knows the appeal. "Join us" means, if you do, we will ferry you over the Jordan that rolls between this desert land and the plains flowing with milk and honey on the other side. The firms I mention are those arch humbugs, the Prisoners' Aid Societies of England. Elizabeth Fry, who made aid to prisoners fashionable and a society fad, in England, has much to answer for. Prisoners' aid societies have sprung up in every quarter of England, and having a rich soil, and under the fostering care of the government, have flourished with a rank and luxuriant growth. These societies draw their nourishment from English soil, but, unhappily for us, their tall branches hang over our wall and their ripened fruit falls on our ground. From the time a prisoner becomes accustomed to his surroundings until the hour of his release, the one thing ever uppermost in his thoughts, the one distracting subject and cause of anxious solicitude, is the question, which society shall I join? It is a tolerably safe venture to predict that he will join the Royal Prisoners' Aid Society of London, which society is happy in having Her Gracious Majesty and a long list of illustrious lords and ladies for governors. What that may mean no one knows. Certainly no benefit from these people ever accrues to the discharged prisoners, but who can describe the glory that falls on the 4 or 5 reverend gentlemen, sons, nephews, or brothers of deans or bishops, high-salaried secretaries of this particular society, who pose at the annual meeting in Exeter Hall before a brilliant audience, and after have the felicity of seeing their report in the church and society journals and their names connected with such exalted people. The way the government over there accomplishes its purpose of getting rid of its criminal population at our expense and at the same time is able to answer the charges of our government with disavowal is this. The Home Secretary alone possesses the pardoning power for the United Kingdom and directly controls every prison, his fiat being law in all things to every official as well as to every inmate. He has officially recognized and registered at the Home Office every Prisoners' Aid Society in England, Scotland, and Wales, and in order to boom them he gives to every discharged prisoner an extra gratuity of £3 provided he joins a Prisoners' Aid Society on his discharge, the result being that all do so. England is a small and compact country, and the police have practically one head, and that head is the Home Secretary. Under the circumstances, the system of police espionage is so perfect that whenever a discharged prisoner is reconvicted for another crime, he cannot escape recognition. And in all such cases, the Home Secretary notifies the particular aid society who received the prisoner on his discharge of the fact, very much to the vexation of the officials of the society, who are all anxious for a good record in reforming men that come officially under their auspices. They publish that all who are never reported as reconvicted are reformed, and all love to make a big showing for the money subscribed at the all-important annual meeting, the result being that all the men hustled out of the country by the society count as reformed men. These societies are supported by subscriptions, which all go in salaries and office rents. The assistance given to the discharged prisoner is limited to the £3 extra gratuity given the society by the government on the prisoner's behalf. The London societies have an agreement with the Netherlands Line and the Wilson Line of steamers to take to sea for £2.10. All workingmen they send to them. I have talked to thousands of men who joined the society, most of whom intended to go to America, and I have talked to scores who had joined, but who, unluckily for themselves, not leaving England, were reconvicted and sent back to Chatham. Throughout 20 years, I conversed with several thousand men who joined the society avowing they were going to America and were never heard of again in England, and have also known some scores of men who passed through the hands of the society agents, yet were afterward reconvicted. Therefore, I am in a position to speak with authority on the important question of England dumping her criminal population on our shores. Chapter 41. Well, my man, what do you intend to do? I want to go to America, sir. Tut. Tut. You mean you want to go to sea? Yes, sir, I want to go to sea. The Royal Society and the Christian Aid Societies, presided over by a Rev. Mr. Whiteley, enjoy a bad preeminence in this respect. The year before my release, the latter stated at the annual meeting that 6,000 discharged prisoners had passed through his society, and I venture to assert that 5,000 of these found their way to this country through the assistance of this society. These two societies have been boomed to an incredible extent, and it would be a curious study if any report could be had as to how the large subscriptions were actually expended. For the sake of making my narrative clear, I will here only speak of the first-named society. 2 months before release, the prisoner must inform the warder that he intends to join the Royal Society. He notifies the Home Office, which in turn notifies the society and forwards a warrant for £3. The prisoner upon discharge takes a certain train for London and is met upon his arrival at the station by an agent of the society. This agent ranks as a servant, is usually an ex-prisoner, and is always paid 21 shillings a week. He pilots his man at a certain hour before the Reverend Secretary, and here follows a verbatim report of the dialogue between the great man and the poor, timid, and dreadfully embarrassed ex-prisoner. Great man: well, my man, what do you intend to do? Ex-prisoner: I want to go to America. Great man: tut. Tut. My man, you mean you want to go to sea? Ex-prisoner, taking the hint: yes, sir, I want to go to sea. Great man: very well, my man. Go with this agent, who will fix it with the ship captain so you can go to sea. If a steamer of either line named is about to sail, he is taken on board, at once goes to the steerage, and just before sailing the agent hands him a ticket and the criminal is safely off for America. England is rid of a bad subject, and the Royal Society has one more reformed man to put in its report. In addition to the £3 gratuity, the ex-prisoner has been paid £1, £2 or £3 in addition, provided his sentence had been at least 5 years. The society is not a cent out of pocket over him, and forlorn and friendless, he lands here with from $2 to $15 in his pocket. He has got the cheap suit of clothes he wears, one handkerchief and one pair of stockings extra. It is almost certain he will speedily drift into crime, spending the remainder of his life in prison, and finally dying there or in the poorhouse. There is just one way this evil can be stopped, I might say 2 ways. The first, and a method that would be effectual in stopping the influx of criminals from all countries, is to let Congress put a tax of $30 or $50 on the steamship companies for every passenger not an American citizen whom they bring to America. Not one discharged criminal in 1,000 could meet the tax in addition to the fare. The only other way possible would be for our government to request the English government to furnish them with photographs, marks, and measurements of all discharged criminals. Then have them copied and sent to the immigration commissioners of our ports. But that would involve a radical change in these boards and their methods. Efficiency there under our corrupt system is, I fear, hopeless. I visited Ellis Island a few days ago and saw how they passed a shipload of immigrants in a few minutes, and as I looked I felt it was hopeless to expect any efficient measures to throw back the foul tide that is polluting our shores. Seldom as men of the criminal class once safe in America ever return to England, yet they do now and then return. In the 2 or 3 cases that came under my observation, it was very much to their loss and grief, for they only came back to undergo another term. One day, in 1890, a man working in my party slipped a note into my hand that had been given him for me in chapel that morning. As in similar cases, I secreted the note, and when safe in my little room I read it. The writer said he had lately come down from London and was most anxious to get into my party in order to have a chance to talk with me. He said he had been living in Chicago and could give me all the news. He ended the note by stating he was being murdered by hard work and implored me to try and get him into my party, where it was not so hard. This I was most anxious to do, as in my party you could talk almost with impunity. To have a man near me fresh and only a year before in Chicago would be like a letter from home and also a newspaper. Therefore, I determined to get Foster in my party if possible. At this time I had been 17 years a resident and was, in fact, the oldest inhabitant and had some little influence in a quiet way. About 11 years before I had been put in the party and had a chance to learn bricklaying, and having become an expert in the art was given charge of the bricklaying. I was on the best of terms with our officer, so when, a day or 2 later, one of our men was so fortunate, in the Chatham view of it, as to meet with an accident and be admitted to that heaven, the infirmary, I told my officer to ask for Foster to replace him. He did so, and he, very much to his gratification, found himself by my side, with a trowel instead of a shovel in his hand. We worked side by side, winter and summer, storm and shine, for 2 years, and in spite of myself I began soon to like the man. His chief and only virtues were truthfulness and fair-mindedness toward his friends, rare and incongruous virtues for a professional burglar. Nevertheless, he possessed them in a marked degree. This is a statement to make a cynic smile, and is one of those cases where the result is justifiable. Yet, however the cynic may smile, there is plenty of all-around good faith in the world, and there is no nation, race, or color, no clique, religion nor social strata, that has a monopoly of the article. Good faith and truth grow in unlikely places, as I have found in my career, for I have looked on life from both sides, and to look on it from the seamy side is instructive indeed, for then the mask is off and the true character is revealed. I have been away down in the depths and for years have toiled cheek by jowl, through sunshine and storm, in blinding snows and pelting rain. with my brother men under conditions too brutal and demoralizing to be understood if described conditions where the very worst side of human character would naturally be thought to come to the front. And I came out of the fierce struggle in that pit of death with conclusions as to the human animal that are decidedly favorable, and I am inclined to the view that man was born almost an angel, and that, in spite of the fearful temptations of the world into which he has been thrust, much of the angelic pottery abides. Chapter 42. Many a man more dangerous writes Alderman after his name. Foster's experience during his 4 years' residence in Chicago was decidedly novel, and it had evidently brightened his wits, that is, increased his cunning without adding to his honesty. And as I think it will interest my reader to get a view of life from the actor's own standpoint, I will relate one of the many stories he told me during the years we worked together. Upon Foster's release from his first term of imprisonment, he joined the Christian Aid Society of London, and Mr. Whiteley, the secretary, promptly sent him to sea, as he has thousands of others. In due time he arrived in New York, but as he had heard much of Chicago, he determined to go there. He arrived penniless, but within an hour ran against an old friend in the person of a former partner in the art of burglary, who had been a fellow prisoner with him in London. This man's name was Turtle, and Mr. Whiteley had only sent him to sea 2 brief years before. It was plain from his magnificent diamond ring, pin, and big bank roll, freely displayed, that the seafaring life of the former protégé of the London Prison Aid Society was a profitable occupation. He was delighted to meet Foster, and took him to a tailor's at once and fitted him out liberally, at the same time handing him $250, just for pocket money. When, on the next day, Foster stated to his friend that he was ready to undertake a burglary, Turtle was displeased, and said, "No, we are on the honest game, which pays better." What that was will appear. Turtle had a large private inquiry office, with 2 of the city detectives for side partners, who turned over to him all business in which there was a prospect of mutual profit. All imaginable schemes of villainy were concocted and executed there, and with perfect impunity, too. For Turtle had the ear of all the magistrates, and was in with all the gangs that made the City Hall of Chicago the worst and vilest den of robbers that encumbers this earth. What cause the pessimist has for his boding views when in cities like New York, Quaker Philadelphia, Chicago, and San Francisco, the city halls, those centers of municipal life, hold and are ruled by the worst and most dangerous gangs of criminals sheltered by any roof in any city. Alas, that the center which should be the purest stream within the city should be a foul cesspool, sending out poisonous vapors to pollute the life of the citizens. Universal suffrage in our great centers is a corrupt tree, and its fruits must needs be poisonous. Turtle gave his friend Foster a welcome at his office, and at once enrolled him on his staff, but virtually made him a member of the firm. So, between the 2 police headquarters thieves and the 2 English ones, they had a combination indeed. Many stories Foster told me during the years of our intercourse that were novel and strange, and gave me a view of the social world seldom seen. Here is a specimen. One day a countryman appeared at police headquarters in Chicago and announced that he had been robbed of $20,000, and showed how his coat pocket had been cut open and the money taken. This, he explained, had been done in a crowd. It was a strange place for a man to carry so large a sum, and, still stranger, the pocket was cut on the inside. Of course, a pickpocket in the rare event of cutting the pocket of an intended victim must of necessity cut the pocket from the outside. The countryman had fallen at headquarters to the tender mercies of the 2 partners of Turtle. One glance at the pocket showed them there was a colored gentleman in the woodpile, and as there was $20,000 in the deal somewhere, they determined to have some share of it. They, of course, pretended to believe the story of the countryman, but for fear some of the other headquarters men might hear and want a share, they hurried him away from the office over to the Sherman House. Then one went to Turtle's office and posted him on the situation. The countryman was anxious to leave town, but on various pretenses they held him for 2 days. But as he stoutly affirmed that the lost money was his own, they were puzzled to solve the mystery. But their knowledge of human nature was such that they felt certain that if they could only arrive at the bottom, the old gentleman would not be quite as white as he pretended to be. He came from an obscure mountain town in East Tennessee, and while they fancied a trip there might solve matters, they feared to lose their victim for victim. These human tigers determined the countryman should be. The second day they resolved on decisive measures to get at the truth, and at the same time secure some plunder, provided the Tennessean had any cash. So far Turtle and Foster had not been seen by the victim. The detectives asked the countryman to remain one more night to see if they could not catch the men who had robbed him. That afternoon one of Turtle's staff secured a room at the same hotel and, seizing an opportunity, slipped into the countryman's chamber and concealed some burglar tools under the mattress of his bed and in his carpet bag. This once done, they marched the guy along Clark Street and, as arranged, Turtle and one of his staff met them and, shaking hands with the two detectives, asked if they were arresting their companion for a job. Upon their saying he was a wealthy gentleman from the South, Turtle burst out laughing and said he knew him for an old-time burglar, and if they would search his house they would find stolen goods, and ended by saying, "Bring him down to my office and I will show you his picture." The detectives now changed their tones and threatened to arrest him. He, having, as the sequel will show, a bad conscience, became frightened. Then they arrested him and announced that they were going to search his room at the hotel. This they did, taking him along. Of course, they found what they had previously hidden, very much to the terror of the countryman, who, lashed by a bad conscience, began to think he was in a fix. The friends of the hour before now became threatening bullies, promising to get him 10 years for the possession of burglar tools. They took him to Turtle's office, and there stripping him they found to their disappointment that he had no money, but found carefully folded up in an inner pocket a post office receipt for a registered letter sent from Nashville to St. Paul. They kept him a prisoner that night while Turtle left by the first train for St. Paul with the receipt in his pocket. The next morning found him in St. Paul, and a few minutes later he walked out of the office with the registered letter, which proved to be a bulky one. Tearing it open, he found it full of United States bonds and greenbacks, amounting in all to $20,000. The next day, all save $1,000, reserved for the victim, was divided among the 4 birds of prey. That day the victim was taken before a friendly magistrate and fully committed to await in jail the action of the grand jury. 24 hours later a tool called on him at the jail and gave him the option of taking $1,000 and getting out of town by the first train or getting 10 years for the possession of burglar tools. The poor fool, with trembling eagerness, accepted the first part of the ultimatum, and within an hour a bail bond was filled up, and darkness found the baffled old man speeding westward, never again to look on his own people. But how was he a baffled old man? He had embarked in a scheme of villainy, but had been beaten at his own game by sharper rascals. From whom did he steal the money? Read, in a small Tennessee town there lived a widow whose husband had been killed in the Confederate Army and who found herself, like so many more Southern ladies at the close of the war, impoverished, and with a family of children to be provided with bread. But it seems she was a brave body and with a head for business. She opened a small hotel in Nashville, and by reason of her history, no less than her excellent hostelry, she thrived apace, and, investing all her savings in newly started industrial enterprises in Nashville, her small investments brought in large returns, which were reinvested, until at 40, finding herself mistress of a competency, she quit business and went to spend the remainder of her days where she was born. The hero of the adventure in Chicago was not only her neighbor, but had been the comrade of her husband through the deadly fights of the war. She naturally turned to him as a friend for advice. He first asked her to be his wife, and upon her refusal, he began to urge her to dispose of all her interests in Nashville and reinvest her money in the nearby city of Knoxville. At last she consented, and sent him to Nashville with authority to act as her agent. He disposed of her property, except the old hotel. He was paid $20,000 on her account, and once with the money in his possession, he determined to keep it. It was a cowardly deed, and dearly did he pay for it. He wrote her he was going to Chicago and would take the money with him, as he would only remain for a day. To Chicago he came and, as related, robbed himself, sending off the money in a registered letter to himself. Then he appeared at police headquarters with his cut pocket and clumsy story, which appeared in the next morning's paper. He sent a marked copy of the paper to the lady, and at the same time wrote a hypocritical letter stating that he was so heartbroken over losing her money that he did not have the courage to look her in the face, and never should until such time as he could repay the money. He said he was going to California to work, and when he had enough she would see him again, but not before. How easy it is for a man to become an unspeakable villain, and how nicely this one was hoisted with his own petard. Eventually, this catastrophe proved a blessing to the widow. It drove her back to her hotel again, and soon after she became the wife of one of the bravest and best men Tennessee ever produced. I was so interested in the fate of this lady that when in Nashville in 1893, I tried to hunt her up. I found several who knew the whole story, and from them I heard her after history and a full confirmation of Foster's narrative. Foster remained 4 years in Chicago and flourished. He and Turtle became very influential in politics and partners in a combine of rascally aldermen and police magistrates that robbed the city and the citizens with impunity. But unluckily for him, he one day took it into his head to pay a visit to his old haunts in England, there to display his diamonds and bankroll to such of his former cronies as happened to be at liberty. On arriving in London, he began to play the role of a rich American, but was recognized by the police, an old charge raked up against him, arrested, promptly placed on trial, found guilty and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Although the possessor of considerable property, he is today toiling at Chatham like a slave, and probably if he lives he will come out a broken man. It is a certainty that the very day he is liberated he will go to sea, being sent by a prisoners' aid society, and a few days later become an ornament to that good city of Chicago. Once there, his ambition will not be satisfied until he takes his seat as alderman, becoming one of the city fathers. Many more immoral and dangerous than he write aldermen after their names in that windy city. Chapter 43. A battered hulk stranded on a shore to which no tide returns. I am glad to say that during the almost lifetime I passed at Chatham there were only a scant half-dozen Americans who came down to keep me company. One, Stoneman by name, interested me. He was a man of great nerve and quick apprehension, and very truthful, therefore I found his stories of his adventures most interesting, besides the fact that his history was another proof of the truth that wrongdoing never pays. Stoneman was of good parentage, and had entered the army in 1861, making a good record up to and including the Battle of Gettysburg. There, owing to a quarrel with his captain, he deserted and became a bounty jumper, making a large amount of money, but when the war ended, finding his occupation gone, he entered upon a life of crime, starting out first as a very successful express robber. The last robbery he engaged in that line was on the New Haven Road near Norwalk. His share amounted to some thousands, but he was literally bowled out, and by a singular circumstance. One of his confederates by the name of Riley had been arrested, and was confined at Norwalk. He engaged as counsel for his chum a well-known criminal lawyer of New York by the name of Stewart, and arranged with him to go up to Norwalk to see Riley the following day. Although Stoneman had plenty of money, he told Stewart he had none, but Riley had. Then he gave Riley's wife $2,500 and told her to be present at the interview between the lawyer and her husband. At the interview, Riley told him he would give him $2,500 if he cleared him, or $1,000 if he got him off with a sentence of 2 years or less. Stewart was hungry as a shark to finger the money, and writing out a receipt for the full amount, inserted the conditions agreed upon. Putting the money in his pocket, he started back to New York with Mrs. Riley. Stoneman was on the train waiting for them, and as soon as they started he joined them. It happened the train was crowded, and they had to stand. It seems some pickpocket saw Stewart pull out the money and determined to get it from him. On the arrival of the train in New York, he succeeded in doing so. Stoneman had hurried out of the station, and, of course, knew nothing of the loss. So soon as Stewart discovered his loss, he blamed him for it, and, being in a fury, he flew to police headquarters, secured the services of a friendly detective, and, going to the hotel that he knew Stoneman frequented, had him arrested on a charge of robbing him. The end of it all was that Stewart and the detectives got all his money, and then, knowing him to be a daring man, one that would neither forget nor fear to avenge his wrong. To get him out of the way, they betrayed him to the Connecticut police as one of the express robbers. He was sent to Norwalk to stand his trial, was convicted and sentenced to 5 years, and sent to Wethersfield. Being a good mechanic, he was put in the blacksmith shop, and there, with an eye to the future, he did what is frequently done by professional gentlemen in our prisons, made a complete and most finely tempered set of burglar tools. They were too bulky to be smuggled out by friendly warders, so he secreted them in the shop where he worked and ruled. Many of the prisoners in Wethersfield are expert workmen, and from the machine shops there a high class of work is turned out. Among other workshops, there is one for the manufacture of silver-plated ware. Stoneman had made chums with one of the prisoners who held a confidential position in the silverware manufactory. As Stoneman's sentence was the first to expire, he gave him points, and it was plotted between them that the prison itself should be burglarized by Stoneman on a certain night after his release. The confidential man was to leave the way clear to the safe where the silver bars used in the business were stored. He in due time was liberated, with the customary injunctions from the warden and officers not to come back anymore. He did come back, but in a way entirely unanticipated by them. He, of course, knew the whole routine of the place, the stations of the guards, and that the wall after 8 p.m. was left entirely unguarded. The second night after his liberation found him beneath the wall with no other implements than a light ladder of the right height. In a minute he was on top, had pulled his ladder up and lowered it inside. Once inside, every inch of the place was familiar to him, and he had a clear field. The shops, although inside of the boundary walls, were quite separate from the main building, where the men, closely guarded, were confined. He entered the familiar room where he so long had worked and easily placed his hands on his, to him, precious kit of tools, and carried his jimmies, wedges, sledges, bits, braces, drills, etc., to the wall, and then landed them safe outside. Then he returned and entered the room where the plunder he sought lay. Thanks to his friend, the way was easy, and his art was not required to secure it. There were 600 ounces in silver bars, a pretty good load in avoirdupois, but he only made one journey of it, mounted the wall, and speedily was over. Stoneman was a long-headed fellow. He had taken, without the owner's leave, one of the many boats on the banks of the nearby river. He carried his plunder and tools down to the boat and pulled across the river 2 miles down to where quite a stream empties into the Connecticut. He pulled some distance up it, then putting everything into bags he sank them in the creek. Then drifting back into the Connecticut River again, he threw his ladder over and turned the boat adrift. At 7 o'clock the next morning he was in New York. In due time, in the idiom of the professionals, he raised his plant, and the burglar's kit manufactured in the Connecticut State Prison did what Stoneman considered yeoman service. With all his art and cunning, justice would not be cajoled by him, but weighed him in her balance, to a good purpose too. His success in his particular line was great, but he paid dearly for it all. Many times he escaped detection, but not always. Not to escape, but to be brought to the bar, means a fearful gap in the life of a criminal. He was, as I say, famous in certain circles for his success in his lawless course, yet in the 20 years between 1865 and 1886, he passed 16 years in captivity. In that year, he went to England with a Confederate, and a few hours later in London, they snatched a parcel of money from a bank messenger in Lombard Street. Both were caught in the act and sentenced at the Old Bailey to 20 years each. Today Stoneman is toiling under brutal taskmasters, and it is all but certain he will perish at his task, friendless, alone, unpitied. Better so even, for should he ever be freed it will not be until the 20th century is well on its way to the have-beens of time, then only to find himself a battered hulk stranded on a shore from which the tide has ebbed forever. Chapter 44. I find the Fenians with me in the toils. I had, of course, for many years heard much of the Fenian prisoners in the English prisons, particularly Sergeant McCarty and William O'Brien. Soon after my arrival at Chatham, I was placed in the same party with them. We were all three strongly drawn together, but were shy of being the first to speak. Of course, it was strictly against the rules to talk, but as a matter of fact the prisoners find many opportunities for talking, particularly if they do their work. The officers are reported and fined if their men fall behind in their task, so if a man is any way backward in working, the officer keeps his weather eye open and reports him for any infraction of the rules. One day, soon after they were put in my party, I gave O'Brien a hand in fixing his run. We spoke a few words. The ice was broken, we soon became fast friends, and our friendship remained unbroken until their happy release some years after. They were fine, manly fellows, and I in time came to have a warm affection for them. McCarty had for nearly 20 years been a sergeant in the English army. He had come out of the Indian Mutiny with a splendid record and had been recommended for a commission. But while wearing the British uniform, his heart was warm for Ireland and her cause, so when, in 1867, his battery being then stationed in Dublin, he was informed many devoted adherents to the Fenian cause had determined to try and seize Dublin, with a view of starting a wide revolt against English domination. Perilous as it was, he cast his lot in with them, and speedily found sufficient adherents in his own field battery to seize it and bring it into action against the English. The plan miscarried. Sergeant McCarty, along with many others, was arrested and tried for treason, as a matter of course was speedily convicted and sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. This sentence was commuted to penal servitude for life. O'Brien was an enthusiastic youngster of 17 and an ardent patriot. He had enlisted in a regiment then stationed in Ireland for no other reason than to familiarize himself in military affairs, also to win over recruits to the Fenian cause, and when the revolt began to be in a position to seize arms. The result of it all, so far as my two friends were concerned, they found themselves by my side in the great Chatham ship basin loading trucks with mud and clay, and that upon a diet of black bread and potatoes. The cars, or trucks, held 4 tons, there were 3 men to a truck, and the task was 19 trucks a day, and between the urging of officers, frightened themselves for fear the task might not be done, and the mud and starvation, it was despairing work. The punishments were not only severe, but were dealt out with a liberal hand. The men, as a rule, were willing to work, but between weakness, brought on by perpetual hunger, and the misery of the incessant bullying of the officers, some few suicided every year, but many more did worse to themselves, that is, the poor fellows, seeing nothing but misery before them, would, when the trucks were being shifted on the rail, deliberately thrust an arm or leg under the wheels and have it taken off. No less than 22 did this in 1874. Of course, the object was to get out of the mud. When once a man's leg or arm was off, he would no longer be able to handle a shovel, and would necessarily be placed in an inside or cripple's party and set to work picking oakum or breaking stones, with the result that, being free from severe toil and sheltered from the storms, they would not be so hungry. Then, again, they could more easily escape being reported, and that meant much. There was never anything but black bread for breakfast and supper, save only 1 pint of gruel with the bread for breakfast. For dinner, every day we got a pound of boiled potatoes and 5 ounces of black bread, 3 days a week 5 ounces of meat, that is, 15 ounces a week for a man toiling hard in the keen sea air. We were always on the verge of starvation. Our sufferings were terrible. In our hunger there was no vile refuse. We would not devour greedily if opportunity occurred. O'Brien was a slight, delicate fellow, quite unfitted for the hardships and toil he was subjected to, but he was a high-spirited, brave youngster, and his spirit carried him through, while many a man better fitted physically to endure the toil gave in and died, or became utterly broken down, and would be sent away to an invalid station of physical wreck. McCarty and I used to do extra work so as to shield O'Brien, and so long as our trucks were filled on time the officer made no complaint. The prisoners were certainly very good to each other, and usually did all in their power to help and cheer up the weaker men. In 1877, my two friends were liberated. I was glad to see them go, but I missed them sadly. But McCarty had suffered too much. He only survived his liberation a few days, dying in Dublin, to the grief of all Ireland. O'Brien started a tobacco store in Dublin, where he still is. I knew all of the dynamiters Curtin, Daly, Dr. Gallagher, Egan, etc. However misguided, yet they meant to serve their country, and dearly have they paid for their zeal. I pitied poor Gallagher. The strain on his spirit was too great. He soon broke down, and his dejected, forlorn looks, his stooping shoulders and listless walk made me and all think his days were numbered. But he had immense vitality and still lived when I was liberated, but he was truly a pitiable object. And if he is ever to live to breathe the air of free man, then his friends must secure a speedy release, for he is slowly sinking into his grave. Chapter 45. In mood as lonely, in plight as desperate as his. I have related how, the Sunday after my sentence, in my despair I took the little Bible off the shelf. The other books I had at Chatham besides the Bible were a dictionary and the life of the prophet Jeremiah. Once, soon after my arrival in Chatham, I took the Jeremiah down from the shelf, but speedily put it back and made a vow never to take it down again, and I never did. It remained in view on the little shelf for 19 years, while I sat there watching it rot away. The dictionary is a good book, but grows tiresome at times. As for the Bible, there is no discount on that. For 14 years I was a careful student of its sacred pages. Every Sunday of that 14 years, from 12 o'clock until 2, I used to walk the stone floor of my cell preaching a sermon with no audience, but my dictionary and the life of the prophet Jeremiah. I at first began my Bible studies and my sermons as a means to occupy my thoughts and keep my mind bright. It saved my life and reason. I need hardly say that I became tolerably familiar with the book, and I had the great advantage of studying the Bible without a commentary. I thought in my enthusiasm I should never tire of the Bible, but after 10 or 12 years I began to grow weary of it and grew very hungry for other mental food. I wanted a Shakespeare, for with him to keep me company I could no longer be in the desolation of solitude. At last I determined to get my friends to try for me. I had learned the Bible almost by heart. The smallest incidents in the life of the prophet Jeremiah were much more familiar to me than the history of the Civil War, and Anathoth took on proportions which made it as real as New York and far more important. The desperate efforts I had made to keep myself from falling into the condition of so many I had seen drooping to idiocy and death were, I felt, successful, and any occupation which kept alive the intellect could not but be beneficial. I was hungry, starving for mental food. Never had books appeared so attractive, never was kingdom so cheerfully offered for a horse as I would have offered mine for an octavo. My friends had written for me to the government, but with no success. At last they had interested the American minister in London, who promised to write to the Home Secretary for me, but a year had slipped by and I had heard nothing. Jeremiah continued with me, and it seemed he was to remain with me to the end. But a change was coming. Can I ever forget the day it happened? Can I ever cease to remember the delight, the incredulity, the astonishment of that happy day? I had come in at night hungry, cold, wet, and miserable. I made my way a little depressed to my cell. As I was about to step across the threshold, I saw a book lying on my little wooden bed. Amazed and astonished, I hesitated to enter. Small as such a circumstance appears, the very sight of the book brought on a weakness. I feared to pick it up, a horrible dread seized me that it might be a new Bible, and I was unwilling to risk another disappointment. The footprint on the sand was not more suggestive nor more awe-inspiring to Robinson Crusoe than the appearance of that book was to me. In mood as lonely, in plight as desperate as his, there lay before me a sight as unlooked for and, as it seemed, as full of meaning as the footprint was to Robinson. At last I pulled myself together, determined to end the suspense and know what was before me. I picked up the book, and who can understand the delight, the joy, the rapture even, with which I read on the title page, "The Works of William Shakespeare." In an instant I became a new man. If ever one human being felt gratitude to another, I felt it at that moment for the American minister. To him I owed it that henceforth a new light was to stream through the fluted glass of my window, that henceforth a new world was opened up for me to live in, and the world seemed lighter to me. Many a month and year afterward my cell was filled and my heart cheered by the multitude of friends the divine William provided for me. About the time I received my Shakespeare, another piece of happy fortune befell me. A smallpox scare was existing outside, and all hands in the prison were ordered to be vaccinated. When the doctor came around a few days afterward to examine the effects of the operation, he found my arm so swollen that he directed me to be taken to the hospital. For 25 days I had full opportunity to learn what the girl in Dickens' Little Dorrit meant when she called the hospital an heavenly place. It was the first time I had ever been admitted, and the change from the horrible mud hole to the rest and comfort of a cell in the hospital was indeed almost heavenly. With nothing to do but to read my Shakespeare, the cravings of hunger for the first time since my imprisonment satisfied, I was tempted to believe, I did partly believe, that the world had few positions pleasanter than mine. Godliness with contentment is undoubtedly great gain. Contentment alone without the godliness is no poor thing, and was I not content? Few, indeed, of all the thousands who have toiled in that torturing prison house have ever been or are likely ever to be so content as I was. How true it is that happiness is altogether relative, and that it is divided much more evenly among men than we are willing to believe. A mere respite from an intolerable position, a single book to keep the mind from cracking, transformed gloom and misery into light, and at least comparative happiness. After a time I began to watch the effects of the unnatural life upon others. They arrived full of resolution, buoyed often by hopes which they were soon destined to find delusive. The short-time men, those with 7 or 10-year sentences, could face the prospect hopefully. To them the day would come when the prison gate must swing back and the path to the world be open once more. But no such hope cheers the long-timers, the men with 20 years in life, who quickly learn how great the proportion is of their number, who find relief only in the box smeared with black, which encloses what is left of them in the grave. Every day I used to see the effects on them of hunger and torment of mind. The first part visibly affected was the neck. The flesh shrinks, disappears, and leaves what look like 2 artificial props to support the head. As time wears on, the erect posture grows bent. Instead of standing up straight, the knees bulge outward as though unable to support the body's weight. And the man drags himself along in a kind of despondent shuffle. Another year or two and his shoulders are bent forward. He carries his arms habitually before him now. He has grown moody, seldom speaks to anyone, nor answers if spoken to. In the general deterioration of the body, the mind keeps equal step, and so unfailing is the effect that even warders wait to see it and remark to each other that so and so is going off. When the sufferer begins to carry his arms in front, everyone understands that the end is coming. The projecting head, the sunken eye, the fixed, expressionless features are merely the outward exponents of the hopeless, sullen brooding within. Sometimes the man merely keeps on in that way, wasting more and more, body and mind, every day, until at last he drops and is carried into the infirmary to come out no more. Truly, I was looking on life from the seamy side. Before my own experience had taught me, I used to think at times, when such a subject ever came into my mind at all, what must be the thoughts and anticipations of a man condemned to separation from other men, to lead an unnatural life under the strained and artificial conditions of prison? The change is so violent, it comes so suddenly, the unknown possibilities are so terrible, the sufferings naturally implied are so inevitable, that had anyone gifted with a knowledge of futurity shown me that such experience was to be mine, I would have thought it utterly impossible that such horrors could be withstood by ordinary strength. The delights of pleasure are seldom equal to the anticipation of them, and it is probable that the pain of suffering is more unbearable in the shrinking expectation than when affliction actually opens her furnace door and commands us to enter. Perhaps there is a compensation of some kind in nature, a provision to deaden feeling when a death stroke falls, some merciful dispensation by which we fail to realize or to understand in its exactness the meaning of the stroke which is crushing us. The man rescued from drowning or from asphyxiation has felt no pain. The animal that falls beneath the rush and the murderous claws of a beast of prey seems to fall into a torpor-like indifference, under the influence of which he meets with no great suffering the death his captor brings him. Probably all great suffering comes accompanied with a reserve of strength or with a power of resistance, which may even spring from weakness, but which invests the sufferer with courage and, perhaps, too, with hope to meet it. Transcriber's note: words are missing here on the original, but the pitiless application of a discipline designed with consummate skill to find out all the weak points of a man's inner armor and to inflict the utmost possible suffering upon him, I used to ask myself if it could be possible that I was really the man upon whom so hideous a fate had fallen. The blackness of darkness was round about me. Infinite despair stood ready to seize me. It seemed an amazement that life should be forced to remain with him who longs for death, who would rejoice exceedingly and be glad could he find the grave. But when the first horrible numbness of the shock was disappearing, when the first glimmering perception came to me that, as a man's day, so shall his strength be, I began to suspect, and soon to know, that in many ways the reality was not so terrible as imagination pictured it. However ample the provision be which men may make to inflict suffering upon other men, however well and successfully they may apply the provision, they cannot alter men's nature. That will assert itself under all circumstances. The fact that a man is restrained of his liberty by no means alters his nature. The things he liked or disliked when he was at liberty, he will like or dislike when a prisoner, and he is not long in finding that whatsoever a man soweth that shall he also reap, is just as certainly true of the seed he plants in enclosed ground as it is of what he scatters in the open field. Chapter 46. If pain is not an evil, it certainly is a very good imitation. The world inside of the walls has a public opinion of its own, and it is at least quite as often just as the public opinion whose sphere is not circumscribed by stone walls and iron bars. The man who accepts the situation, resolved to get his hand as easily as possible out of the tiger's mouth, soon becomes known as a sensible fellow, willing to give others no trouble and anxious to have no trouble given him. Such a man will rarely be molested. Patient, uncomplaining endurance always excites pity and sympathy. The most ignorant, the most brutal warder will scarcely oppress the man who goes quietly and unresistingly along the thorny road stretched out before him, who, not taking the thorns for roses, is not disappointed at finding few roses among the thorns. Those, however, who are determined to see the rough side of prison life may easily do so. The appliances are there and they will certainly be accommodated. An English prison is a vast machine in which a man counts for just nothing at all. He is to the establishment what a bale of merchandise is to a merchant's warehouse. The prison does not look upon him as a man at all. He is merely an object which must move in a certain rut and occupy a certain niche provided for it. There is no room for the smallest sentiment. The vast machine of which he is an item keeps undisturbed upon its course. Move with it, and all is well. Resist, and you will be crushed as inevitably as the man who plants himself on the railroad track when the express is coming. Without passion, without prejudice, but also without pity and without remorse, the machine crushes and passes on. The dead man is carried to his grave and in 10 minutes is as much forgotten as though he had never existed. The plank bed, the crank, the bread and water diet, unauthorized but nonetheless effectual clubbing at the hands of warders, the cold in the punishment cells penetrating to the very marrow of the bones, weakness, sickness and unpitied death are the certain portion of the rebel. Some are found idiotic enough to invite such a fate, though fewer now than formerly. The progress of education in England during the last 20 years, and the philanthropic efforts of many societies and private persons, but above all the covert but successful efforts of the authorities to deport them to this country instantly after their release, have had an immense effect in thinning the ranks of prison inmates. The judges, too, have been forced by public opinion to be much less severe than they used to be, and that counts for much even in the inside of prisons. Nothing can be more capricious than the sentences they pass. In very few cases does the law set any limit. Life, or any term not less than 5 years, is the usual reading of the statute books, and the consequence naturally is that one judge will give his man 5 years, while another will condemn his to 20 years for precisely the same crime committed under precisely the same circumstances as the first one. Another great blot on the English judicial system is that no court of appeal exists to which a sentence might be referred for review, so that the most unjust and unequal sentences are constantly passed from which there is no appeal, but in the forlorn hope rather. Entire hopelessness of a petition to the Home Secretary. I have often seen a man who had been sentenced to 5 years for murder working by the side of another whose sentence was 20 years for some crime against property. Such contrasts, of course, excite great discontent and in some cases are the reason why men set up a hopeless resistance to what they feel to be persecution and injustice. It always seemed to me that the standpoint of the Board of Directors, established in 1864 and which continued without change until very recently, was altogether wrong. They appeared to think that in their dealings with other men the only course was to be the application of force, iron force, as one of the governors expressed it. The very great majority require no such application, and the few difficult ones could easily be managed in another way. Certainly, it is necessary that all prison discipline be penal, but it is not necessary that it be ferocious and inhuman, as certainly is the English. Starvation, the crank, the plank bed, the fearful cold of the cells are not measures necessary in dealing with any man. Whatever they could think of to harden, to degrade, to insult, to inflict every form of suffering, both physical and mental, which a man could undergo and live, was embodied in the rules they made. Their prisons were to be places of suffering and of nothing but suffering. So far as the directors were concerned, the regulations were carried out to the letter, but each prison is under the control of a resident governor, with a deputy governor to assist him. These gentlemen are always men of good social position, retired officers of the army, who have seen the world and have experience in controlling men. They are rarely inclined to unnecessary severity, but are generally willing to apply the rules with as much consideration as such rules admit. The governor's discretion, however, is limited, but daily contact more or less with men whom he sees to differ very little from free men, and whom he sometimes finds to be even better than many he knows who are not, but who perhaps ought to be, on the wrong side of the bars, makes him unwilling to throw too many sharp points on the path which has to be trodden by men for whom he often cannot help feeling considerable sympathy. I have more than once heard governors express their disapproval of the starvation system and of the ferocity of treatment toward men who some day or other must go back to society. Under such governors, the new arrival speedily finds out that to a certain extent his comfort depends upon himself. No man can make a bad thing good or trick himself into believing that suffering is pleasure. If pain be not an evil, it is an exceedingly good imitation, and the wisest philosopher is just as restless under the toothache as the most perfect idiot. Chapter 47. His row becomes filled with very sharp-edged stones indeed. The inhabitant of a cell has a very rough row to hoe under any circumstance, and it has to be hoed, but there is no necessity for him to fill his row with stones and to plant roots in it himself. He soon finds his level, and the impression he makes on his arrival is the one which, as a rule, clings to him to the end. When prison air and prison influence have succeeded in encasing a man with the sort of moral hardbake that renders him callous to those feelings which at first so gall the raw spots, he finds himself watching with curiosity the shapings of newcomers. Some announce immediately on arrival that they cannot possibly be there more than a month or two. Their arrest was a mistake, and their uncle, the Member of Parliament, is now busily engaged making representations to the Home Secretary. One of the very few amusements prisoners have is in watching the important fellows, the men whose friends could do so much for them if they would only let them know where they are. Sometimes a chap who has perhaps been a body servant or something of the kind, who has picked up the kind of veneer he could catch by aping his master, will furnish food for smiles to every one he comes in contact with during his stay. He never receives a letter without explaining confidentially to everyone that another aunt whose favorite he was has just died, leaving him £10,000 in cash, not to speak of a trifle or two in the shape of half a dozen houses. These gentlemen are immediately furnished with a name which becomes much better known than their own. And whenever they have delivered themselves of their periodical brooding of lies, the news goes smiling round that Billy Treacle's aunt has died again and left him another fortune. So long as their inventions do no more harm than make them ridiculous, they are only laughed at and let alone. But when one of them develops a talent for invention which molests or injures others, especially when it takes the form of confidential communication to the governor of what he sees, and still more of what he does not see, such retribution is both prisoners and officers can inflict is not long in falling. His row becomes filled with very sharp-edged stones indeed, and roots which tear his hands painfully. Nearly always these boastings are fathered by an absurd vanity, a desire ever to appear what they are not, and, while they think they are deceiving others, they deceive no one but themselves. One case I remember, though, was an exception. One young fellow made such use of his invention, and the story is so interesting and instructive as showing with what lofty respect English gentlemen are educated for the rights of property, that I shall relate it. 4 or 5 years after I went to Chatham, a young fellow named Frederick Barton arrived with a 10-year sentence for forgery. His appearance and manners were very much in his favor, and his conduct so confirmed the good first impression that he speedily became a favorite with everybody from the governor down. Some 3 years had slipped by when one day he asked me if I would prepare a petition which he might send to the Home Secretary in the hope of obtaining a commutation of sentence. I liked the youngster very well and readily consented, but told him that I doubted very much if he would get anything. The petition was sent, and in a few days the usual answer was returned, no grounds. He told me of his ill luck, and I said to him, "Look here, so long as you send up whining petitions asking for mercy, both you and they will be treated with contempt. If you wish to get that English gentleman in the Home Office to do anything for you, make him believe you are a millionaire. You will see whether he will do anything then for you or not." He laughed merrily at that. "A millionaire? Why, I haven't a sixpence. My father is only a private coachman at Tunbridge Wells." "That is nothing at all," I said. "If you will be guided by me, and let me manage things for you, I will have a petition sent in for you from the outside, and I feel sure we can get you out." An idea had just flashed into my mind, and I was eager to try it. At first, he was a little timid about the venture, fearing that I might get him into trouble, but when he became convinced that I would do nothing of the kind, he consented. I had a warder in the prison who, in consideration of an occasional tip, used to act as my postman, sending my letters to my friends and bringing in theirs to me. This was a deadly offense against the rules, but as the permitted correspondence was outrageously limited, I saw no reason why I should deprive myself of letters when I had the chance to have them. And as I took good care that the great men in London should get no inkling of my misdeeds, I dare say their hearts did not grieve after what their eyes did not see. Chapter 48. He telegraphed the news to my warder, and Barton went on his way rejoicing. My warder friend supplied me with writing materials. I prepared one letter, which I had him copy, and another in my own handwriting. Both were directed to Barton, and informed him that his rich uncle had lately died, and had left him £160,000 in money and 16,000 acres of cotton land in India. He was also informed that his father had gone to India to look after the property, and that upon his return a petition would be presented to the Home Secretary, who it was hoped would grant his release. These 2 letters my warder sent to a friend of mine in London with a note for me requesting him to post them immediately. I told Barton what I had done, at the same time cautioning him to guard the closest secrecy. 2 days afterward the letters arrived, and I directed my protégé to spread the news as much as possible, to tell all the warders he saw, and to show them his letters. We had at that time in the prison a widiwake but tricky fellow named George Smith. He had been clerk to an important firm of auctioneers in London, and had been sentenced by probably the most savage judge on the bench, Commissioner Kerr, to 14 years imprisonment for receiving a quantity of stolen silverware, which he had his employers sell for him. He was about to be released, and I determined to make use of him, but without letting him know the truth, for I knew that if he suspected he was merely doing a good turn for the chum he left behind him, he, like the Home Secretary himself, Without the right kind of inducement, would have left his friend to stop where he was until the bottomless pit was frozen over hard enough to hold a barbecue on it. Barton, by my directions, told Smith of his good fortune and that he hoped on his father's return to be liberated. Smith then did exactly what I expected and wanted him to do. He said there was no need to wait until then. He was going to be released in a few days, and if you like I will send in a petition for you. It can't do you any harm, and it may get you released immediately. Barton at once accepted the offer and told him that if successful the post of manager on the Indian estate would be at his disposal. He also suggested to ask me to write the petition. Smith managed to see me in the course of the day and, supposing me to have no knowledge of the matter, explained the situation and asked me to write the petition. Needless to say, I promised everything asked for and added that I would make it my business to have the petition in London at some place where he could find it the day of his discharge. The petition was prepared, setting forth all the interesting facts for the edification of the right honorable gentleman in the Home Office, and after being submitted to Barton and Smith, sent to the latter's address in London. Millbank is a gigantic prison in the heart of London, every one of the 1,000 cells of which cost the government £300 to build. This is the establishment where David Copperfield visited Mr. Uriah Heep when that gentleman was under a cloud, and heard him express the wish that everybody might get took up so that they could learn the error of their ways. For many years all London men whose sentences had expired were brought here for release, and here Smith came a few days after the petition was posted. On the morning of his discharge, and within an hour after passing through the gates of Millbank, he left the petition personally at the Home Office. 2 days afterward one of the clerks acknowledged its receipt, accompanied with the gratifying assurance that it was under consideration. A week later Mr. Smith was notified that the release would be granted. He immediately telegraphed the news to my warder, who told me, and I told Barton. 2 days more and the release came down. Barton went on his way rejoicing, and everyone was glad at his happy fortune. The only one who felt much disappointment was very likely poor Smith, who never heard of his friend again. Chapter 49. I fluster the great Jupiter of my little world. The successful issue of this little enterprise gave me great satisfaction. There was, of course, nothing in it for me, nor did I want anything, but it furnished me with an excellent standpoint from which to address the Home Secretary should the occasion ever arise. The occasion did arise some time after, and I utilized it in this way. A friend of mine had come over from America to see me and to try if it were not possible to obtain some reduction in the sentence. My postman warder was away at the moment, so letter carrier facilities were cut off. I wanted very much indeed to communicate with my friend, and applied to the Home Secretary explaining the position and asking him to let me write 2 letters immediately. At the end of 8 weeks an answer came back that the Home Secretary had carefully considered the application and could find no sufficient grounds for advising Her Majesty to grant the prayer thereof. The next day I obtained a petition sheet from the Governor and wrote the following petition, to the Right Hon. Sir William V. Harcourt, Secretary of State for the Home Department, the petition of, etc., humbly showeth, that 2 months ago I petitioned the Home Secretary for permission to write 2 letters, explaining the urgency of the occasion and pointing out that the request was by no means unusual. Yesterday the answer arrived telling me, with as much truth, I have no doubt, as kindness, the anxiety with which the right honorable gentleman has been for 8 weeks considering the petition. I hasten to express to the Home Secretary the regret I cannot but feel at the thought of causing him so much concern, which I sincerely trust has had no prejudicial effect upon his health. I regret this the more as there was really no necessity for requiring 8 whole weeks of his time to the inevitable great neglect of the public business, for no man who owns or who is known to be able to get a half-sovereign ever has the slightest difficulty in sending out as many clandestine letters as he chooses. This, of course, is an infraction of the rules, and any reasonable man would rather get along in a friendly spirit with the prison authorities than be at war with them, but when trifling favors which it requires, but to stretch out the hand to take are refused, rules, prison authorities, and the Home Secretary himself are contemptuously set aside and the forbidden favor taken. I trust that this knowledge will save the Home Secretary any repetition of the anxiety he has suffered on this occasion. But while regretting my want of success in petitions for myself, I desire to thank the right honorable gentleman for the kind attention he pays to my petitions for others. The Home Secretary will perhaps remember his merciful consideration of the case of Mr. Frederick Barton, whom he released some short time ago, but it will perhaps be news to him to hear that it was I who invented Mr. Barton's fortune and wrote the petition which furnished the grounds for advising Her Most Gracious Majesty to extend her royal clemency to the deserving young man. The result of my petition by no means surprised me, for I was always confident that an English gentleman could never be guilty of the solecism against English customs implied by keeping in prison a young gentleman who could perform so meritorious an act as to fall heir to many bags of gold and 16,000 acres of cotton land in India. Mr. Barton had previously petitioned for mercy, pointing out that he was but 17 years old at the time of his arrest and asking that his extreme youth might plead for him. This petition the Home Secretary treated with very proper contempt, but it was really delightful to contrast that contempt with the respectful and instant attention shown to the petition of the young heir. I have a difficulty in expressing the comfort with which I saw an English Home Secretary, with all the power of the empire in his hands to protect him against imposition, releasing a criminal after reading a sheet of foolscap covered with lies, which had been left at the Home Office by a released convict within half an hour after passing through the gates of Millbank. It is but the merest justice, however, to add that poor Mr. Smith, the presenter of the petition, was as badly humbugged as the Home Secretary himself. The glitter of gold was flashed before his eyes as it was before the eyes of Sir William Vernon Harcourt, and with equal effect. To me this effect was certain, as not the slightest doubt existed in my mind that the moment it became a question of great sums of money all distinctions would vanish and pickpocket and Home Secretary would scramble on to the same foothold. The result, it is unnecessary to add, perfectly justified me. As I watched the lucky Frederick set out to return to the stable he came from, it occurred to me that had he understood German, which he did not, nor English either, for that matter, he might have whispered joyfully to himself, in the words of another dealer in ways that are dark and tricks which are vain, es ist gar hübsch von einem großen Herrn, so menschlich mit dem Teufel selbst zu sprechen. Doubtless, however, the Home Secretary will feel, as I do myself, that he acted in this matter in accordance with the commonest dictates of duty, and I beg to assure him that, having every facility for sending out as many letters as I please, I shall never again cause him weeks of anxious consideration. Respectfully submitted, Austin Bidwell. Whatever Sir William Vernon Harcourt may have thought about the petition, he said nothing, but I dare say he did not feel flattered. It required no small daring to send it, but as I knew I had nothing to hope from him, I could look with perfect equanimity upon any consequences likely to follow. The governor of the prison did not dare to violate the regulations by refusing to send my petition, written as it was on an official form and duly entered on the books of the establishment, but he sent for me in hot haste. Assuming a threatening air, he demanded how I dared to play such monkey tricks. Officially, the governor was a hot member and enforced an iron discipline both with wardens and the men, but personally he was not a bad fellow, so I merely laughed and asked him if he was a critic and reviser of petitions, therefore, a local Home Secretary. He saw I was not to be intimidated and almost begged of me not to do so any more. As he was a pretty good fellow, and I had no wish to cause him any embarrassment, I readily promised, provided I was permitted now and then to write a special letter. This permission he intimated would not be withheld, and there, so far as the governor was concerned, the incident ended. But so unheard of a document emanating from a prisoner created a sensation among the officers, who all came to know of the matter and added several degrees to whatever respect they were inclined to have for me. As there is no attempt at humor in this book, and since I am on the subject of petitions, I will give here a copy of one sent by a fellow prisoner who was somewhat of a character and whose name was Niblo Clark. To some of the prisoners the art of reading and writing is an all but insoluble mystery. Every man is allowed a small slate, and many of the prisoners spend an incredible amount of painful toil and mental wrestling in preparing a petition, which, by the way, never does any good. Poor Niblo, for a whole year, through all the summer's warmth and winter's frost, spent his spare hours producing this petition, and I think my reader will agree with me that it is a masterpiece of its kind. Petition. Register No. Y19. Name: Niblo Clark, present age 40. Confined in Chatham Prison. Date of petition: January 15, 1890. Convicted. Crime. Sentence. Remarks. When? Where? 1880. Old Bailey burglary. 15 years. In hospital. London. Troublesome. To the Right Honourable Henry Matthews, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for the Home Department, the petition of Niblo Clark humbly sheweth. The Right Honourable Secretary, the great benefit your humble petitioner would derive by a speedy removal from this damp and foggy and hospitable climate to a milder one. The atmosphere here is thoroughly prejudicial to your petitioner's health and causes me to be a great sufferer. I am suffering from asthma, accompanied with bad attacks of chronic bronchitis, and have been now 3 long years confined to a bed of sickness in a sad and pitiable condition, and upon those clear grounds and physical proofs your petitioner humbly prays that it may please the Right Honourable Secretary to order my removal to a warmer and milder climate. Necessity also compels me to complain of repeated acts of injustice and cruelly committed against me, and which in some respects might justly undergo the imputation of ferocity. There are numbers and frivolous and false charges conspired against me, and every time I am discharged from here the governor takes them separate one each, and tries to murder me. I have been no less than 6 weeks at one time on bread and water, accompanied with a little penal class, and all the officers are encouraged to practice all kinds of barbarous maltreatment against me and other sick men. Theirs is one officer here place here for the express purpose of tantalizing me and other. His name is Warder Newcomb. This officer, sir, has barbarously struck and assaulted patients on their sick bed, and several has complained of it to the governor, but I am sorry to say it's greatly fostered and encouraged especially upon me. It is quite useless to complain of anything to the governor. Right Honourable Sir, I humbly beg that you will listen to my woe for what I suffer in Chatham Prison. The one half you do not know. From repeated attacks of this frightful disease I am getting worse each day, so I humbly trust you will have me removed without the least delay. In making my request in poetry, sir, I hope you won't think I am joking, for the greatest favour you can bestow upon me is to send me back to Woking, for in this damp and foggy climate it's impossible to ever get better, so I humbly trust in addition to this you will grant me a special letter. Another little case I wish to state, if you, sir, will kindly listen, as it would cause a vast amount of talk all round and about the prison. I mean, if Niblo Clark should be sent upon some public works, it would cause more talk than the late dispute between the Russians and the Turks in foggy weather. With my disease it would be impossible to last 1 hour, and if you doubt the accuracy of what I say, I refer to Dr. Power or any other naval doctor, or one from the army garrison. They one and all would say the same, and likewise Dr. Harrison. Since my reception in this here prison I have been a most unfortunate man, and I will tell you the why and wherefore as well as I possibly can, for every time I've been in this hospital it's the whole truth what I say. For my medical treatment, I assure, sir, I have dearly had to pay. A regular marked man I have been for them all. It's well known to Captain Harris, for the list of reports against me would reach from this place to Paris, so I humbly beg, Right Honourable Sir, you will grant this humble petition, for I am sorry to state I have nothing to pay, having lost both health and remission. Such cruel injustice to poor sick men is far from being just and right, but to report sick patients in hospital is the officer's chief delight. But perhaps, kind sir, you might imagine that they only do this to a dodger, but it's done to all Austin Bidwell as well, and likewise to poor Sir Roger Tichborne. Like savage lions in this infirmary, the officers about are walking to catch and report a dying poor man for the frivolous charge of talking, and when we go out from hospital our poor bodies they try to slaughter by taking these reports one at the time and killing us on bread and water. I am suffering a chest and throat disease, a frightful chronic disorder, and to go out from hospital is attempting suicide to get heaps of bread and water. for it is such cruel treatment made me as I am, and brought me to the verge of the grave. So, in conclusion, right honorable sir, a removal I humbly crave. If this petition should not be sent, prisoners abstain from further writing, who will explain his case more clearly. To the visiting director, and I wish to have this petition submitted to the director by your truly humble servant Niblo Clark. Chapter 50. It was night. Silence and gloom had settled down on the inmates. By a refinement of cruelty, we had been separated and sent to prison wide apart. For 20 years, I had not seen the face of one of my friends. But there was an invisible bond between us that no tyranny could break. How blessed the happy forethought that made us, in that dark hour, amid our despair, make that promise. 10 years had slowly dragged by. 1883 came, and my devoted family felt that I, and my comrades, too, had paid, as was right, our due to justice, and we ought to be liberated. They determined that it would not be their fault if I remained in captivity. So that year my sister came to England and remained permanently there. She worked bravely and well, but year after year passed without result. None of us was prepared for the vindictive fury of the Bank of England. Its power was all-potent with the government. George had been bedridden for years, and was slowly dying. At length, in 1887, the medical officer of the prison certified his speedy death was certain, and the government released him to die, but he resolved that he would not die until we were free. With liberty and hope, health came slowly back, and he devoted every hour to working for our liberation, but for a time devoted in vain. More than once had I seen the prison emptied and filled again. Of all the life prisoners I had met there on my arrival, or who for years after had joined me, I was the sole survivor. One by one, sickness or insanity, born of despair, had laid them in the prison graveyard or buried them in the asylum. Out of more than 70 life prisoners, none had lived to be liberated, and determined appeared the Bank of England directors that I should not form an exception, but that if ever the prison doors were open to me, it should be only when so near death that I might join the many who had gone before. My fate seemed inevitable, but never for a moment did I cease to believe that fortune's frowns would one day disappear, and that I should yet again feel the warmth and sunshine of her smile. From his sick bed, and in his health, our comrade never ceased his efforts. He succeeded in interesting James Russell Lowell and many others in my behalf. The President asked the English government officially to grant my release. Mr. Blaine, the Secretary of State, sent a very strong letter through Minister Lincoln in London, and I thought when told of it that my day to go was not far away. It will interest Americans, perhaps, to hear that the representations of the President and of the Secretary of State of the United States met the same courtesy as was shown to all the previous ones. Still, George was not discouraged. He sent agents to England, who managed to interest the newspapers in the matter, and never did he cease, until by the statements of the press upon the ferocity of my treatment, the reproaches of my friends, and the representations of many I had never seen, including Lady Henry Somerset, Mrs. Helen Densmore, then residing in London, and the Duke of Norfolk, at last the Home Secretary felt the pressure, and all unwillingly, much against his will, as he termed it, was forced to order my release. Asterisk, 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 thou shalt forget thy misery and remember it as waters that pass away. 20 years had passed away since I had bade my friends goodbye under the Old Bailey, and now 1893 had come. It was a frosty February night, and I was alone in that little room with its arched roof and stone floor. It was past 7 o'clock, and the prison gloom and stillness had settled down on all the inmates, when suddenly there came the noise of hurrying feet that echoed strangely from the arched roof as the warders tramped loudly on the stone floor of the long hall. A rush of feet, or, indeed, anything that broke the horrible stillness at that hour, was startling. They were the feet of the reserve guard, which was never called in save when the patrol who glided around the corridors in slippered feet discovered some suicide. Many a heartbroken man had I known in that 20 years who in his despair ended his misery thus. While wondering who the unfortunate could be, I heard their steps mounting the stairway leading to my landing, and then a sudden thrill shot through me as they turned down the corridor toward my cell. My heart stood still as I thought, could they be coming for me? I had a sudden frenzy of fear that they might pass my door, but no, they came straight on, halted, and Ross, a principal officer I had known him 20 years, gave a thundering rap on my door and shouted, "I want you." Then a key rattled in the lock, the door was thrown open, and 3 friendly faces looked in. Faint, deadly white, trembling like a frightened child, I started to my feet trying to speak, but no sound came from my lips for a moment. At last I stammered, "What's the matter?" Ross thrust his form through the door, and with face close to mine said the thrilling words, "You're free." I cried, "I don't believe you," and Ross said, "Come on, my boy, it's all right." Like one in a dream, I passed out through the door of that little cell whose grim, narrow walls had frowned on me for a score of years and had in vain tried to crush my spirit. Still like one in a dream, I went down that long hall, listening only to the strange sound of my own footsteps and saying to myself, "It is all a dream. I will awake, as I have from thousands of like dreams, and find myself again in my dungeon." I was led into the outer office, where some papers were read to me, and then others given me to sign, but I listened or signed like one in a maze. Suddenly I saw Ross thrust the key into the outer door. That roused me, and the thought flashed into my mind, now I will see a star. The heavy door rolled on its hinges, the ponderous gate was flung back. Stepping out, I intuitively looked up, and a sudden awe fell upon me, for there, like a revelation, shone the Milky Way, with its millioned arch of radiant suns. At the sight of that miracle of glory, my heart beat fast. I realized that I was free, with health and strength, with courage to begin again the battle of life, and in my irrepressible emotion I cried aloud, and my cry was like a prayer, "God is good."